Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Albedo, whose plan failed, returned to Orochimaru's base, but hesitated when he arrived at the entrance. A humanoid creature covered by reeds emerged from the empty ground. Albedo, all the white Zetsu on Orochimaru has disappeared. It seems that the surveillance on him has been discovered. So what? Orochimaru's strength doesn't qualify him to turn against me. Although the plan regarding Sasuke has failed, he still has many cards he has not used. Thinking of this, Albedo calmly walked into the base. Inside the base, none of Orochimaru's men dared to look Albedo in the eye, as they knew that this mysterious Uchiha was equal to Orochimaru. Arriving at the deepest part, Orochimaru was sitting on his throne as usual, and was not surprised at all to see Albedo coming and said with a smile, "It seems your plan failed. Kasame actually betrayed us. It turns out that people cannot be trusted." Albedo's expression cannot be seen under the mask. "It seems that you and Yi Lanjun didn't fight this time. That's right, at that time Yi Lanjun was busy capturing Jinchuriki." The mockery in Orochimaru's eyes became more and more serious, which made Albedo very uncomfortable. On the way back, Albedo also learned about Yi Lan's big moves in the Land of Lightning, and his fear of him increased a little more. No matter how much you do, in the end it will just be for nothing. Sometimes being too confident is not a good thing. Yi Lanjun is a smart man. Orochimaru gently pointed to his head, but this action made Albedo nervous again. Everyone knows that Orochimaru's hands have lost their souls. Although he can still make some movements, the proud Orochimaru will not use them if possible, let alone such a sarcastic movement. What? Just because Orochimaru got his hands back, does that mean he has the right to turn against me? Albedo said solemnly. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, still with that cold smile on his face. "No, I don't think I can easily defeat you with my hands. It's good that you know yourself. But there is something that has been bothering me for a long time. I hope you can give me an answer." Orochimaru looked away and said as if he didn't care. Hearing that Orochimaru was not going to attack, Albedo let down his guard a little. Orochimaru with two hands was not on the same level as Orochimaru without two hands. Albedo decided that he could still answer some simple questions. He raised his head slightly to signal Orochimaru to continue questioning. Orochimaru stared at the Sharingan revealed by Albedo's mask. There are higher levels of Sharingan above the Mangekyo Sharingan, like Uchiha Madara or Yi Lankun's current eyes. Albedo's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that an outsider like Orochimaru could see the secret of Sharingan. "I won't hide anything now, you are right. Whether it is Madara or Yi Lan, their eyes are better than ordinary Mangekyo. They are called Eternal Mangekyo. Eternal Mangekyo not only increases the power of Sharingan, but also completely makes up for the shortcomings of Mangekyo. Just as the name suggests, it is a pair of Mangekyo that will never be extinguished." Orochimaru pondered over it, and discovered the flaws of Sharingan in his previous research on it. From single Magatama to three Magatama, he found that this defect became more and more obvious. If it reached the level of Mangekyo, this defect would be further magnified. If it was overused, it would sooner or later lead to blindness. It seems that the further developed Eternal Mangekyo has completely solved this defect, but the birth of such eyes must be extremely demanding. According to the records of the ninja world, only Uchiha Madara has appeared before. The power of the Sharingan is truly fascinating. Look at the people who are stirring up the ninja world right now. They all seem to be from your Uchiha clan. Orochimaru sighed. That is, the Uchiha clan will always be the strongest. Albedo couldn't help showing a hint of pride at Orochimaru's compliment. But I have another bold guess. Even if it is the Eternal Mangekyo, it is not the final point of Sharingan, right? Is there any secret between the Rinnegan and Mangekyo? Orochimaru's smile made Albedo feel a chill. He didn't expect that the other party had researched to this extent. This made Albedo regretful, so he offered the Sharingan to Orochimaru for research. "Orochimaru, there are some things you can't touch. You'd better cancel your research on Sharingan." Albedo sensed that the atmosphere was a little unpleasant, and began to slowly distance himself from Orochimaru, preparing to leave the place. "No, I can't give up the Sage of Six Paths eyes. The ordinary Sharingan can't satisfy me anymore. I'll use your eyes for the experiment this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's neck instantly lengthened. His mouth opened wide, and the sharp teeth in his mouth flashed with a cold light. Albedo's reaction was very quick. His body twisted and his ability to become hollow was activated, leaving Orochimaru empty-handed. Orochimaru, you are courting death. Albedo didn't expect Orochimaru to take the initiative, and landed on the open space beside him with a gloomy face. Orochimaru's men who heard the noise came into the room one after another. Seeing that the two men had already started fighting, Honglian was the first one who couldn't help but launch an attack on Albedo. Several crystal dragons made of red crystals pounced on Albedo, causing such a noise that the small room was in danger of collapsing. Don't mess around, you idiot. Gurren, who could be an elite Jonin in any village, is reduced to a mere trash in Albedo's mouth. As Albedo said, he chose not to use the power of Sharingan but just spit out a huge fireball. Just a C-rank great fireball was enough to break up Honglian's moves. The base hidden underground could no longer hold on, and all kinds of rocks began to fall. At this moment, Albedo activated his ability to become a hollow once again, allowing the falling rocks to pass through his body. After all, this was Orochimaru's territory, so the best solution was to leave first. Protect Orochimaru-sama. The fact that Honglian was easily repelled did not frighten Orochimaru's men. Those here were considered Orochimaru's die-hard fans, and they rushed towards Albedo without caring about their lives. Fire-style explosive dance. Using his ability to become a hollow being, Albedo released his fire style again, which formed a huge vortex, blocking all these fearless ninjas in front of him. After a while, Orochimaru's base finally saw the light, and the entire ceiling had been pierced by Albedo's fire style. Orochimaru looked at the dazzling sunlight and felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Orochimaru, enough of your little tricks. You don't think your men can stop me, do you? Albedo knows Orochimaru's character. He will never do such a thing on impulse. Since he has done it, Orochimaru must have some hidden cards that he hasn't revealed. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze from the distance, as if he had not heard the wailing of his men in the base, and stretched out his long tongue again. Don't worry, I have made plans for how to deal with you. You must accept this gift. A kunai appeared from nowhere and shot directly at Albedo's head. This was a move only used by genin, and they attacked from the front, as if they were afraid they couldn't see it. He didn't use his ability to hollow out at all, he just turned his head slightly and the kunai flew past Albedo's mask. A boring trick. Just as Albedo was still wondering which of Orochimaru's men was struggling to death, a fierce roar exploded behind him like thunder. Flying Thunder God Slash. A blue figure appeared silently behind Albedo, and Senjutabarama, holding a samurai sword, stabbed Albedo's heart. Bad memories from the past appeared in Albedo's mind. He didn't have time to be surprised by the appearance of the second Hokage. It was too late for him to activate his hollowing ability. Albedo could only avoid his own vital points. Hyua. One of his arms was directly cut off by Senjutabarama, but there was no surprise on his face. Instead, he just let out a light sigh. Albedo covered his wound and tried to quickly distance himself, but a golden flash in his peripheral vision was getting bigger and bigger. Well, that's it. Bad thoughts slowly emerged from the bottom of his heart, and in desperation, he finally activated his hollowification. Only then did he see a huge Rasengan piercing through his chest. Looking back, the other person was his former teacher Minato Namikaze. How did Orochimaru reincarnate the previous Hokage? Isn't it said that people who are sealed by Shiki cannot be reincarnated? Albedo's mind began to think frantically, but facing two Hokage who also had spatial abilities, Albedo really didn't dare to do two things at once. The most important thing is to solve one first. When Minato's body completely passed through his own body, Albedo immediately released his hollowness, and the next step was to suck the opponent into the Kamui space to solve the problem. When he reached out to touch Minato, Minato's figure disappeared again. Where did you go again? Albedo looked around and tried to find Minato's special kunai. No matter how powerful Flying Thunder God was, he still needed coordinates. As long as he found the kunai, he could find the opponent's whereabouts. But he never expected that as early as the night of Minato's death, Minato had engraved the mark of Flying Thunder God on Albedo's body. Albedo was still searching, and the golden light seemed to tear through the air and reappeared in front of Albedo. Minato, holding a special kunai in his hand, directly split Albedo's special mask. For so many years, he has always wanted to know who this mysterious man is. The mask shattered, and Albedo's face was once again exposed to the air. Even after so many years, Minato still recognized his former student at a glance. Surprise, confusion, doubt. In the end, it just turned into a long sigh. Is that you, Albedo? Minato did not choose to chase but stayed where he was. The golden light on his body disappeared and he returned to his original appearance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just arrived, also stopped. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was Minato's former student. What are you doing, fourth generation? Such a great opportunity. Tabarama said to Minato in dissatisfaction. He was my student and his dream was to become Hokage. Minato's words made Tabarama stop in his tracks. This kind of mutual destruction ninjutsu can only be thought of by the second generation. A layer of blue skeleton formed directly on Obaido's body, and the Uchiha clan's ultimate move, Susanoo, was performed by Obaido for the first time. Even though they had met several times, a hint of fanaticism appeared in Orochimaru's eyes, and Hashirama's face began to become serious. Thinking of this, Orochimaru turned his gaze to the Senju Hashirama beside him. The first Hokage had not made a move from the beginning. He didn't know what he was thinking, and he had no control over the other party at all. Minato looked unhappy and stood next to Tabarama again. The detonating tag emitted light, and Obaido was still puzzled as to whether such a thing could break Susanoo's defense, so Tabarama let him see it for himself. Regardless of his twisted body, Tabarama struggled to stretch out his arm, tightly holding a detonating talisman in his hand. Hiruzen said meaningfully while holding the thick golden cudgel. Obaido, with only one hand left, stood up again, covering the wound that Minato had just cut on him. Kamiyui. The fragments in the air continued to condense, and Tabarama, who had been blown to pieces, appeared in front of Obaido again. He was a little annoyed when he saw that Obaido's Susanoo was not damaged much. As a ninja, Minato must seize every opportunity, regardless of whether he was your student before or not. For the sake of Konoha's stability, we must get rid of him here. Hokage Hihi Hadahata. Orochimaru also had to marvel at the second Hokage's development capabilities. This technique was best paired with the impure world reincarnation. Locking onto the target, he activated Mangekyo's ability, and the Tabarama in his hand began to twist. Oh, you Hokage are just like me, how can you understand my ideals and goals? The art of spiritualism and reincarnation, and a hint of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He had only heard of Obaido's name because he was Minato's student, who was once known as the last in the village. He didn't expect it to be this guy. In this way, Kakashi's stolen Sharingan would be put into use. Without considering Minato's thoughts, Tabarama decisively chose to take action. A blue light flashed quickly. Tabarama wanted to use the same trick again and directly launched the Flying Thunder God. To avoid getting hurt, Orochimaru also began to retreat. Is there any reason why Obaido became like this? Minato just remained silent. Of course he understood these reasons, but he still wanted to know why Obaido became like this. Such extreme words were not something that the cheerful Obaido would say in the past. Fourth generation, this guy is no longer your student. Such an evil Uchiha must be dealt with as soon as possible. Blood flowed down his forehead, making his already disfigured appearance even more hideous. What on earth can this thing accomplish? In the end, it's just a means for you to gain power. Don't underestimate the Hokage kid, tandem paper bombs. Obaido seized the opportunity and formed a Susanoo arm to grab Tabarama directly. The explosion sound disappeared, and when the smoke dispersed, the light blue Susanoo showed a slight damage, but Obaido inside was still intact. As the first explosion sounded, the number of detonating tags increased, followed by continuous explosions that occurred rapidly, and the range of the explosion became larger and larger. Tabarama appeared in front of Obaido again and chopped him down with his samurai sword. A steady stream of power surged out of his body, and almost instantly a half-body Susanoo was fully formed, wearing a thick layer of armor. Second generation, next time you attack, please let me know in advance. Sure enough, this is the power of Susanoo. Obaido was also furious at this time. Facing his teacher who did not choose to use hollow transformation again, light blue chakra began to gather on his body crazily. Since Orochimaru has already revealed his cards, there is no need for him to hide anything anymore. He is not blind to who is standing next to the other party, and he cannot rely on himself at this time. Are you here? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and several coffins emerged from the ground in front of Obaido. Your forbidden technique has brought a lot of trouble to future generations. Hashirama sighed as he looked at the coffin that had emerged from the ground. His younger brother was good at everything except studying these messy things. I didn't expect that the guy across from me also learned my technique. Who is this guy from the impure world this time? Tabarama's face changed. He didn't expect that he would have to face this jutsu in the end. Since it was Obaido who launched this jutsu, he must not be a weakling. The coffin lids were opened one by one, and every person who walked out made the faces of those present change. The second Mizukage, Genjutsu, has no eyebrows and a mustache. The second Tsuchikage, who was wrapped in bandages all over his body, had no. There is also the third Reikage AI who has long yellow hair and beard. Why did the Uchiha family call us out? Gui Deng Yue started shouting as soon as he came out, but his expression froze when he saw clearly who the enemy was. Senju Tabarama, it's all your fault. I'm already dead, but I'm still being controlled by your technique. Wu also recognized Tabarama at a glance. As a contemporary of him, he knew very well that the impure world reincarnation technique was invented by Tabarama. I didn't expect to meet guys like you. Ninjas nowadays are becoming less and less reliable. Tabarama crossed his arms and said calmly, enough of the small talk, your mission is to deal with these modern Hokage. Albedo made seals with his hands to suppress the consciousness of several people. These guys came out of the impure world reincarnation world not to reminisce about the past. You kid, there is a Senju Hashirama across the street. Wu was once the bodyguard of the first Tsuchikage and had seen Senju Hashirama with his own eyes. He knew his strength and knew that they could not deal with him with just a few people. Albedo glanced at Senju Hashirama. The person he feared the most was this man who was known as the god of ninja. Everyone on the opposite side, be careful. It's best to use wind escape to deal with me. The third Raikage, who had remained silent until now, opened his mouth and said that if allowed, he really didn't want to fight this meaningless battle. A bolt of thunder erupted from the third Raikage. All previous Raikages had the same Reigai, and it turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the seemingly youngest Minato. The Raikage's fist was so close that Minato, with his excellent reflexes, had already thrown out his kunai and disappeared right in front of the Raikage. Then he appeared behind the Raikage and slammed a Rasengan the size of a basketball into him. The high-speed rotating Rasengan made a sizzling sound when it touched the Thunder Kai, and the opponent's Thunder Kai did not change at all until the Rasengan disappeared. Yellow flash. I heard about you from my son. The unaffected Raikage turned around. His speed was not as fast as his son's, but his strength and defense were far beyond the fourth Raikage. Even the Rasengan could not break his defense. Seeing the Hokage robe that Minato was wearing, the third Raikage's eyes moved slightly. Fourth Hokage, have you inherited the position of Hokage? It seems that you are also a reincarnation of the impure world. Have many years passed in the ninja world? This was also the first time that the third Raikage was released from the impure world, and he had no idea of the current situation in the ninja world. No, if I'm not mistaken, the current Raikage is the A from the original Ob combination. My death was an accident. Minato saw that the Rasengan had no effect and distanced himself from it. This turtle shell was a difficult type for him to deal with. Really, that's a pity. There was no chance to ask any more questions. A determined look appeared on Minato's face. He had to take action even if it was his own student. Albedo was horrified. His body and Susanoo were suppressed and unable to move. His ability to hollow out could not be activated for a while. Leaving a few pieces behind to block the previous Hokage, Albedo had a chance to catch his breath and was ready to evacuate, but just as he was about to leave, he felt a heavy pressure coming towards him. No more talk. If he really helped Orochimaru, this guy might become even more dangerous after getting the Mangekyo Sharingan. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the color of Susanoo's outer layer began to fade. Albedo fell heavily to the ground. Tabarama wanted to help his student, but a transparent beam of light hit his feet directly, forcing him to stop. He looked up and saw Wu in midair, with the dust style he created in his hand. Hashirama was still hesitating. Although the Uchiha looked dangerous, it would not pose a danger to the ninja world. They were only listening to Orochimaru's one-sided statement. Although I died early, I didn't waste my time in these years. I will be serious from now on, third Raikage. Albedo, there's one thing I didn't tell you. The mark of the flying thunder god will never disappear. Orochimaru said calmly that what he did was actually similar to what Albedo did. Sage art Maya Jinman. It can be seen from Minato's appearance that he has perfectly mastered the power of 9 tails. In other words, he is now a perfect Jinchuriki. He's already dead, we shouldn't interfere. Hell thrust one-handed. Looking up, I saw several huge red torii gates falling from the sky. A stream of golden chakra wrapped around Minato's body, and the whole person became golden and shining. The power of 9 tails was revealed at this moment. What kind of technique is this? His bewitching voice sounded again. I don't know Uchiha Albedo, but do you expect him to show mercy to Konoha when he can attack his own people? You have to know that the current Hokage is Tsunade. Hazuki Genjutsu has already started fighting with Sarutobi Hiruzen. His looming figure has caused a lot of trouble for Hiruzen, and Hiruzen's ninjutsu can't hit the opponent at all. Shadai, aren't you going to take action at this point? Senju Tabarama, although I am controlled by others, I am still very willing to take action if the opponent is you. The huge red torii was completely pressed down on Abaido's Susanoo, making him unable to move at all. When Tsunade's name was mentioned, Hashirama's face turned serious. If it was to protect Konoha, he would have to take action even if it went against his own conscience, not to mention that the guy opposite him had already mastered the impure world reincarnation. Even in the Shinigami's belly, you can use Nine Tails power for your own benefit. Minato, you are truly a genius. Tabarama's face suddenly turned ugly. Dealing with this kind of flying ninja was not his strong point. He admired the young man Minato very much, but he didn't expect that he would die young. Minato's cold voice sounded from behind Abaido, and the specially made kunai did not stop at all and stabbed towards Abaido's yorta. The suppressed Abaido seemed to realize something and put his hands together with difficulty to continue the seal. In the distance, Hashirama put his hands together, and a thick black eye shadow appeared in the corners of his eyes. Young people nowadays are really amazing, but it's a pity that he is a guy with eyebrows. Shada, you have to know that this guy is the one who betrayed Konoha, killed his teacher and released Nine Tails, causing Konoha to fall into chaos. A ninjutsu similar to Chidori was launched from the third Reikage, and the noise it made was many times louder than Chidori's. Minato barely dodged the move and found Abaido, who was suppressed. Seeing that the three Hokage were stopped on the battlefield, Orochimaru became anxious and said to Hashirama beside him. No longer entangled with the third Reikage, he once again sensed the flying thunder god mark on Abaido and disappeared from the spot. Minato's movements were so fast and so abrupt that the fighting shadows were all stunned for a moment. I didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and his moves would be so efficient. Well done, fourth generation. I admit that your flying thunder god technique is faster than mine. The troubled and helpless Senju Tabarama also showed a confident smile again. What is this, the end? The Uchiha clan brats are really not very reliable. Seeing that the caster was dead, Gui Deng Huanyue gradually regained his independent actions. The three figures resurrected by Abaido began to emit a faint white light, and the technique of resurrection was about to be lifted. As expected of the god of ninja, he can decide the outcome of a battle with just one move. Orochimaru looked excited and ran quickly towards where Abaido fell, with the main Jikayo Sharingan almost in front of him. Hashirama also loosened his fused palms and looked at the dead Abaido, not knowing what to say. Different from the happy expressions of Tabarama and Hiruzen, Minato's eyes gradually became lonely, and in the end no one knew why Abaido became like this. Orochimaru came to where Abaido was lying, turned over his body, took out the prepared container, and the plan would be completed as long as he dug out his Sharingan. But as soon as he turned Abaido's body, it turned into a cloud of smoke. Shadow Clone? No. If Shadow Clone had received a fatal injury, it would have been healed long ago, and it couldn't have been Shadow Clone in that situation. Just as Orochimaru had a stunned expression on his face, a huge pale blue sword broke out from the ground under his feet and pierced his chest. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Orochimaru's mouth. He had never been injured so badly before, and he quickly used the great snake-style substitution technique. The body that had just emerged still had some saliva on it, and the space began to distort. Abaido, who had been prepared, appeared not far away, and the Sharingan in his eyes turned into a Fuma Shuriken. How could it be? How come he is fine with such a fatal wound? Minato clearly hit him. Hiruzen looked puzzled. Abaido actually broke up the careful coordination between Minato and Hashirama. It's Izanagi. Tabarama, who had studied Uchiha thoroughly, said with a grim expression. He didn't expect that the other party would know this forbidden technique of Uchiha. That's right, Abaido knew things were not going well when he was suppressed by Myojinmen. Unable to use chakra, he had to sacrifice a Sharingan to activate Izanagi. This was a backup plan for himself. With his gradual cells, he transplanted a 3 Magatama Sharingan on his back. At this moment, this Sharingan has lost its sight. The white light on the 3 shadows brought out by Abaido began to disappear and became stable again. On the contrary, white light began to appear on the bodies of Tabarama and others. It shows at every moment that Orochimaru's situation is very bad. Minato seized the last chance, Rasengan appeared in his hand again, activated Flying Thunder God Seal and appeared in front of Abaido. Teacher, I won't let you succeed this time. Several huge Magatama appeared on Abaido's Susanoo, and the Yasaka Magatama Susanoo's almost universal long-range attack method was revealed. Tabarama looked at Hashirama with dissatisfaction. If his elder brother had taken action earlier, this result would not have happened. Now he could feel that his strength was constantly declining. UB *****D. Seeing that he could not gain much, Tabarama did not stay any longer. Now he could not directly control those Hokage, and the control of impure world reincarnation still lay with the dead Orochimaru. Tabarama you be *****D. Brother, die Orochimaru you spy on the Uchiha clan. Looking at Orochimaru who had already fallen silent, Tabarama's expression began to change repeatedly. He really couldn't let go of this Uchiha that was harming the ninja world. Tabarama threw a kunai into the distance and his body disappeared on the spot. If he wanted to escape with the flying thunder god technique, no one could stop him. The fingers on his shoulders began to change, and Tabarama finally made a decision. Wu looked at Tabarama who was about to disappear without forgetting to mock him. The result of who will win and who will lose is now obvious. How could I die here? Orochimaru roared in unwillingness. This time he was really panicked. All the methods he had carefully prepared were still not enough to defeat Abido. A lot of blood appeared in the whites of Abido's eyes, and all his pupil power was poured into them. Second-generation master. Senju Tabarama, it seems your caster is still too weak. Abido stretched out a hand and clenched it tightly, and the huge suction force generated by Kamui made it impossible for Orochimaru to escape. Hiruzen, who was far away, didn't expect Tabarama to have such a method and thought that there would be a turn for the better. How could the same move be used against him again and again? Abido's body began to change, as if the cells were constantly dividing, and a thick layer of wooden armor appeared on the exposed skin. The thorns intertwined to form a huge cage that wrapped Abido inside, forming another kind of defense. But Tabarama's actions were beyond their expectations. He took out a scroll and spread it out, sealing all the Hokage who came out of the impure world reincarnation. Tabarama threw a kunai and tried to come over to help. Hiruzen's body was badly beaten by several kage. If it weren't for the impure world soul body, he would have lost his combat ability long ago. Hashirama also stopped. The white light on his body began to dissipate, and his body stabilized again. Without Orochimaru's suppression, Tabarama was able to release the control of his impure world reincarnation and become a truly immortal living dead. Tabarama quickly formed hand seals. How could the person who invented this ninjutsu not have a backup plan? Finally, Orochimaru's roar became more and more crazy, and Kamui's power became greater. The Rasengan in Minato's hand began to shrink, and it was impossible to break through it alone. Hashirama's face also became sad, not knowing whether this result would be good or bad. Hashirama, who noticed this, looked unsightly for the first time. He stretched out his hand to stop it, but his body had no strength left. One-on-one may not be the opponent's match, so in this case you can only withdraw temporarily. You evil little brat of the Uchiha clan, the next time we meet will be your death. After Abido dealt with Orochimaru, he turned back to look at Tabarama. He didn't expect that the impure world reincarnation technique had such a big flaw. In order to prevent Tabarama from taking away his impure world reincarnation ninja, he had to cancel it. Orochimaru has not yet perfected the impure world reincarnation to the point where his own death will not cancel it. As long as he dies, the impure world reincarnation will automatically be released. Even the transformed body could not resist this force. Orochimaru's body began to break and blood began to ooze out. Finally, with a dull sound, Orochimaru's body turned into a bloody mist. Brother, I still can't let go of Zaya Ozong, impure world reincarnation release. The battlefield returned to calm. Orochimaru's men were long gone. In an unnoticed corner, a small white snake disappeared into the night. Abido looked at Tabarama's disappearing figure with displeasure in his eyes. Even the joy of killing Orochimaru was gone. He didn't expect that there would be another trouble like this. Abido, Orochimaru's base has been destroyed. We need to find a new hiding place. Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. I didn't expect Orochimaru to even revive the god of ninja. With his restored hands, I think he has already unlocked the Shikigami seal. Black despair left a trail of blood on Orochimaru. No one would have thought that Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, would die in such a hasty manner. No matter how outstanding a ninja is, he is nothing in front of these eyes. Abido's pupils turned back to black. This battle gave him great confidence, but in other words, almost all of his cards were exposed. Senju Hashirama has no desire to take action, otherwise things would not be so simple. Black Zetsu said rationally that he had seen not only Abido, but even Madara being beaten by Hashirama countless times. Abido's face paused. Hashirama only used one move just now, but it made him feel twice as stressed. Picking up the arm that had just been cut off by Tabarama, it would not be difficult to heal this arm with wood-style cells. Let's leave first, we'll make plans when Nagato attacks Nine Tails. The space began to twist again, and Albedo and Black Zetsu disappeared from the battlefield. Time passed quickly, and Naruto's practice of cutting leaves was almost coming to an end. He learned the wind escape technique from Asuma and understood the most important attribute of wind escape cutting. After practicing hard day and night, he finally managed to cut the leaf in half and ran towards Kakashi with a happy face. Teacher Kakashi, you see I have succeeded now. Now all I have to do is integrate the wind style into the Rasengan, right? Unexpectedly, Kakashi shook his head and said, "Your wind escape is not good enough. You can only use it with difficulty. Next, you have to use wind escape to split that thing." Kakashi pointed to the waterfall that Yamato had created on the training grounds. When your wind jutsu can cut off a waterfall, then your wind jutsu can be considered a grandmaster. Cut off the waterfall. Naruto looked at the waterfall that Yamato created using the earth style and water style, and he didn't expect that the training on wind style was not yet over. Keep working hard and you'll be able to completely cut it off. Yamato created a wooden bridge in the middle of the waterfall, according to Kakashi's instructions, to facilitate Naruto's training. He must be more careful in the following training. The more chakra Naruto uses, the easier it is for Nine Tails' power to run wild. Okay, then I will continue to practice. Naruto took off his shirt and created dozens of shadow clones to stand on the wooden bridge at the same time, gathering his wind chakra in his hands, hoping to cut the waterfall directly. It's not that easy to change the terrain. Naruto's wind jutsu can't stop the power of nature. Looking at Naruto, who continued to practice, Kakashi said comfortably while lying on the sofa made by Yamato using wood style. Only I can think of the idea of shadow clone training. Otherwise, Naruto would have no idea how long he would have been able to practice wind style. It's really thanks to me. Kakashi-senpai, I've had a hard time too. I almost lost my life last time. Yamato said unhappily as he looked at the leisurely Kakashi. He was still concentrating on watching Naruto, and he was no match for the lazy Kakashi. Well, you are the only one in Konoha who can suppress Nine Tails now, so those who are capable should do more work. Kakashi took out his intimate paradise and said, "There are not many opportunities to slack off like this." Oh, really? The days passed one by one, but Naruto's training made no progress. During this period, Sakura came again and brought a modified version of the Bingliang pill. Yamato quickly retreated when he saw it, and only Naruto dared to try it. However, after taking a bite, his face suddenly turned grim. It wasn't as exaggerated as the time with Yamato, but it was still retching. Sakura really wants to thank you for your kindness, but this thing is too disgusting, isn't it? Is it really that exaggerated? Sakura didn't believe it and picked up one to taste, but she spat it out right after she put it in her mouth, her face flushed. Sorry, Naruto, I'll improve it and give it to you when it's done. Sakura took the basket back directly, and Naruto was killed just now when he could swallow it. But I heard that there would be a next time. Naruto's face became more and more painful, and he said with difficulty, "Zioing, it would be nice if you could treat me to Ikaraku ramen." "No, why are you eating such unhealthy food? My special ration pills are 10 times more nutritious than that food." Sakura simply shook her head and refused. In her opinion, Naruto should be given more supplements since he worked so hard. "Well, Sakura, next time you make it you can try it yourself first, and then bring it here." Kakashi came over and rescued Naruto at this moment. "But this way I won't have that sense of accomplishment." Zioing whispered that everyone who cooks food hopes that they are not the first person to taste it. Sakura's arrival was just an episode, which made Naruto's boring training no longer so boring. However, looking at the waterfall cascading down, Naruto also felt a little desperate. "Naruto, when I taught Sasuke Chidori before, he learned it in less than a month. If you want to win Sasuke back, you must be stronger than him." At this point, Kakashi had to use Sasuke to stimulate Naruto. Otherwise, once he got discouraged, everything would become ineffective. Naruto thought of Sasuke, who had left, and the power of the Akatsuki organization, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Kakashi did not refute, but silently used Shadow Clone to stand on the bridge again. In the past, he mostly fought with his peers, and even when he met some powerful ninjas, he had teachers. But when he faced Akatsuki for the first time, he felt powerless, and he knew he had to become stronger than Sasuke. After more than half a month of training, Naruto was finally able to cut the waterfall created by Yamato. Before Naruto could be happy, he looked back and saw an Anbu appeared next to Kakashi. Naruto jumped down and walked in front of Kakashi, only to see that the other person had a serious face. "Naruto, congratulations on completing the second part of your training. Now the only step left is to fuse the wind jutsu into the Rasengan." Kakashi was somewhat relieved to see Naruto accomplish the rare feat of cutting off the waterfall, but then his expression changed. It's just that Kirigakure has sent out a call for help. It was discovered that Six Tails Jinchuriki had a conflict with an unknown ninja and is currently missing. We must now rush to support Kirigakure. The next training may have to be done on the road. The spacious Hokage office seemed a bit crowded for a moment, as several Jonin and their students all came here to report. Tsunade said as she looked around. Now that everyone is here, I will arrange the next task. Kirigakure has already issued a letter for help. But you also know that Mizukage and I must go to the Land of Iron to participate in the 5-cage tournament, so it is up to you to stop the Akatsuki organization's plan. Tsunade first glanced at Kakashi. It seemed that she could not bring him with her to the 5-cage tournament this time. Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Kurenai, you all bring your subordinates to support Kirigakure, and ensure that at least one of the tailed beasts is not captured by the Akatsuki organization. Several Jonin whose names were called nodded. This time Tsunade was generous and directly selected 3 classes. Asuma looked at Hong with some concern and wanted to say something, but Hong shook her head at him. Yamato, you will also lead a group of Anbu to follow Kakashi's actions. You will be under Kakashi's command in this mission. As for Asuma, you and Shikamaru will stay in the village and make sure to pay attention to the situation in the village, especially those who come from the Rain country. In that case, who are you going to attend the 5-cage tournament with, Tsunade-sama? Shikamaru raised the question. Now almost all the famous Jonin in the village have tasks, so who will be the candidate for Tsunade? Tsunade thought for a moment and then said, I have already chosen the person who will go to the Iron Kingdom with me. You don't need to worry about that. Seeing that Tsunade had her own plans, the others did not ask too many questions. After giving some instructions, they all left the office. The next day, all the members of Konoha supporting Kirigakure gathered at the main gate of Konoha. In order to cope with the damp and cold weather in the Land of Water, everyone also carried a white cloak. Be careful on your way. The people of Akatsuki organization are not simple characters. Shikamaru did not participate in this mission. He just came here with Asuma to see him off. Asuma ignored the strange looks from others and walked straight up to Hong and said with some concern, Are you okay, you already? Hong's face turned red, and she reached out to cover Asuma's big mouth, and spoke in a voice that only Asuma could hear clearly. Don't worry, it's only been a few months and it hasn't shown yet. Besides, we have Kakashi and Kai. Asuma was still a little worried and walked up to Kakashi and whispered something, which made the other students like curious babies, wanting to know what happened. Kakashi's originally dull eyes suddenly became surprised. He looked at Asuma again and then looked in the direction of Hong. You should have told the Hokage a long time ago. Kakashi said helplessly. He didn't expect that there was such a special member in his team. Teacher Hong, what is going on, can't you tell us? He was very curious and ran to his teacher to ask. Hong had never been the center of so much attention before. She had almost become a star under the spotlight, she said, turning her head away. Children should not ask too many questions about adult matters. Get ready to go. Ye, who was choked, didn't understand what was going on, so he touched the grown-up Akamaru. Really? What do you mean by kid? It won't be long before I become a Jonin too. This has nothing to do with becoming a Jonin, ya. Shino, who had no sense of existence, suddenly appeared. The two wanted to argue, but Naruto couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and continue his training. Without Yamato and Kakashi, Tsunade was worried about letting him train alone in the village, so she had to let him follow Kakashi. Don't dawdle. Let's get going. Naruto waved his arm as if taking over Kakashi's command and spoke directly. Kakashi, you must take good care of. Asuma was always worried. After all, it was the first time for him to do such a thing. Okay, I got it. Kakashi raised his hands and held back Asuma, who was getting closer and closer to him. He never expected that the other party would ask him like this one day. Naruto, you have to be careful. You should know that you are also the target of the other party. Don't worry, Shikamaru, my recent training has not been in vain. I will show you my new tricks next time. Alas, why did I accept this mission in the first place? Should I talk to Hokage-sama and switch missions with Hong? Is that so? Ino and Choji said in unison that they were shocked by the news. Okay, I won't tease Asuma-sensei anymore. But it's great that Asuma-sensei is going to have his own baby. Ino asked with some curiosity. She knew that Asuma and Hong were having an affair, but she didn't think she would be so worried about the other party going on a mission. Asuma didn't want the students to misunderstand him, so he spoke quickly. Asuma and the others withdrew their gazes only after Naruto and the others had all left and their backs had disappeared. Come on, Asuma, we have a lot of things to do. But seeing Asuma looking a little embarrassed, he couldn't bear it and said something. Seeing Naruto's confident look, Shikamaru and the others who came to see him off also smiled. Hey Asuma-sensei, you actually did such a thing. You and Kurenai-sensei didn't have a wedding, did you? Asuma looked around and saw that there were no suspicious people before running up to Shikamaru and speaking in panic. Hey, Shikamaru, keep your voice down, how did you know this? Shikamaru looked at Naruto, who had been his childhood friend, and gave him his final instructions. Ino still couldn't believe that the girl would refuse the wedding. Teacher Hong's figure wasn't like this before, didn't you notice? Although Teacher Hong did some things to hide it, her abdomen was obviously bulging. Add to that Asuma's abnormal behavior and it's not hard to guess, right? Naruto said with a smile as he gave Shikamaru a thumbs up. Hahaha, after the baby is born, I'll treat you to a meal as compensation. What did you say? Asuma lit his cigarette again and said with some melancholy. Shikamaru explained, slapping away Asuma's hand as it tried to cover itself. Ino looked at Asuma with some disgust. She hated such irresponsible behavior. Really, teacher, I won't be polite then. Ino, don't embarrass Asuma. He has been nervous since Tsunade-sama announced the mission yesterday. Shikamaru turned around. He didn't think their class's mission would be easy. In 2 days, Hokage and others would also leave and Konoha would fall into a period of emptiness. During this period of time, it all depended on them. Shikamaru could see that Ino didn't really want to embarrass Asuma, she just wanted to joke around. Asuma was relieved to see that the misunderstanding had been resolved. Ino stretched lazily, she didn't expect time to pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the teacher also had a child. This sentence startled Choji so much that he stopped eating potato chips. Everyone else left and Shikamaru didn't hesitate to tell Asuma what he had hidden. What else could it be? Teacher Hong is pregnant. Choji's eyes lit up when he heard about food, and Asuma felt a chill down his spine, wondering how he could have forgotten this. What happened? Don't get me wrong, Hong is embarrassed and doesn't want to draw attention to herself, so she doesn't want to hold the wedding. This is not my intention. At this moment, all members of the Akatsuki organization are sealing the last tailed beast, 8 Tails. As expected, 8 Tails is different from the previous tailed beasts and it takes a lot more time. It's almost over. Yelan estimated the time. He could clearly feel that Jinchuriki's life was about to end. One of the eyes of the Jido statue was also about to open completely, but at this time something unexpected happened. When all the tailed beast's chakra left Killer Bee's body turned directly into a ball of smoke. Shadow clone. But the opponent has real tailed beast chakra and the Jido statue status is not fake. Everyone looked stunned, they didn't expect Yelan to fail. Uchiha Yelan, there are times when you can't recognize someone. I thought Sharingan could see through everything, but I didn't expect that he couldn't even recognize his clone. Deidara said in a teasing tone, as if he thought the matter was not big enough. Sasuke couldn't help but look at Yelan. Logically speaking, Yelan shouldn't have made such a mistake. 8 Tails must have sacrificed himself to let Yelan catch him. If Yelan really caught his real body, 8 Tails would no longer exist after his real body died. Our plan might have to wait another 3 years. After some thought, Kakuzu guessed 8 Tails' choice at that time, which was nothing more than sacrificing the rook to save the king. If Yelan really caught the main body, the trouble might be even greater. Yelan was also surprised. He didn't expect Killer Bee to be able to deceive him. He smiled and said, "Chief, this is my responsibility. I will catch Killer Bee again next time." Tiandao closed his eyes and shook his head gently. You don't have to do this too deliberately. 8 Tails' chakra has been almost completely absorbed. The status of the Jido statue is not fake. Nagato didn't want Yelan to take this little thing too seriously, as that would be a bad thing. Anyway, the goal of absorbing 8 Tails had been achieved, so he didn't care whether Killer Bee was dead or not. Yelan nodded and said no more. Kakuzu, we have also found 6 Tails' trail and are ready to capture him. At present, several tailed beasts have been sealed and the plan can be carried out. You can try to capture it first. Sasuke, Kasame, Sasori, and Deidara, you guys take a break for a while and then immediately go to support Kakuzu and the others. Make sure to complete the capture later. Nagato dispatched almost all of Akatsuki's personnel to Kirigakure, which was enough to show how much he valued the next plan. He only needed to fully prepare for the capture of 9 Tails. Then, I will prepare to go to the Iron Country to participate in the 5-cage tournament. Please continue to invite Ziu and the others to come with me. Yelan said casually that Ziu was a very good tool, and he also appeared in the war with the Land of Grass. Other ninja villages also gradually got to know of this person. Tiandao nodded slightly and agreed to this. I don't know when a black cat climbed onto Yelan's body, and he was teasing the other party with some dried fish. Failed. Yelan felt a little uncomfortable for a moment because of Zai's handsome face and old-fashioned words. It's decided now, I'll leave first. Sasuke and the others also left to support Kakuzu and the others, leaving only Pain and Konan in the room. Konan is one step closer to our ideal. If Yahiko were still here, he would probably be happy. I'm going to take care of some personal matters first. Let Zhu and the others go directly to the Iron Country. I'll meet them there. Yelan held the black cat in his arms and waved his hands at everyone. Instead of being afraid of this, he felt relieved. Even if he died, Yelan would probably inherit his will and carry out their plan. Tiandao watched Yelan leave in silence. After he captured 8 tails and 2 tails, he could feel that Yelan's edge could no longer be hidden. Hey, don't make decisions on your own. Not everyone can teach me puppetry. The white Zetsu in front of him began to change, but Orochimaru's soul could not be summoned at all, and in the end it just turned into a pool of mud. He came to the place where Orochimaru died and squatted down. Only a pool of blood was left here. Orochimaru's body had disappeared long ago. Yelan tapped it lightly with his fingers, closed his eyes, and began to sense. This is not an empty statement. Recently, there have been fewer and fewer letters from Konoha. Ever since Yuyan launched the war, everyone in Konoha has been under strict surveillance. Leaving only these words, Yelan's figure disappeared from the spot, and it was not even clear which direction he was heading. Yelan knocked his head and said, "No, the people we left behind in Yuyan may have been monitored by Konoha." What are you thinking of now, kids? Sasuke said doubtfully, "It's still early, it won't take that long to get to the Iron Kingdom." Yelan searched in Tian country for a long time and only frowned when he found traces left after a great war, especially the fluctuations of natural energy remaining in the air. After the others left, Pain also put down his burden and spoke calmly. The illusions of Kakuzu and Hidden also disappeared, probably going to capture 6 tails. Orochimaru, do you also have the time to give up Sasuke's Sharingan and go after Albedo instead? When the materials were ready, Albedo started the technique directly. Albedo looked grimly at the mud in front of him. Scorpion was very unhappy with Yelan's attitude of often making decisions on his own, especially when he felt that every decision he made was right. This feeling became even stronger. Yelan smiled at Zai. After practicing natural energy, he always felt that this guy had a strong aura of death. He felt better only after he found some things for him to do. Konan, will this alert Konoha? After defeating Orochimaru, Albedo took away Orochimaru's body. He was quite concerned about Tobirama's departure. The only way to cancel the impure world reincarnation was to let the caster cancel it himself, so he wanted to use Orochimaru's cells to reimpure Orochimaru. As someone who knows Yahiko better, Konan doesn't want to say whether he will be happy or not, but when she sees that everything in Aimgakure is getting better, she naturally supports Nagato's ideals more. To her, this is everything. What do you mean by an idea I have? Our people don't have to do anything. They will become chaotic on their own, then your apprentice will be here, Scorpion. Leaving so early, aren't you going with Zhu and the others? Once Tsunade goes to attend the 5-cage conference, Konoha will become empty. We can take the opportunity to evacuate all the people staying in Konoha. The surrounding trees, weeds, and air currents began to respond to Yelan's perception. The invisible natural energy in the air emitted a faint induction, giving Yelan a clue. After a long while, he opened his eyes and whispered, "Nagato, we will succeed." Shikamaru returned home after finishing a day's work, and as soon as he entered the house, he saw his father packing things. Although he talked less and less with his father recently, Shikamaru still took a few glances at him with concern. When he saw that he had neatly put away some tools and ninja tools, he said in surprise, "You're going out on a mission. You should know that the position of Jonin squad leader rarely takes the initiative to go out of the village to perform tasks. Usually he helps the Hokage deal with some things in the village." However, Shikamaru's mind worked quickly, and he guessed something immediately after thinking about what had happened in the village recently. "Are you going to join the 5-cage tournament with Lady Tsunade?" Shikaku stopped packing up his ninja tools, turned to look at Shikamaru, and sighed at the distant look in his eyes. "That's right, it's me and Hei who will be participating in the 5-cage tournament with Hokage-sama this time." Shikamaru didn't expect Tsunade to choose these two people. Shikaku and Hei both held important positions in Konoha. Now he felt that he and Asuma had more pressure to guard the village. Shikaku saw through his son's thoughts and walked up to him and spoke, "Don't be too stressed. If you have any questions, ask Asuma. If that doesn't work, you can always ask Choza. The Akatsuki organization will never attack Konoha directly, no matter how brave they are." Just keep an eye on those people from the Rain country. Shikamaru looked at his father's worried face and opened his mouth, but in the end no words came out. In fact, the people from the Rain country are very honest at the moment. Instead, there have been many conflicts among the villagers around Konoha. Because they have more wages in their hands, they are more confident in speaking, and more people are drinking and making trouble. The reason why he has been working so late every day recently is because of this. It seems that the wages have increased, and the number of workers who used to work honestly has decreased. Seeing that his son had no desire to talk to him more, Shikaku had no choice but to give him a warning. Shikamaru, you must remember that you are always a ninja of Konoha, and you must consider the interests of Konoha. After saying that, he continued packing his luggage without caring about Shikamaru's expression. The next day, Shikamaru watched Tsunade and the others leave. Many people came to the farewell ceremony alone. Looking at the momentum, they thought that Tsunade had won a victory. All right, just send it here. We're going there to negotiate. Why are we making such a mess? Tsunade also said with dissatisfaction that the village has money, but it cannot be wasted like this. What are they doing here if they don't work? Don't say that, Tsuna-chan. This is everyone's idea. The 5-cage tournament hasn't been held for a long time. We must not let other villages look down on us. Koharu's shout of rotating dormitories almost gave Tsunade goosebumps. She wanted to blame her but held back when she saw the cheerful faces of the advisors. Lujiu, Haiye, hurry up and leave. In the end, she could only tell the 2 Jonin who followed her to leave quickly. After the farce, everyone started working as usual. Shikamaru also returned to the factory area to start working, but he stopped when he passed by the stall. The stall was fully stocked with tools, but no one was there. Shikamaru thought the other party had left for something, but at this time a sound was heard from the alley not far from the stall. Shikamaru curiously moved over, but heard some scolding as soon as he entered. Later I learned how cruelly your husband exploited us. He even dared to deduct the wages paid by the village. Say nothing to her, ask her to pay back the money. I heard that she received a lot of pension after her son died. That's right, I saw you guys making a lot of money setting up a stall here. Return the money now. Don't be like this, let's discuss everything properly. Shikamaru recognized the voice as the wife of the injured worker Aquan, and there was fear in her tone. It's none of your business, get out of here, my husband is a cripple. There was a loud crash and it seemed as if Aquan's wife was pushed aside. Hey guys, this woman is actually pretty good looking. She likes to meddle in other people's business, so let her have a taste of my power. An obscene voice sounded, causing Shikamaru to quicken his pace. What do you want to do? If you have anything to say, come to me. It has nothing to do with her. Shikamaru rarely showed a hint of murderous intent. He already felt a little guilty towards Ryasuke's family. He didn't expect that he was too embarrassed to get close to them again, which made others have ideas about them. Shikamaru then turned around and looked at the 2 thin women. When he saw Akan's wife out of the corner of his eye, he took off his coat and handed it to her. The other 2 were frightened and tried to run away, but Shikamaru ignored them and just put his hands on the wall. Shikamaru was almost laughing out of anger, and regardless of the ninja rules, he swung his fist and hit the opponent. Embarrassed by being looked at by Shikamaru, the man tidied up his messy hair, but this allowed the sharp-eyed Shikamaru to see the bruise on his wrist. Just as a tragedy was about to happen, Shikamaru yelled. Perhaps because she had more experience, Ryasuke's wife no longer cared that Akan's wife was naked, and quickly grabbed Shikamaru, who was full of murderous intent. Seeing this scene, Shikamaru felt furious for the first time. Why did he fight for their interests? They actually did such a beastly thing. Master Shikamaru, don't. Tusk, you are no longer a foreman, see how arrogant you are. Didn't your ninja son die anyway? Aquan's wife hurriedly thanked him as she was shocked by what had just happened. What do you want to do? Shikamaru remained silent. He knew that Ryasuke had withheld workers' wages in the past. He remembered that he had seen these men on the construction site before, and it seemed that Ryasuke's family was not in the right. Drunk. However, Shikamaru felt that letting the other party go was too easy, so he did not remove the ninjutsu, but just looked at Ryasuke's wife with some doubts. Let them go, after all, nothing has happened to us, and we were the ones who owed the money first. He grabbed the other person and questioned him. The dark alley was filled with shadows, and shadows with darker colors emerged from between his fingers. As for the family secret technique, he didn't even need to cast hand seals to release this lowest level of shadow ninjutsu, and the 2 ordinary people who were escaping were directly frozen in place. 3 tall and strong men were pushing 2 weak women, and Aquan's wife, who was pushed down, had most of her clothes torn off. It was at this time that Shikamaru began to look at Aquan's wife, wondering how this family had become like this. Only then did these people stop what they were doing and look back in the direction of the sound. The voice belonged to Ryasuke's wife. Ordinary people could not withstand his punch. One punch could directly break two of their back teeth. The leading man also felt something was wrong when he saw Shikamaru's look. Shikamaru's position and reputation had spread throughout the factory area, and the workers here would be seeking death if they went against him. You finally spoke up. You were just pretending to be dumb. Can we stop it? Give me your money back. Do you know that you can be put in jail for 10 years for your actions? Dear Lord Shikamaru, we drank too much, we were just joking. After being pulled by Ryasuke's wife, Shikamaru's eyes suddenly became clear. The ninja code does not allow attacking ordinary people. At this moment, Shikamaru has violated a taboo, Ryasuke said shamefully. Who beat you up like this? Hearing the other party's tone asking for money, Ryasuke's wife held the other person's hand tightly and then loosened it. These men crawled out of the alley as if they had been pardoned. Get out of here. Thinking of this, Shikamaru retracted his ninjutsu and spoke to the men. Shikamaru looked at the bruises on the other person's hands and asked without thinking. Did they just do this? Ryasuke's wife wanted to withdraw her grabbed hand, but she was obviously not as strong as Shikamaru, so she hurriedly said, I accidentally injured myself, and it has nothing to do with the person just now. Rolling up the other person's sleeves, he found that the bruises on his arms were indeed different in degree and were not caused at the same time. But Shikamaru really couldn't figure out how it could be like this. Master Shikamaru, thank you for your help, but I think I should go back and start my stall. Ryasuke's wife did not dare to look into Shikamaru's eyes and struggled to say. The other party didn't want to say anything, so Shikamaru couldn't force the other party, so he had to let go of the other party. Ryasuke's wife helped Kwan's wife, who had not yet come to her senses, and said, We will return your clothes to you after cleaning them. Thank you very much this time. Shikamaru stood there for a long time thinking about it, but had no idea. He had just left the alley when he saw Asuma leaning against the wall and smoking a cigarette. Shikamaru, you shouldn't do anything, just restrain them. Asuma blew out a puff of smoke and said that just now he saw a few embarrassed workers running out. When he came here, he clearly felt the breath of chakra, which meant that Shikamaru had taken action against civilians. Then you don't know what they did. Shikamaru held his forehead and said he was very unhappy now and didn't want to listen to Asuma's preaching. It's an iron rule that as a ninja, you can't attack civilians. Asuma said seriously. Shikamaru sighed and told Asuma the entire story of what had just happened. After Asuma heard this, she stopped smoking, and it took her a long time to hold back a sentence. You just let them go. They should be put in jail. This is not abnormal. Asuma himself is a family person, and he must hate this kind of behavior more than others. If he can stand up and walk out, it is because of his mercy. Just seeing Asuma's transformation, Shikamaru didn't feel happy but instead looked gloomy. Hey, why are you unhappy, am I right? Asuma was a little surprised, even though he, a teacher, agreed with the other party. If Asuma insisted on the so-called iron law of ninja, Shikamaru would respect him even though he felt unhappy. But the other party changed his position so easily and trampled the so-called iron law under his feet. Could it be that these things were just for others to hear, or could ninjas of their level ignore these things? Even a good old man like Asuma has this idea. You can imagine what the entire Konoha ninja thinks. It's like the top management of Konoha can easily arrange a task to let Ryasuke's son die. If you take action directly, you will harm your compatriots, but if you fail to complete the task, you are not capable enough and cannot blame others. The more he thought about it, the sadder Shikamaru felt. For the first time, he felt how difficult it was to manage a department. These things were never taught in the ninja school, and he could only rely on him to explore bit by bit. Returning to the barbecue stall, he found a corner and sat down alone without disturbing the busy Ino and Choji. As soon as I sat down, I saw a familiar black cat holding a barbecue and eating it. Shikamaru remembered who this guy was and asked, I remember correctly that you are Senior Yelan's psychic beast, right? Naraku pricked up his ears and glanced at the visitor. When he saw that Choji was not chasing him, he lowered his guard and said lazily, Yes, what do you want from me? I would like to ask you to help me get some information. Shikamaru still wanted to find out what caused Ryasuke's wife's injury. If he inquired by himself, he might not be able to find out anything. He didn't want to tell others that Naraku in front of him was the best cat choice. After all, who would care about a cat? No. Before Shikamaru could mention anything, Naraku shook his head. What a joke. Why should Shikamaru, a Konoha ninja, help him by himself? Next time I will bring you 2 bags of Konoha's special dried fish. Shikamaru held out 2 fingers and said, Naraku paused while eating and then his two cat eyes sparkled like gems. Deal, what's up? I want you to find out what happened to Ryasuke's family recently, especially how his wife got injured. Who is Ryasuke? Yeah, it's the burrito shop across from the barbecue stall. Shikamaru then realized that Naraku might not even know who Ryasuke was. But unexpectedly, Naraku shook his tail and said, "Oh, you mean that family? I know about this. He beat his wife himself. I heard it when I passed by his house last time in the middle of the night. I saw that man came home drunk, and his wife seemed to have mentioned something like gambling, so that might be the reason." Shikamaru realized that he had said something wrong and apologized immediately, and compensated him with an extra bag of dried fish. This information was too important to him. What happened? Well, when we went to collect the debt, we were discovered by Master Shikamaru, and Master Ninja should be able to guess it. It's okay, we still have to do it. If it doesn't work, we can find the other person's home next time. You should know where he lives. Shikamaru didn't expect that Ryasuke would later develop a gambling addiction, which would explain why their family couldn't pay off their debts. In the worst case, they might even lose all their son's pension. After the three men left, Tekuno regained his friendly expression and spoke in a low voice. Yes, I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but something really happened here. Why don't we just forget about the money? Ryasuke's family is really pitiful. Didn't you say not to come to me for everything? Gambling, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? The leader of the three spoke in a veiled manner, and Shikamaru's punch was really fierce. Tekuno asked directly. Tekuno sneered disdainfully. How could such a little brat deserve such a title? He thought for a moment and said, "But I advise you not to interfere in this kind of thing. Even though I'm a cat, I know better than to meddle in other people's affairs." If Shikamaru were here, he would definitely recognize who this man is. He is the leader of Ryasuke's sons, Chūnin Tekuno. Naraku looked at Shikamaru with disgust. Shikamaru-sama, heh. The three of them hardly dared to look up. How could the other party, who looked so kind, have such a vicious mind? Wasn't this pushing them into a dead end? Tekuno looked at the few people in confusion. As a guy who had climbed up from a commoner to a Jonin step by step, he definitely had a lot of experience. These people didn't seem like sympathetic people. Why would they say such things today? Just do what you are told. Why waste so much time talking? You can't blame me, Honda. I also received orders from above. It's all for Konoha. Fortunately, Naraku didn't care too much. He was satisfied with Shikamaru's understanding and continued. You're so weird, huh? I'm Yelan's summoned beast, not yours, and don't forget that Yelan and Konoha are enemies. Besides, you didn't ask me. Naraku said cautiously. I've told you what's going on. You can't lose any of my dried fish. The leader felt really ashamed that it was his men who lost their minds for a moment and made Shikamaru angry. Naraku said nonchalantly that as a cat he really didn't understand the complex emotions of humans. Shikamaru gave a bitter smile. What Naraku said was true. He really didn't know where to start. Should he give money? But gamblers are bottomless pits. Even Lady Tsunade, who became Hokage, still bought lottery tickets regularly. It was too difficult to quit this thing. The three people who were taught a lesson by Shikamaru did not go back to the factory to continue working, nor did they report the incident to the patrol team. Instead, they found a ninja who had gained some weight. Tekuno's face darkened, Jonin's aura emanated from him, and the three of them nodded quickly and didn't dare to ask any more questions. This person was wearing a vest that only Konoha Jonin had and a forehead protector, and he looked at the people with disgust. Ninja-sama, this is not good. Shikamaru also went to Ryasuke's house. They were obviously a loving couple. How could it become like this? It seems that the injuries are serious. Got it, I'll buy it for you later, but why did it happen to her husband? A group of people from Konoha came to a beach in the land of water, where the hidden mist ninja had been waiting for a long time. Thank you very much for Konoha's support. You have worked hard along the way. One of Kirigakure's Jonin stepped forward and greeted Kakashi, who was leading the group. You're welcome. How is Six Tails Jinchuriki doing now? Kakashi got straight to the point. Now was not the time for small talk. The Jonin of Kirigakure said with great regret, as soon as Master Mizukage left the village, Yudaka was attacked. I'm afraid it has been captured by the Akatsuki organization now. So soon, we were already prepared. Who are the people sent by the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at Kirigakure, he would be in hell. He had already lost one of the two-tailed beasts. Because he is a Jinchuriki, Yugao's relationship with the village is not good, and he has always acted alone. The people from the Akatsuki organization are members that we have never seen before, and their specific abilities are unknown to us. Kirigakure Jonin said with some shame that after Terumi Mei took away Chijuro and Aoki, there were really no capable masters left in the village. Only a few Kirigakure advisory elders were left to barely keep the village in order, otherwise they would not have asked Konoha for help. Kakashi didn't want to blame the other party too much, as it was their own business. At most, he would just mutter in his heart that Kirigakure was unreliable. Without further ado, now only the soon-to-be-resurrected Three Tails can be fought for. So when exactly is Three Tails? We have already calculated the exact time. It will be 1 week from now in the afternoon. Three Tails will be resurrected in this area of water. Kirigakure Jonin said with a serious face that the time had been accurately calculated, and there would be no problem. So are you ready for Jinchuriki's choice? Sealing the Three Tails is not an easy task. According to Tsunede's plan, the pre-engraved seal scroll was given to Uchiha Kurenai, who led a team of several ninjas with better chakra control to seal the Three Tails. But the choice of Jinchuriki was made by Kirigakure. This has been prepared a long time ago. Liulai, come here. A girl with short blonde hair came over under the introduction of Kirigakure Jonin. She was probably around 20 years old, but her baby face made her look even younger. Her purple pupils gave people a mysterious feeling. She greeted the group of people from Konoha timidly. Hello everyone, I am Goji Liulai. Goji's you are. Hearing this last name, Kakashi realized something. The fourth Mizukige's name was Karatachi Yagura. This girl obviously had the same last name as Mizukige. Yes, Ruri is the niece of Lord Yagura. As the Jinchuriki of Three Tails, she is the most suitable person for the village at the moment. Kirigakure Jonin explained that there was indeed no more suitable candidate in the village right now. All you need to do is be prepared, then make some arrangements. Always be on guard against any suspicious persons approaching. Kakashi gave a few more instructions, and then led Konoha and the others to prepare to set up camp. It would take another week for Three Tails to be resurrected. Kakashi said as the others took out tents and other things to prepare to set up camp. Don't bother, I'll leave Yamato to you. Several students who had never met Yamato looked at this unfamiliar Konoha Jonin. Yamato smiled and put his hands together. Leave it to me, wood-style four-pillar house. Several wooden strips quickly emerged from the flat land, and after continuous entanglement and assembly, they directly formed a two-story house. As expected of Master Yamato, you can even do this kind of technique. Naruto said excitedly. Compared to houses, tents are really inferior. Awesome, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so convenient. You exclaimed as it was the first time he saw wood style being used. Everyone come one by one, each class will live in a house, but you still need to prepare bedding and other things. I can't make these things out of thin air. Yamato continued to cast four-pillar house, and a total of 3 houses appeared directly in front of them, so he could live with Kakashi and his group. The Kirigakure ninja in the distance was also surprised when he saw the changes here. Konoha actually has such a convenient jutsu. Is Naruto practicing any new moves? Damn it, why is it so difficult? Keeping the Rasengan stable and injecting wind jutsu at the same time is basically multitasking. How can I do it? Yamato didn't want the Akatsuki organization's people to come and Naruto to go berserk at the same time, because that would be a big trouble. This method of cultivation is really messy. Naruto got permission and took Yamato, who wanted to rest, to the beach. An expression of envy flashed in Liulai's purple pupils. Hinata, Naruto-kun really works hard. After a long time, seeing that it was time for dinner, Yamato spoke. Sure, but you'd better stay away and ask Yamato to come with you. Kirigakure Jonin was relatively familiar with this, but they did not expect that the wood style, which was rumored to have been lost, would be shown to the world again. But it's still difficult for Naruto to integrate wind jutsu into the Rasengan. It's okay, I have you, Mr. Yamato, I just need to take the last step. It should be done soon. Kakashi took one look and turned back to the house. With Yamato around, he didn't need to worry too much. That's right, Naruto worked very hard when he was in the village. He has been practicing for quite some time. It is said that he has learned about the changes in the nature of chakra, and he even consulted Asuma-sensei for this. Are you okay? Nature change. Has Naruto reached this point? Damn it, he has been practicing secretly by himself without anyone noticing. Naruto lay on the ground tired and a little depressed. Kai instantly understood what Naruto wanted to do, and in a sense Kakashi was right. Teacher Kakashi, since the mission hasn't started yet, I'll just continue to practice ninjutsu. After getting ready, Naruto went straight to Kakashi. He only had one step left in his ninjutsu training. While they were talking, Naruto divided dozens of shadow clones into groups of 2 and began to roll the balls, adding wind-style attributes to the Rasengan while rolling them. You mean Naruto wants to add nature change to the Rasengan? Hong also saw why Naruto used Shadow Clone to practice, and only Naruto could do this method. Ye, who knew something about it, showed a look of astonishment. Lee, who had a good relationship with Naruto, asked. As expected, as soon as Naruto added wind-style chakra, the extremely unstable Rasengan exploded, directly taking away a group of Shadow Clone. Don't think too much. It's still unknown whether Naruto's training will be successful. What he wants to do now is not even done by the 4th Hokage. Naruto, you'd better be careful during the mission. The constant failures made Naruto make no progress at all. After watching for a while, everyone started to busy themselves with their own things, leaving only Naruto and Yamato still there. Naruto, let's stop here for today. It's getting dark. This is probably the wood style left behind by the 1st Hokage. This bloodline limit has a strong suppressive effect on the tailed beasts. It seems that this mission is relatively appropriate. At this time, a handkerchief was handed over. Naruto raised his head and looked at the other person. It was the person he had just met, Ruri Gajira. Kakashi poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. Sakura explained. Naruto chuckled. Looking at the other person's cute face, Naruto blushed rarely, took the handkerchief and said thank you. Yamato was a little wary at first, but after thinking about the other party's identity and the relationship between Kirigakure and Konoha, he did not stop him. You are Konoha's Jinchuriki, right? I didn't expect you to train so hard. Naruto felt the other party's kindness, wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief and said firmly, that's because I have something I must do. I'm still too weak now and I must make myself stronger. Leoli looked at the boy in front of her who was a little younger than herself, and was somewhat surprised that this guy was completely different from some of the Jinchuriki she had heard of. He is optimistic, sunny, hardworking, and strong. It is obvious that his companions have a good relationship with him. He is completely different from other Jinchuriki. Even her uncle only revealed his identity as Jinchuriki after he became Mizukage. Perhaps out of worry about the future, or perhaps out of curiosity about how Naruto did it, Leoli couldn't help but approach Naruto. Naruto is your name, right? How did you manage to make the people in the village recognize you? Leoli couldn't help but ask this question. Naruto adjusted the forehead protector on his head and said with a smile. Because my goal is to become Hokage. To become Hokage, doesn't it mean that others must recognize me? I'm still far from that now. Naruto can only get recognition from his classmates and some teachers now, but not the support of the whole village. Hokage. Leoli didn't expect that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would give her such an answer. The only people who could serve as Kage and Jinchuriki were her uncle and Gaara of Sunagakure, and this was all due to some coincidences. Yagura concealed his identity, and Gaara did so because there was really no one else who could take on the responsibility. It would be much more difficult for Naruto to become Hokage in Konoha, which is full of experts, than these two. But before I become Hokage, I must do one thing, which is to bring back a guy who made a mistake. Naruto said angrily. Sasuke's silent departure was a huge blow to him. Even his own companions did not recognize him, so how could he dare to gain the recognition of the entire village? Is that guy you're talking about a member of the Uchiha Clan? Leoli asked curiously. At that time, the news about Uchiha leaving Konoha had spread throughout the 5 major countries, and the gossip reported in the newspapers was flying all over the place. How do you know? Do you know anything about Sasuke? Naruto said excitedly, grabbing Ruri's shoulders. Leoli was caught off guard by Naruto. The smell of the boy's youthful hormones penetrated her nostrils, but fortunately she still reacted. Actually, I don't know much about Uchiha. I only know what's in the newspapers. Naruto, come back for dinners. But at this moment, Kakashi's voice sounded from the side, and he looked at Yamato with a little resentment in his eyes. Yamato looked confused, not knowing what he had done wrong. I've heard about Sasuke. Naruto said unhappily. People have said it's just gossip. This kind of gossip is the most untrustworthy. I'm talking about Miss Leoli, right? Kakashi looked at Leoli kindly, and the smile in his eyes made Leoli feel pressured, so she could only speak. Mr. Kakashi, you are right. These are just rumors and cannot be trusted. All right. Finally, Naruto reluctantly followed Kakashi back to the room, but Kakashi stayed behind and gave a few more instructions to the Chūnin of Kirigakure. In the next few days, Naruto still took time to practice, and Ruri came to visit Naruto from time to time, which made Miss Hinata look at her with some discomfort. But Ruri never talked about Uchiha again. Naruto, you idiot, can't you do both at the same time? You need to let your body form natural muscle memory. Neji opened his Byakugan and watched Naruto's training and said, as a genius who trained himself to become a kite. After a few days of observation, he also figured out the principles of Naruto's ninjutsu. That's easy to say. Naruto was a little discouraged, seeing that the time for Three Tails' resurrection was getting closer and closer, but he still hadn't made any progress. The chakra in his body gradually ran out, and the negative emotions in his heart became more and more. Nine Tails' chakra could no longer be suppressed, and red chakra began to emerge on his body. Wood-style four-pillar prison. Yamato was not surprised and quickly used wood-style, creating a cell made of trees to lock Naruto inside. Well, that's not the case. If I want to look to the left and right at the same time, I can use Shadow Clone. Naruto, you really surprised me. Yamato stretched out his palm, which had the word Chinese letter engraved on it, and slapped it directly on Naruto's chest. With the help of the necklace left by the first generation, he slowly suppressed the power of Nine Tails, leaving Naruto shirtless. Kakashi said comfortingly as he crouched down next to Naruto. Leoli couldn't help but worry when she saw the runaway Naruto. It was the first time that Naruto went berserk in front of so many people, and his mentality was a little broken. It's called Raisen Shuriken. But I haven't made any progress in such a long time. I really don't know what to do. How can a person do two things at the same time? Kakashi really didn't expect that his consolation would actually make Naruto open up. Although it was still very small, the prototype of this ninjutsu had already been revealed. All right, everyone go get busy and let Naruto rest for a while. Naruto, have you thought of a name for this jutsu? Seeing that Naruto had almost completed his technique, and that its power was indeed beyond the level of ordinary ninjutsu, Kakashi asked with a smile. 10th Edict on Enlightenment. Don't you think this is the way to do it? The main body condenses chakra, one shadow clone controls the stability of the Rasengan, and the last shadow clone injects wind style. The number of tails began to increase rapidly and directly turned into 3 tails. The violent chakra surprised everyone who had never seen a tailed beast. Naruto put away his smile. His hard work had finally paid off, and a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. Then the two of them collided their Rasengans, and Kakashi's Rasengan was completely consumed by Naruto's Rasengan as soon as they made contact, followed by a violent explosion. I know, Mr. Kakashi. Some people might be able to do it, but this definitely does not include the straightforward Naruto. It is still too difficult for him to do such a thing. The sea water at the beach was blown into huge waves. Others thought that Akatsuki's people launched an attack and looked in Naruto's direction. Naruto watched Kakashi's demonstration, and his originally dim eyes brightened up. Kakashi dispersed the crowd, trying to save some face for his students. The originally calm Rasengan began to emit a low and sharp humming sound, and the appearance of the Rasengan also changed, beginning to take on a blade-like shape. As the sea water went down, only Naruto's laughter could be heard. Both the master and the disciple were covered in dust and stood in the big pit created by the explosion in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Don't say that about yourself, Naruto. I believe you can do it. Isn't your goal to become Hokage? Is this the power of the tailed beast? Naruto jumped up and used his recovered chakra to cast Shadow Clone. Unlike before, this time there were 2 Shadow Clones, a total of 3 people including the original one. Mr. Kakashi, am I a failure? Kakashi said as he cast a Shadow Clone while looking to the left and right. Okay, then try it with a normal Rasengan. Hey, Mr. Kakashi, let me try out the power. After hearing this, his classmates left the place one after another, and Naruto regained consciousness. The Rasengan also appeared in Kakashi's hand, and with his current chakra, it would take no effort to use this technique. Naruto smiled happily as he watched the Rasengan gradually stabilize in his hand. In a busy market in Tianjiguo, a young man with long black hair and fair skin was buying something. You're really hard to find. I just didn't expect you to turn out like this, Orochimaru. A boy with the same black hair appeared behind the boy. He looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. I didn't expect that I would be discovered by you after I became like this, Yelan. The tone of the boy with long black hair was totally inconsistent with his appearance, and instead sounded a bit old-fashioned. These 2 people are the dead Orochimaru and Yelan who is looking for him. The other party looked around and said, "This is not the place to talk, come with me." Yelan then followed the other party to a house, which was not very large. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru lived here like an ordinary person. So what are you thinking about now? Abido is the reason for your current situation. Orochimaru, who changed his body, did not feel as cold to Yelan, but became more peaceful. My experiment has been completed in a sense. I had to use this technique when facing death. It is a more perfect technique than the reincarnation technique. Orochimaru on the opposite side very politely poured Yelan a cup of tea. The Orochimaru in the past would never do this. Are you just going to take this loss? Where's Sharingan? Are you not interested in this anymore? Hearing that the other party had no intention of causing trouble for Abido again, Yelan felt very confused. The other party gave Yelan a very strange feeling. The feedback from the natural energy was obviously correct, which made him doubt whether the person in front of him was Orochimaru. That was Orochimaru's business and it actually has nothing to do with me. Besides, it was Orochimaru's fate to die like this. My name is no longer Orochimaru. It is my new name. I hope Yelanjun will call me that in the future. This confused Yelan. Even with his blue star thinking ability, he couldn't figure it out. Seeing that the other party still had questions, he explained softly. Originally, this experiment was only in the theoretical stage, but Abido's trick forced me to use this trump card. After my body was destroyed by Abido, my remaining cells carried Orochimaru's memories and reincarnated into this current body. He clenched his thin arms. This new body was like a blank sheet of paper. It was artificially cultivated by him. Ethically speaking, it was an artificial human without any parents. In other words, you just accepted Orochimaru's memories. You can say he is Orochimaru or not. Yelan understood it. If he was a native of this world, it would not be easy to fully understand it. As expected, Yelan-kun, you only need 2 sentences to understand it. You can think so I don't want to get involved in anything about Orochimaru anymore. For now, I just want to live a peaceful life. Although he says that he is not Orochimaru, his way of thinking is exactly the same as Orochimaru's personality. So what exactly did Yelan-kun want to talk to me about? You're not just here to confirm whether Orochimaru is dead or not, are you? In fact, the current relationship between Orochimaru and Mikoto cannot be explained in just a few words. There is another indispensable factor for the successful reincarnation. That is, it is difficult for Mikoto, as an artificial human, to have a soul. What remains of Orochimaru is not only his memories, but also his soul, which is also mixed with this body. I was curious about you, a scoundrel. I found you only for information about Abido. I guess Abido found you not long after he left Akatsuki. C's expression didn't change at all when listening to Yelan's teasing, as if he was talking about an irrelevant person. He thought for a while and said, because it has not been long since I was reincarnated, all my memories have not been fully restored. I have only kept the most recent memories. If you want to ask about Abido, I will answer truthfully. If you want to ask about Abido, I can tell you that he did find me not long after you joined Akatsuki. But Orochimaru only knew his true identity shortly before his death. Sure enough, there are some differences. If it were Orochimaru, he would never tell me the information so directly. Everything always has a price, Yelan asked, looking at C in front of him who was much younger than himself. What do I have to give in exchange? C shook his head and said, Yelanjun doesn't need to pay anything, just don't tell other people my information. I don't want to be disturbed. Yelan looked at the other person again. He didn't expect that the other person would be so kind. It made him feel a little unreal. He continued speaking regardless of Yelan's strange expression. In order to deal with Abido, Orochimaru recently unsealed the Shiki and took back his arm. He also freed the souls of 4 modern Hokage and used the impure world reincarnation to fight against Abido. As expected, no one should be underestimated. Orochimaru is truly a genius to some extent. Most ninjas in this world who want to become stronger simply follow the old paths left by their predecessors, which have traces to follow. Orochimaru has forged his own path without any experience, which is something no one else can do. The word genius cannot even describe Orochimaru's talent. The material for impure world reincarnation is a creature called White Zetsu. Yelan-kun should have seen them in the Akatsuki organization. They have a strong vitality and are very useful for both artificial human experiments and as materials for impure world reincarnation. The strength of a ninja that comes out of the impure world reincarnation is infinitely close to that of the one before him. Yelan had also heard Shisui say this. The strength of Mido and Hazuki Huinyu that Sasuke and Kasame encountered was not comparable to that of ordinary people. They were definitely stronger than before. See, Giant Yelan didn't interrupt him and continued speaking. It's just a pity that Senju Hashirama was too powerful, and Orochimaru was completely unable to control him, so he was killed by Abido later. It briefly describes the course of the battle, Abido's impure world reincarnation of several ninjas, and the Senju Tabarama's final impure world reincarnation. leaving the battlefield with the bodies of several Hokage. So Senju Hashirama only attacked once from beginning to end, and only this time did Albedo have to use Izanagi to avoid death. He knew that Albedo had taken back Kakashi's Sharingan. Albedo was already able to activate Susanoo, and judging by the description, it was at least the third stage of Susanoo. Even the Senju Hashirama with such an impure world body could suppress him easily. If he had used all his strength, Albedo would definitely not have had a chance of survival. But now it seems that the other party is too Buddhist, and it is completely unimaginable how he founded Konoha. He nodded. This was the situation. He didn't know anything else and he didn't care much about the subsequent developments. Thank you very much for the information. If nothing unexpected happens, Tobirama, the second Hokage, may return to Konoha. If that's the case, it will be difficult to capture Nine Tails. Yelan scratched his head, wondering how the impure world reincarnation technique was invented. He didn't feel much when it brought convenience to him, but when he knew that the other party had such a powerful backup, he became a little puzzled. Yelan-kun, I've always been curious about what the purpose of your Akatsuki organization is now. I feel that everything in Yuyan has changed a lot since you joined Akatsuki. The only thing that makes Michai curious now is Yelan's current purpose. Even though Yelan has deliberately restrained his momentum, Michai has already seen that the other party's aura is even more powerful than what Orochimaru remembered, and is not inferior to Senju Hashirama at all. When answering C's question, Yelan asked a question in return. Forget it, Mikoto, you have absorbed Orochimaru's memories. Do you feel the chaos of this world? After the birth of ninjas, this chaos became even more intense. In particular, the system of daimyo and ninja villages made me feel deformed. This was the first time he showed a shocked expression after seeing Yelan. He even stopped drinking tea. He didn't expect Yelan to think about this. Your goal is to re-establish a new order. That's right, especially since violent organizations like ninjas actually get paid in the form of missions and rely on daimyo to exist. This model will only increase disputes and tragedies between countries. There is no need for ninjas to exist, so when I left Konoha, I chose to destroy the forehead protector instead of leaving a mark on it. C looked at Yelan again. He was right, Yelan did not have any symbol of the ninja village from head to toe. Except for the Akatsuki robe draped over his body, which was somewhat conspicuous, there was no sign that he was a ninja. His idea is very clear. Whether a person can use chakra or escape techniques has no direct relationship with whether he is a ninja. Those samurai also use chakra, but they never call themselves ninjas. Chakra is not exclusive to ninjas. What a bold idea. Albedo said that you were bound by your clan. Now it seems that your generosity is totally unmatched by others. C couldn't help but admire that even a product of his transcendence of ethics like him had never stepped out of the boundaries of a ninja. Yelan's ideas were completely different from theirs. But if you want to succeed in doing this, you will be at odds with the entire ninja world. Are you ready, Yelan-kun? The information he wanted had been obtained. Yelan stood up and said without stopping, I came to see you just for the sake of convenience. My destination is the Iron Kingdom. Well, thank you for the hospitality. See you again sometime in the future, C. At the moment, it seems that the other party poses no threat to him. If it were not for Orochimaru, Yelan would have wanted to recruit the other party to Akatsuki. Then let me wait and see, Lord Yelan. C looked at Yelan, who was gradually going away. For the first time, this body felt a little excited. He wanted to see what changes Yelan would bring to the world. Tsunade and the others left Konoha at the same time. Yamanaka Heiei, a perception ninja, gave the two of them a look. Tsunade, who had noticed something, rushed to a shadowy place, jumped high, and kicked the ground in front of her to pieces. Who's sneaking around? Tsunade didn't feel like she had hit the target, and she shouted loudly that anyone who dared to ambush the Hokage and others was definitely not an ordinary person. Zio gang, how come you are like this after not seeing you for so many years? The helpless voice sounded with a hint of doting. Deidara also thought that even if he didn't dare to boast that he could bring out 3 tails, he still remembered Kakashi's lightning style last time, and he must not face him again this time. At this moment, all 3 groups of Akatsuki organization members have gathered. This is Akatsuki's first large-scale collective action, so it is still a bit inconvenient. As expected of you, big brother Scorpion. You really have a way. Kakuzu thought for a while and pointed out the key point. Otherwise, they could just wait for the people from Konoha to leave before capturing Jinchuriki. Scorpion's plan was simple and effective, giving Akatsuki and others who were thinking of how to force a breakthrough new ideas. Hidden said unhappily, Scorpion's plan was perfect. The involvement of the four of them would definitely make Konoha and others very alert. Sasuke and Deidara could easily end the battle quickly by taking advantage of their air superiority. Hey, Three Tails is our share, so we're just going to play a role in this. Before Shikaku and Hei could react, Tsunade stood there in a daze looking at the newcomer in disbelief. Shut up, Hidden. As long as the plan can be completed, the leader doesn't care whether there is a share or not. The Hidden Mist Village is in such a mess. They can't even keep their own tailed beasts under control, and they're still asking Konoha's people to come over for support. It's not an exaggeration to say that the opponent's lineup is ready for a small war. Kakuzu, as the most stable person in Akatsuki, knows that since the opponent dares to release Nine Tails Jinchuriki, they will not be easily defeated. Since the other party wants to seal Three Tails, they must have a candidate for Jinchuriki. We just need to deal with Jinchuriki after the other party has completed the seal. Hidden said excitedly he didn't care about the titles of these Jonin. To him who had an immortal body, anyone was the same. Deidara raised his shoulder and a small white bird landed on it. He was now in charge of reconnaissance, and he knew exactly how many people had come to Konoha. Hearing that Naruto was also here, Sasuke's pupils rarely showed a slight fluctuation. Is he finally going to face his former partner? This is when we need to play to our strengths. As soon as the seal is completed, we will launch an offensive from the outside to distract the attention, while Sasuke and Deidara will break through from the air. Sasuke, is it okay for you to suppress the Jinchuriki you just sealed with your Sharingan? The key is how do we deal with Three Tails now? Even though the other side's personnel are not strong, it is definitely impossible for them to approach Three Tails quietly. The people of Konoha seem to have set up sealing barriers. The leader is a female Jonin. I remember her name is Yuhai Kurenai. The leaders seem to be Hate Kakashi, Might Guy, and there seems to be another Jonin who can use wood style. The others are insignificant minor characters. Oh, and Nine Tails Jinchuriki is here too. Kakuzu said as he looked at the Kirigakure ninja standing alert in the distance. Deidara, stop talking nonsense, who is coming to Konoha. Fool, just follow the leader's plan. Our main target is Three Tails. As for Nine Tails, we'll have to act according to circumstances. Sasuke said confidently that for those who were not perfect Jinchuriki, Mangekyo's Genjutsu was fully capable of suppressing them. The sealing squad will not be very strong. Deidara, you distract them. Once Sasuke captures the Jinchuriki, retreat immediately. We will leave after receiving the signal. Then the plan to capture Three Tails will be complete. Six Tails has also been sealed, and only Three Tails and Nine Tails are left. Nine Tails is here too, so we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Kakuzu directly reprimanded that everything he was doing now was for the organization. This is a simple thing. Deidara said with a smile, it's a pity that he was still thinking about how to capture Three Tails artistically. In the end, he might as well just wait and see. After all, Kasame is in the same group with him. Sasuke interrupted Deidara, who was about to continue his mockery. Kasame's face looked a little unhappy. After all, he was from Kirigakure, and Kirigakure had no one they could use. He was also the first among the 5 major ninja villages to ask for the help of the allies to seal the tailed beast. This plan is good, but if we want to take Jinchuriki away, we still need to force a breakthrough in the end. You know, the 5-cage conference is about to be held, and they are still waiting for our news. But Scorpio also has ways to deal with it, he said directly. Just as everyone was silently thinking about the plan, Scorpion opened his mouth. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Naruto and the 2 shadow clones held a huge Rasengan with sharp wind blades on it, and the high-frequency buzzing sound was a bit harsh. Throwing it out with a swing of the hand, the entire sea surface was like being cut by a huge blade. And finally a huge explosion occurred, with the splashing waves reaching tens of meters high. Naruto let the waves hit his body and his ninjutsu was finally completed. Teacher Kakashi, my jutsu is complete. Naruto said with a laugh, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Kakashi smiled and hugged the student who was coming towards him. He really liked Naruto more and more. He vaguely saw the shadow of his teacher in Naruto. Naruto-kun, congratulations on finally succeeding. You are truly amazing to be able to create this kind of jutsu at this age. Kujururi also became familiar with Naruto, and she was telling the truth. She had never seen a wind jutsu with such great power, which was enough to split the sea water. I don't even want to be Hokage, I'm still a long way from that. Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly. Nothing could satisfy his joy better than the praise from others. However, the attentive Kakashi noticed that Naruto's hand was shaking uncontrollably, so he grabbed it and said, Naruto, your palm is seriously injured. Is it the effect of wind jutsu? Naruto's palms were covered with scars caused by wind escape, and that was the reason why he was shaking all the time. It's okay, I guess I'll be fine after a rest. Naruto said nonchalantly he believed that his physical condition would be fine after a good night's sleep. Don't take it lightly. I heard Asuma say that it's easy to hurt yourself when practicing wind escape. Let's ask Sakura to take a look. Kakashi ignored Naruto's struggle and pulled him towards Sakura. Naruto had no choice but to say goodbye to Leolai. Naruto is amazing, he finally completed this technique. Sakura, who didn't understand what was going on, quickly congratulated them when she saw them coming, and the other people watching also sighed. Please don't say anything about congratulations. Sakura, please check on Naruto's injuries first. Kakashi directly stated his purpose. When Sakura heard that there was something wrong with Naruto's arm, she began to do her job as a medical ninja. She didn't take it too seriously at first, but after careful observation her expression became more and more serious. Is everything alright, Sakura? This injury is nothing. Naruto still spoke carelessly, but when the others saw Sakura's expression, their hearts sank. Naruto, you should not use this technique anymore. Sakura spoke with difficulty. She really didn't want to hit Naruto, but as a doctor she had to open her mouth. Huh. Why? Another way is to train your body to the point where it is not vulnerable to this wind escape technique. Then you can use your Rasen Shuriken. Sakura told the truth, which was why she couldn't bear to tell the truth. When Naruto heard that this proposal was also rejected by Kakashi, he didn't know what to do and complained. As far as I know, there is another way in the ninja world that can quickly increase the strength of the body, and that is Jiraiya-sama's Seijutsu. He told me that your natural energy training has never been completed. If you succeed in practicing Seijutsu, not only will your physical fitness improve, but your Rasen Shuriken will also be more powerful. A light appeared in Naruto's eyes. It turned out that his teacher was reliable. Naruto looked around and saw that all his companions looked at him with sympathy, but this was not the result he wanted. Teacher Kakashi, I know you have a solution. Tell me now. Seijutsu, Kakashi said without waiting for Naruto to answer. Unless you can master the wind style to the extent like Yelan and completely wrap your body with the wind style without getting hurt, as far as I know, no one else in the ninja world can do that except him. I once suspected that it was the power of his Mangekyou Sharingan. But you don't need to reach that level, you just need to make the wind style not hurt your arm. Zio Lee also said excitedly that he would be happy to train with Naruto. Teacher Kakashi, what should I do then? Naruto still couldn't accept the fact, otherwise what was the point of working so hard for so long? Kakashi provides 2 solutions in total, both of which are effective, but neither is easy to implement. Kakashi revealed his plan. If Naruto's Sage Jutsu is completed and combined with the Rasen Shuriken technique, Naruto's strength will instantly rise to a higher level, and he might even surpass himself. No, this injury has penetrated deep into your muscle tissue. Even Lady Tsunade cannot completely heal this injury. No, you all know my physical condition. I'll be fine the next day after a good night's sleep. Don't worry. Sakura has already seen that although the power of wind escape is so great, it will also hurt oneself. And the cutting property will also cause irreversible damage to Naruto's body. I finally created the Rasen Shuriken, but now I am asked to give up. Naruto, come train with me, I will definitely make your body extremely strong. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder in comfort. Naruto, this technique puts a lot of strain on your arm. It's not obvious now, but over time the wind escape technique will destroy your entire arm. In the end, your hand may be completely scrapped. No, there is actually a solution. There was confusion in Naruto's eyes. No matter how stupid he was, he understood that the two sides were now in a hostile relationship, and asking the other party for advice was simply talking in his sleep. Come on, Naruto, I believe you will surpass the 4th Hokage. Brother Yelan's. Kakashi also understood the reason at this time. Although he didn't know medical ninjutsu, he could still find a way after knowing the reason. Is there no other way? At this time, Kai also spoke up and said that he also liked Naruto very much, and he would not refuse if he could help him. Naruto's anxious heart began to calm down slowly. In the end, he had to start all over again. Practicing Sage Jutsu at that time was already a headache for him. Pointing out the direction for Naruto to move forward, Kakashi's training with Naruto this time has officially ended. From now on, he can only rely on himself. Kai, this won't work. Practicing taijutsu is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires accumulation over time. Naruto can't spend too much time on this. We don't have much time left. That's right, Naruto, come train with us. Naruto, don't get excited yet. Listen to what Sakura has to say. Kakashi gave the answer. When he knew that Yelan defeated Raikage, he suspected that Raikage had suffered a lot from this. The matter is almost resolved. Let's resume Sage Jutsu training after this mission is over. Kakashi then looked at everyone in Konoha. Tomorrow is when Three Tails will be resurrected. We must be extremely careful. Kurenai, is everything ready? Hong's palm unconsciously rested on her lower abdomen. It's ready. As long as no one interferes, the seal of the tailed beast can be completed in a quarter of an hour. Okay, then everyone should rest early. We will return to Konoha immediately after completing the mission. I don't know how the 5-cage conference is going. Konoha has sent out so many people this time. There is no reason why the mission cannot be completed. In order to convene the 5-cage conference, the Raikage specially chose the Iron Kingdom, a neutral country, and as the general of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune served as the representative to preside over the meeting. The 4 village cages have arrived at their destination and are resting in the rooms prepared by the Iron Kingdom. Only Tsunade has not arrived yet. What the hell is Hokage doing? How can you be late for something like this? Onoki muttered in dissatisfaction while sitting in the conference room. He was unhappy with the cooperation between Konoha and Aimgakure, and he was also wary of Aimgakure's development in recent years. Not to mention the disappearance of 4 Tails and 5 Tails had already cast a shadow over him. Don't worry, old man, the Hokage must have been delayed along the way. Kirigakure is Konoha's ally, and it took a lot of effort for the other party to seal 3 Tails this time. It is reasonable for Terumi May to say a few words for Konoha. The people of Konoha are so unreliable that they can't even control their own ninjas. They went to Kirigakure and made a scene. I must skin that guy alive. Raikage now has a broken leg and can only move around with the help of a prosthetic limb. It is a luxury for him to reach his previous speed. You hot-tempered boy, you are indeed not as good as your father. You can't even deal with a rebellious ninja. As the mortal enemy of Kirigakure, Onoki is merciless with his words. What did you say? The Raikage got angry and the 2 guards behind him both stepped forward, because with Darui dead, his guards now became Samui and Zai. Stop it, we are here to solve the problem, not to quarrel. Gaara's sand was also stirring, trying to stop the 2 of them. Grunge. Oh Onoki, you should be thankful that I didn't kill your son and granddaughter. Otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here leisurely now. Yelan, who was facing Onoki, was unmoved. A chakra that was no less powerful than Onoki's burst out from his body, like a surging sea or a violent thunder. As Tsunade entered the room, she clasped her hands together and apologized repeatedly. There were also 2 ninjas following behind her. This was the rule of the 5-cage conference. Everyone could only bring 2 guards. Only then did Onoki come to his senses and his momentum faltered. After all, this was not his own territory. If he took action himself, he would be in the wrong. For a moment, he was actually tricked by the other party. Seeing the people from Aimgakure coming, Onoki ignored the Raikage and pretended to be ignorant and asked directly. Sir Tsuchikage, please restrain yourself. Mr. Arashiba is the representative of the Hidden Rain Village. It was the Hokage who suggested that he participate in the 5-cage tournament. I think I have told you all that. Onoki felt a little depressed after being scolded. He realized that there was no way he could argue with this kid, so he simply ignored him. Raikage, I'm here to solve this matter. Uchiha Yelan has joined the Akatsuki organization as a traitor, and the Akatsuki organization is now the enemy we need to solve. While we are holding a meeting here, the Akatsuki people have already started to attack 3 Tails. At this time, Tsunade, whom everyone had been thinking about, finally arrived. Sorry, there was an accident on the way, so I kept you waiting. Senju Tabarama, who was hiding in the cloak, also looked at Lan Yi twice. He didn't know why this boy made him feel very uncomfortable. Even Onoki, who had been acting calm all this time, couldn't stand it anymore. How could he expose someone's scars? The aura of her petite body continued to rise as she spoke angrily. He calmly took Zhu and Liang to their seats. It is worth mentioning that the person sitting in the main seat this time was Yelan. Onoki also calmed down, as if he had just learned about this, and then he looked at Yelan deeply. As soon as Tsunade's butt touched the bench, the Raikage pointed at her and yelled. Mifune, who had been pretending to be deaf and dumb, finally spoke. He had no choice but to let the topic be brought up on himself. If he didn't speak, others would question their status as a neutral country. He casually wore a Yuyan forehead protector around his waist, and his hair was combed back, leaving only a tuft of bangs in front of his forehead. He was Yelan in disguise, and his current appearance was the disguise he had in Konoha, Lan Yi. Kai Tu and Hai Tu beside him were also staring at each other. Hai-Tu also would not forget the fact that he was captured by the other side and flames could be seen in his eyes. Yelan sneered and answered the question irrelevantly. Arrogant. If not arrogant, are you still young? But Yelan was not forgiving in his words. After being blocked by Chūnin, he could not fight anymore, and the chakra that erupted was also retracted into his body. As soon as this person walked in, Yelan's attention was attracted to him. His perception ability has surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. The natural energy in the air can capture information that others are completely imperceptible to. At this moment, the door of the room opened again. Others thought that representatives from Konoha had arrived, but they saw that the leader was a handsome man. Oh, my memory is not so good now that I'm old. I think that's the case. This feeling couldn't be wrong. It was the aura of a ninja who was resurrected from the impure world reincarnation. Combined with Mi's information, he already had an idea of who the person was. Facing the Raikage's verbal battle, Tsunade calmly rolled up her hair. Yelan did not explain why Yu Yin came here. It was obvious that the other party was just pretending to be confused. If he explained, he would fall into the other party's trap. Everyone knows one of them. He is Narashikaku, the famous think tank of Konoha, while the other one is wearing a big cloak and his appearance cannot be seen clearly. After all, Onoki is a veteran ninja, and his prestige and aura are not comparable to these young ninjas. Terumi Mei and Gaara, who have never had much contact with Onoki, are secretly shocked. Faced with Onoki's sarcasm, representatives from other ninja villages surprisingly did not speak up for Kirigakure. Even Terumi Mei, who liked handsome guys, just stared at Yelan's face and admired him. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words, kid. Why are the guys from Kirigakure here too? I remember it was the 5-cage tournament. How are they qualified to participate? What you want to fight? This is the land of iron. I don't mind, but is it really okay to disrespect Mr. Mifune like this? Hawkage, how do you manage the village? You can't even control your own people. My brother and the wooden golem were all captured by Uchiha Yelan. Boy, it's not unfair that Hyuntu lost to you. It seems that Hanzo has someone to succeed him, but young man, don't be too arrogant. At some point in the afternoon of the next day, a huge creature suddenly appeared on the calm sea level. It looks a bit like a turtle, but its shell is covered with thorns and it has 3 huge tails. Three Tails Isabu is finally resurrected. The Konoha ninjas who had been prepared for a long time immediately launched the sealing techniques. This technique was led by Uchiha Clan, assisted by Hinata and Sakura, 2 female ninjas with relatively good chakra control. When sealing techniques is unfolded, it is like a huge formation enveloping 3 tails. The newly resurrected 3 Tails encountered such a scene as soon as it appeared. Even if it had a pretty good personality, it would feel a little irritable, struggling back and forth with its huge body, and roaring unwillingly. Isabu calmed down. As a candidate for Jinchuriki, Liuli was naturally among the sealing techniques. She mustered up the courage to walk up to 3 Tails and shout out his real name. When 3 Tails heard its name being called, it slowly calmed down and looked at the girl at its feet. A familiar breath poured into its mind. Yagura. Isabu still has fresh memories of the first person who reached an agreement with him and became the perfect Jinchuriki. But both guys were unlucky. After being targeted by Madara and Albedo, their lives never stopped. The appearance of the girl in front of her was obviously similar to Yagura's, and the memories of getting along with Yagura began to emerge. Perhaps because he was used to his fate, Isabu seemed to accept the fact that he was sealed again, and his uneasy expression calmed down. Does this solve it? Naruto sat outside the sealed barriers when he saw 3 Tails, who was no longer angry. It seems that the situation is going well. All we have to do is wait. Kakashi didn't let down his guard at all, knowing that the real test would come next. Bang. A blue airflow suddenly appeared on the outer defense line, and a dull explosion sounded directly. Hatake Jonin, enemy attack. According to intelligence, it is someone from the Akatsuki organization. A Kirigakure ninja quickly ran over from the outer defense line. Do you know who it is from the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi didn't rush directly to support him. Kaiban was in charge of the outer defense line, so he didn't have to worry too much. However, the Kirigakure ninja who came looked a little frightened. A total of 4 ninjas were dispatched by the Akatsuki organization. 2 of them are Kasame Kasame and Akasaka Scorpion, who had previously shared information. The identities of the other 2 are not yet known. 4. When Naruto heard this, he immediately wanted to go to support. Last time, they had a hard time dealing with 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, not to mention the rare appearance of 4 people on the other side. But Kakashi grabbed Naruto, and the sudden attack made him feel something was wrong. Deidara, who previously teamed up with Scorpion, has not yet appeared, and according to what Asuma said, it was Sasuke who teamed up with Kasame. Please, you Kirigakure people must resist the opponent's offensive with all your strength. The seal here is the most important thing. We can't leave yet. However, our Kirigakure people have already suffered a lot of casualties, so all we can do is delay. The ninjas who came to report from Kirigakure looked ugly, as if they were risking their lives. This is your business, isn't it? Kakashi's attitude also became tougher, knowing that he must not be merciful at this time. Kirigakure's ninja's face changed. He also knew that if Kakashi and others gave up their job, they would be in big trouble. Seeing that the other party was silent, Kakashi's face softened and he said comfortingly, "As far as I know, the two ninjas who teamed up with Hoshigaki Kasame and Sasori are capable of flying. It seems that they have not appeared yet. If we go to support them, we may fall into their trap." "You haven't forgotten that Yelan's summoned beast is a falcon, right?" Naruto said in surprise. "Are you saying that Brother Yelan is back?" Several black earth devils appeared around Kakuzu, and each of their masks opened their mouths at the same time towards Kai, and he spoke slowly. Kakuzu and Hidden teamed up to deal with Kai. You must know that while Konoha was collecting intelligence on the Akatsuki organization, Yelan had already informed all members of the Akatsuki organization of all the information about Konoha. Kai, who kept shouting about youth, was also annoyed by the other party. It was obvious that this guy was poor in physical skills and had no decent ninjutsu, but he relied on his immortality and stuck to him like a taffy. Kakuzu didn't care about Hidden, who was in the middle of the battle and attacked with his own people. "I hope my worries are unnecessary." Kai was entangled and could only rely on his physical body to withstand it. Fortunately, his defense ability was greatly enhanced after the seventh gate was opened. However, if this continued, the time he could maintain the 8 gates escape armor would become shorter and shorter. A violent storm passed by, and the sharp blades in the air cut through everything around, and the place instantly became a mess. Kakashi looked up at the sky, ignoring the sounds of fighting in the distance. From the corner of his eye, Kai saw that several of his students were suppressed by Scorpion and could not even raise their heads. It was very difficult for them to resist, and the people from Kirigakure were completely dealt with by Kasame alone. A blue air cannon hit the opposing ninja, and with the arrival of a large number of personnel from the Akatsuki organization, he opened the 7th gate right away. Even though Kai opened 7 gates, he only made Kakuzu take a few steps back and did not cause any injuries at all. Wind escape pressure. Fire style hard work. Daytime tiger. It feels so good. Try harder. As long as Yelan knew it, he knew the characteristics of all the ninjas in Konoha, including Kai. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, the Kirigakure ninja's expression looked better. It was another extremely powerful wind escape, with a wide range and a fast speed. Naruto asked after the other party returned to the defense line. Kai moved at high speed and dodged the fire-style attack. Since he couldn't deal with Hidden, he decided to start with Kakuzu. A high-speed flying kick was sent towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu clasped his hands together and his arms turned directly black, using the earth style to harden his body. It's just that the opponent in front of him is really the type that he has trouble dealing with. It was the first time that Naruto knew this information. When he heard that Yelan directly defeated the Raikage, his heart trembled. He was no longer a student who had just graduated from the ninja school, so he knew how important the word Raikage was. The ninja who was hit by the Day Tiger had his body twisted beyond recognition, but he didn't care about the visible injuries and stood up again with a playful smile on his face. "It looks like you've been abandoned. If he really comes here, we'll be in big trouble. He just defeated the Raikage a while ago and captured the 8 tails and the 2 tails right under his nose." After Kakuzu retreated, Hidden took over the position and continued to attack Kai with his scythe. Hidden said with a satisfied look on his face. At the beginning, Kasame was eager to deal with Guy, but was stopped by Kakuzu and Sasori. His technique was most convenient for dealing with those miscellaneous soldiers of Kirigakure. "There is no one who can support me now." Kakashi first instructed Kiba and Shino, who were guarding the SEAL personnel, to pay special attention to the situation in the air, and then casually answered Naruto's question. "Teacher Kakashi, who else is the ninja who has the ability to fly besides Deidara we met last time?" "I understand, Hatake Jonin, we will fight to the death to hold each other back." Of course, Kai would not be affected by Kakuzu's words. The relationship between the two was simply that of comrades in arms. There must be a reason why Kakashi did not come to support him. Seeing that Kai ignored him, Kakuzu didn't continue talking nonsense and used fire-style and wind-style ninjutsu at the same time. I saw the raging and ferocious flames sweeping over like an overwhelming wave. Wherever the flames went, the air seemed to be ignited, making crackling sounds and billowing thick smoke rising into the sky. This astonishing scene caused the ninjas who were fighting fiercely on other battlefields to look sideways, and several of Kai's students couldn't help but care about their teacher. Facing the overwhelming sea of fire, Kai did not take a step back. The blue airflow made his hair stand up. He got into a punching posture and fired another air cannon that was even more powerful than before. The blue and white daytime tiger was not afraid of the flames at all. It directly rushed out a gap. Relying on this gap, Kai passed directly through the sea of fire. Such a powerful escape technique did not hurt him at all. However, the Hiruzen that flew through the sea of fire failed to hit Kakuzu, who had dodged the attack, and both sides were unable to defeat the other for a while. In the distance, Three Tails roared once again, attracting the attention of both parties who were originally on guard. We could see that Three Tails' huge body was slowly shrinking, and everyone knew that the seal was about to be completed. Mission accomplished. Before Kai could breathe a sigh of relief, a loud eagle cry resounded across the battlefield. A strong wind blew and two shadows flew overhead. When Kai looked up again, he saw the figure he hadn't seen for a long time, which made him feel something was wrong. Sasuke. Neji, who had the best observation skills, saw Deidara sitting on a big white bird in the sky and Sasuke sitting on a huge falcon. Looking at his classmates who were setting below, Sasuke opened the Sharingan without any emotion and did not stop at all. So there are more than 4 of you, are there 6 people in total? Kai asked in a deep voice. Who knows, maybe we still have someone else. Kakuzu would not reveal his information to the other party. Knowing how difficult the other party was, he let Faden stick to him again. Three Tails has been sealed. No matter how you plan, it will be useless. With a kick that sent Hidden Sickle flying, Kai thought the plan was halfway accomplished, not to mention that Kakashi was still standing there. I thought of just letting you guys resist, but how long can you hold out? Kai's face changed and he looked at the other 2 battles. Tenten had already thrown all his ninja tools, and apart from being exhausted, he didn't cause any harm to Scorpion. It was only thanks to Neji's insight and Rock Lee's opening of the 6 gates that he was able to barely hold back Scorpion's steps. The situation in another place was even worse. Kasame, who was already familiar with Kirigakure, acted decisively, and most of the Kirigakure ninjas had been killed. He was very clear about his own situation. If he delayed any further, he might not even be able to maintain the 8 gates Dungia state. Kakashi, hurry up and transfer the Jinchuriki. Kai looked bitter. He could only pray that Kakashi would solve the trouble as soon as possible. Here we go. Even though he had lost the Sharingan, he would not mistake a falcon of that size, and he immediately warned the students. Who is it? Naruto didn't expect that the Akatsuki people would arrive just after the seal was completed. And just as teacher Kakashi said, the other party would attack from the air. The falcon that reached above their heads screamed, and a figure jumped down. Naruto raised his head. The other person was facing away from the sun, so he couldn't see his face clearly, but the familiar feeling made his heart tighten. Oh, it seems you know absolutely nothing. Kakashi remained highly alert. When Deidara appeared, he kept his distance and raised one hand high. A purple electric current shot up into the sky, and a stream of electric current was about to strike Deidara. Sasuke, I was the one who taught you lightning style, and now you can use it to this extent. You have really improved a lot. In an instant, lightning of different colors flashed on the weapons of both sides, and for a while there was no clear winner. Seeing the change in Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi immediately realized that something was wrong and pushed away Naruto, who was still in a daze. Teacher, this is my choice. Seeing that Kakashi did not persuade him like the other people in Konoha, but asked this question, he thought about what had happened to him. Unlike Naruto, who was speechless, Kakashi pulled out a kunai and asked in a low voice, Naruto. Naruto was pushed aside, and before he could react, Kakashi and Sasuke started fighting. Both sides were just exchanging simple physical skills, but the speed was so fast that Naruto couldn't keep up for a while. It was like thousands of birds chirping at the same time. The blue lightning was also like a spear, directly interrupting the rising purple lightning. Deidara passed Kakashi safely. The kunai blocked Sasuke's sudden attack, and the collision between the ninja sword and the kunai made a crisp sound. Kakashi, Naruto, and everyone, long time no see. Purple lightnings. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded, and Naruto saw at first glance the slowly rotating Sharingan in the other person's eyes, and the face that had changed a little. The 3 Magatama in the eyes slowly rotated and finally turned into the shape of a hexagram. Chidori blade. Sasuke, why did you leave the village? I heard that it was a conflict between brother Yelan and some advisors. Can't you persuade brother Yelan? I will persuade Granny Tsune to withdraw your wanted order. Others were still amazed at the other party's chakra control, and a figure just stood on the hilt of the ninja sword. Kakashi did not persuade Sasuke to return to the village. Such naive words were the greatest disrespect to Uchiha. However, he did not expect that the immature Sasuke in his memory had disappeared over the years and turned into such a decisive ninja. Kakashi already felt a little pressure. Sasuke was obviously stronger than 2 years ago. Sasuke doesn't have much respect for his former teacher, and he is very unhappy with Kakashi's ability to see through everything. Sasuke sneered, stood on the water again, pulled out the ninja sword that was stuck on the sea surface and pointed it at Naruto. Sasuke's expression rarely softened, and he raised his head slightly and spoke. You continue to pursue your Hokage dream, and I will choose my own path. Naruto, you haven't improved at all after all these years. You don't understand anything. You don't understand what happened to the Uchiha clan, nor do you understand why there are so many tragedies in this world. Sasuke, is this your choice? Kakashi, do you know that your biggest weakness is that you meddle in other people's affairs? Chidori's sharp gun. Before Sasuke could say anything, Naruto reacted and walked forward with his arms open, looking unguarded. Deidara, who was a step slower, did not come down even though Sasuke had already engaged the opponent and continued to move forward on the big bird. Now that the seal was over, he had seen the Jinchuriki that had just been completed, a girl with light yellow hair. Sasuke, are you really determined? Kunai purple lightnings. The whistling sound of the wind blew his robe. Before he landed on the ground, a ninja sword was first placed on the sea level, with some lightning-style chakra on it, preventing the sword from sinking into the sea. Kakashi-sensei, what are you talking about? Didn't I say I wanted Sasuke to return to the village? After hearing the conversation between the two, Naruto stood up again. But things were completely different from what he expected. Didn't he become stronger through practice, beat Sasuke up, plead with Tsunade and others, and then bring Sasuke back to the village? What does Kakashi-sensei's determined expression mean? At this moment, Naruto's head was already a ball of mush. It's just that both of them ignored Naruto and started handing over again. Purple current and blue lightning vaguely intertwined in the air. Shino and Kiba wanted to step forward to help but were stopped by Kisha. Facing such a huge psychic beast, the two of them had to stop and resist with all their strength. Sasuke, although you have become very skilled in using lightning style, and there is no one more capable than you at this age, your combat experience is far from enough. While fighting with Sasuke, Kakashi secretly formed a seal, and the water under his feet suddenly surged. Sasuke's offensive movements were interrupted by the unstable sea water, and he almost failed to stabilize his body. When he realized that, a large wave had already rushed towards him. This attack caused no damage at all but only made his clothes slightly wet. Sasuke was still wondering why Kakashi was doing these unnecessary actions, but when the purple lightning appeared on the opponent's hand again, he suddenly understood. Water can conduct electricity, Sasuke. You must make full use of the terrain when fighting. As he spoke, Kakashi put his electrified arm directly into the seawater. Sasuke's pupils shrank and he jumped up high to get his feet out of the sea. Kakashi looked at the other party calmly. Sasuke did not have the ability to levitate in the air and would always fall down no matter how high he jumped. But what happened next was beyond Kakashi's expectation. As Sasuke was about to return to the water, a purple skeleton quickly formed under his feet. Through the skeleton, he stood on the water again, isolating Kakashi's current. Susanoo, it must be very difficult for you to use it now. Although Sasuke was already trying his best to hide it, it had not been long since the last time he used Susanoo. Sharingan, who was already a little tired, had not yet recovered, and his pupils were trembling uncontrollably. Kakashi captures exactly this. So what? It's enough to deal with you. Sasuke swung his ninja sword again and charged at Kakashi. Sasuke, do you know, the biggest problem with your character is that you are too confident. Sometimes you will expose your weaknesses inadvertently. If you were much stronger, this would not be a weakness, but you are not enough now. Kakashi calmly blocked Sasuke's attack and grabbed Sasuke's shoulder with his free hand. Kakashi's body began to glow white, and the power of lightning style exploded directly from his body. His lightning style shadow clone. The Susanoo skeleton under his feet was useless now. The huge electric current temporarily paralyzed Sasuke. Kakashi regained his figure and quickly formed seals again. The entire sea area actually began to undulate, and waves several feet high rose directly. If there was a Sharingan, I wouldn't be able to use this technique. Kakashi whispered, controlling the huge waves to rush towards Sasuke. With this kind of force, even a huge ship would be sunk, let alone a human body. However, Sasuke cannot be compared to ordinary people. He is an Uchiha. At the last moment, a dark chakra burst out from Sasuke's body, and the temperature of the air seemed to drop a little. The purple chakra quickly condensed, and a huge body appeared in the surging water. The head formed by the skeleton opened its mouth wide in front of the waves, as if it was roaring. With the blessing of natural energy, the strength of the skeleton increased by one section, and it quickly put on the armor after it was formed. The pair of bows and arrows in Susan's hand were like a shield, blocking his chest to protect Sasuke from harm. Naruto was shocked by Kakashi's ninjutsu and was also surprised by Sasuke's demon-like Susanoo. The warm-up is over. As the waves went down, Sasuke approached Kakashi step by step, and Suzuki also slowly followed his body. Sasuke's hand flashed with blue light again, and the sky became gloomy without anyone noticing. It was the first time that Naruto heard of such a thing. He was a little surprised but couldn't understand it. In his opinion, these things could always be solved as long as they were discussed properly. The only person he cared about was Sasuke, and he had no idea about the Uchiha clan. If you do this, I will have to beat you up and take you back home. Let me show you what it means to create your own technique. Naruto roared unwillingly and created 2 shadow clones again. Seeing Naruto's actions, Kakashi immediately knew what he wanted to do. Sasuke raised his arms high, his eyes devoid of emotion, and spoke calmly as he looked at the bewildered Naruto. Sasuke also did not stop his movements. A tear of blood flowed from his left eye and black flames wrapped around Susanoo's arrow. Let me show you my new technique. Naruto managed to steady himself and looked in Sasuke's direction again. Susanoo looked intact and Sasuke didn't look injured at all. Naruto still didn't give up. Even though he was rejected many times, he didn't want to give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. That's ridiculous. Naruto, you have no idea what our clan has been through. The Uchiha clan was destroyed because of Konoha. Sasuke's voice sounded again, causing Naruto's eyes to become dazed and his hands to stop moving. Sasuke, stop it. Come back to the village with me. Sasuke laughed in anger. He could see at a glance Naruto's current level, and he didn't take his words to heart at all. Naruto took this sentence seriously and decisively separated 2 shadow clones. Damn it, if once isn't enough, try twice, 3 times. Sasuke really couldn't bear to tell the cruel truth. Even when he recalled what he saw at that time, he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't help but vomit. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared in the sky, which startled everyone. Nanashi, who was fighting with Kiba and Shino, seemed to sense something and flew towards Sasuke's head. The black flames carried above ignited the sea water, and for a moment the sea surface turned into a dark purgatory. I saw with my own eyes how those Konoha high-ranking officials framed the Uchiha clan. Even if it was a dead bodies, they would. Naruto yelled and threw the Rasen Shuriken out directly, splitting the seawater into pieces. The squeezed seawater made continuous explosion sounds for a while. That's what you said. Just adding wind jutsu to your father's technique counts as your creation. Naruto clenched his fists. In his opinion, this was the only way at the moment. The exploding water actually formed a rainstorm in the sky. With the help of 2 shadow clones, a huge spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, and the high-frequency buzzing sound made even Sasuke look sideways. Hahaha, sure. If you can do that. But Sasuke in this state is no longer as calm as before, and the time when he activates the Uchiha of Susanoo is often when his emotions fluctuate most violently. Susanoo only made such a simple action of drawing the bow and shooting the arrow, but the black arrow carried a terrifying aura. Naruto, you want to. Susanoo raised the bow in his hand high and aimed it at Naruto, who was still trying to persuade him. The collision between the arrow and the spiral shuriken caused a violent explosion, and the entire area of water seemed to sink a little for a moment. The originally sunny sky turned into dark clouds, and lightning flashed across the sky from time to time. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke, who raised his hand. Thunder and lightning coiled around Sasuke's body like silver snakes. Sasuke's indifferent eyes seemed to see through everything. The thunder and lightning around him also boiled at this moment. His whole figure looked like a god who controlled thunder and lightning. The Chidori in his hand hit the 7 kills straight in the air. The huge body was shining with blue light. Sasuke seemed to have activated some button, and various magical beasts composed of thunder and lightning poked their heads out of the dark clouds. Before this ability to control the power of nature, any level of ninjutsu is like a joke. Damn it, it's just a little louder, 3 wolves. Kiba said, and Akamaru turned into a wolf dog with 3 heads, and rushed towards Sasuke, who was using ninjutsu without believing in evil. Shino and Kakashi were unable to stop them. The huge size of the 3 wolves was no smaller than these thunder behemoths, splashing high seawater and confusing Naruto's sight. But no matter how fast it is, can it be faster than thunder? A strange-looking beast rushed out from the dark clouds and arrived in front of the three wolves while they were still advancing. The three-headed wolf controlled by the teeth showed an anthropomorphic expression, and its bloody mouth did not know what it wanted to say. Without giving him any chance to speak, the giant thunder beast crashed into it. The terrifying thunder and lightning almost penetrated the waves, and Naruto didn't know what happened. When the waves fell, they only saw Kiba and Akamaru who had released their transformation. One person and one dog were completely charred, and they were sinking slowly as they lost consciousness. Shino, who was close, quickly picked up the opponent, and his weak breathing proved that the opponent was still breathing. Seeing the tragic situation of his classmates, Naruto's suppressed mood could no longer be restrained. He ignored the gap between himself and Sasuke and shouted loudly, "Sasuke, how could you do this?" Sasuke, who was in the thunder, looked at Naruto as if he were an idiot, and his cold voice sounded again. "Should I just stand still and let him beat me? I have no choice but to hold on to him before he's dead." But Naruto didn't think so. From his perspective, it was impossible for the teeth to hurt Sasuke. At this moment, the Nine Tails chakra in his body was gradually unable to be suppressed, and bubble-like Nine Tails chakra appeared again on his body. "Naruto, calm down. Sasuke is no longer our companion, he is the enemy now." Kakashi tried to bring Naruto back to his senses, but it had no effect at all. Seeing the tail that was gradually growing on Naruto, Sasuke decided not to hold back any longer, and waved his palm to direct the thunder beasts to rush towards Naruto. "Boy, if you don't want to die, give your body to me." The nine tails in Naruto's body also felt deeply in crisis. He clung to the sealed prison with his two claws and desperately transferred his chakra to Naruto. Naruto just wants power now. He understands that he can't defeat Sasuke on his own now. He is naturally open to Nine Tails chakra. When those giant thunder beasts approached, Four Tails appeared on Naruto. One giant beast bumped into him and directly knocked Four Tails Naruto away. The other giant thunder beasts bit Naruto mercilessly, and for a while, Naruto's tailed beast coat was damaged. Kakashi couldn't control Naruto anymore. In other words, he couldn't protect himself now. Faced with Sasuke's attack, he jumped directly into the water and completely submerged himself to avoid the ravages of these thunders. Yamato was thinking about a solution, but he couldn't just leave these ninjas alone, especially Leoli, who had just sealed the three tails into her body. "Bang, bang, bangs. We will also help teacher Hong so you can go without worry," Hong said with a smile. Logically, she had completed her mission of sealing three tails, but she was too strong-willed to fall behind at this time. Sakura saw the pale Yamato and asked, "Now they have no choice but to hide here." At this time, the enemy's voice was heard. It was Kasame who had dived over after dealing with the Mist Ninja. Then Naruto changed again, jumping over the five tails and turning them into six. White skeletons also grew on his body, making him even more hideous. Thanks to Kakashi for leaving Yamato here and using wood style to create a defensive wood locking wall to protect everyone, everyone is now crowded in the narrow wood locking wall. Yamato's face turned pale all of a sudden. It was already very difficult for him to seal four tails with Naruto, and now he was going berserk again, and the number of tails had become 6. "Okay, everyone, I'll leave this to you." Sakura hugged her shoulders. She was still a little scared after seeing Naruto go berserk. The thunder beast hit the opponent's skeleton and caused clear damage, but the next second these broken skeletons condensed again. Nine Tails' vitality is the best among the tailed beasts. Yamato, who was originally relatively calm, sensed the movement in his palm. When he finally pulled his hand out, he saw a big 6 written on it. Yamato immediately released wood style and jumped into the air, but the clay bomb outside made him a little flustered for a while. Naruto has gone berserk again. The newcomer may be very difficult to deal with. What happened to Mr. Yamato? Hinata, who was worried about Naruto, helped the unconscious Ruri up. Although she didn't say anything, her actions showed her determination. Yamato was still a little hesitant. Kakashi had told him about Hong's current physical condition, otherwise he would not have stayed here. Since 4 tails are not enough, add more. The tempting voice of 9 tails in Naruto's body sounded again, and Naruto got closer and closer to the other party. His attempt to condense the tailed beast Jade was interrupted by a slap from these thunder beasts, and he could only passively defend, unable to even fight back. But before Yamato could finish his words, a crack appeared at the bottom of the wood locking wall, and a huge ninja sword pierced through from below, splitting the entire wood locking wall in two. Sakura also tied her hair up. She knew she couldn't hesitate any longer. Naruto with 4 tails kept roaring like a beast. Even though he was not afraid of being injured and his body could split several claws, he could not withstand the bites of these lifeless thunders. Hinata, who didn't react in time, was directly cut by the ninja sword, and Leoli beside her was also directly cut out of her hand. Yamato told the story and he himself didn't know what to do. Like last time. It's okay, I will personally send Ruri to Kirigakure. After all, I am also a Jonin of Konoha. But your body... It's going really well. It seems that Kirigakure has not only not made any progress over the years, but has even regressed a lot. Six tails. Yamato, go support Naruto and the others, I'll take care of this. Even scarier than last time, this time it has 6 tails. Hong immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and took the initiative to speak up, saying that they couldn't lose 9 tails in order to help Kirigakure seal 3 tails. While Sasuke and Naruto were fighting, Deidara was conducting high-altitude bombing inside the sealed barriers, and the remaining ninjas had no way to deal with him. Before the crowd could see who the enemy was, a huge shark swallowed the unconscious Leoli right in front of them. No, or rather, Naruto is no longer a human being, but a beast who only knows how to destroy. Hinata did not give up because of the injury. When the shark swallowed Ruri, she opened her Byakuyan and clearly saw the shark lurking in the sea, in the direction of Teacher Hong. Hinata pointed in a direction, and the shark swam very fast, about to be out of the range of the Byakugan. Just as Hong was about to leave, there was another violent explosion on the sea surface, and the splashing sea water soaked several people. Kasame, just leave, I'll hold them back, okay? Deidara on the big bird said to Kasame. Then I won't hold back, now only 9 tails is left. I wonder if that Sasuke kid can succeed. Kasame said as he dived back into the water. Yamato wanted to stop him, but the oncoming waves stopped him in his tracks. The opponent had too much of an advantage on the field. Although he could also use water style, the amount of chakra was not on the same level. Besides, Yamato is very worried about Naruto's condition, and chakra cannot be wasted in this place. What to do? There was a strong enemy in front of him, the 3 tails Jinchuriki was lost, and Naruto was in a very bad condition. Yamato was unable to make a choice for a while. Purple lightnings. A purple electric light quickly shot out from the sea water, and the clean electric current directly cut off the big bird in the sky. Kakashi also arrived at this time. Coming out of the sea, his whole body was now soaked, and he had taken off Konoha's Jonin vest, leaving only a black base shirt. Yamato, you go support Naruto. I'll handle this, Hong. You go chase after Kasame, who captured 3 tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi gave orders as soon as he appeared. Even if he stayed with Naruto, he couldn't help much. It would be better to let Yamato go and let him deal with Deidara, who was afraid of lightning style. The appearance of Kakashi also helped the group of ninjas find a backbone. Listening to the other party's orderly arrangements, several people also took action. Really? Sasuke is such an unreliable guy, why did he just let you come here? He said he is not good at dealing with ninjas like you. The wings of the clay bird were cut off and Deidara almost fell down. He quickly used clay to repair it, complaining all the time. I'm so sorry, you'll have to face a ninja like me next. The purple electric current on Kakashi's hand appeared again. The situation was too passive. He could only find the breakthrough point by himself, and the opponent with an obvious weakness was Deidara. The runaway Naruto smashed these thunder beasts into pieces, using all his claws and mouths, and even wanted to swallow these lifeless creatures. Sasuke did not use genjutsu, he wanted to know the limit of Naruto's power. He thought he could still deal with Naruto in this state. Inferno-style flame control. The ability of his right eye began to be used, and a pitch-black spear formed in Suzunu's hand. This spear was made entirely of Amaterasu, and its penetrating power and damage far exceeded Itachi's Amaterasu. 8. Naruto, whose sanity had been eroded, still retained his fighting instinct. He put his hands together to block the samurai sword that was about to chop off his head. As expected, Sasuke did not let him wait for long. He began to madly squeeze Mangekyo's eye power, and combined with the use of natural energy, actually made Suzuno grow a pair of legs. The runaway Naruto seemed to have lost his sense of pain and pulled out his pierced arm. Suzuno is not as big as Yelan's complete form, and he doesn't have heavy armor on his body, just a simple outer coat. The bow and arrow in his hand also disappeared, turning into a huge samurai sword. But how could the little remaining strength stop the completely out-of-control Naruto? A few weak rays of light could not trap him at all. Looking at his exhausted student, Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Go to Naruto to see what's going on. We must not let Naruto get captured." Amaterasu's pain was so painful to the soul that even a runaway Naruto didn't want to endure it any longer, so he immediately let go of his hand. Naruto yelled as he tried to re-engage Sasuke. Your strength is not enough, little devil. Come tear off the seal, only then can you completely free me. This chakra is 9 tails. It seems that Jinchuriki has completely gone berserk. Kasama has almost succeeded. Let's retreat. Teacher Kai, what should we do? Sasuke seized the opportunity, held the katana horizontally, and slashed at an angle again, leaving a shocking mark on Naruto's entire tailed beast coat. The tailed beast coat, which was originally burned by the slightest touch, now looked like paper in front of Sasuke. Since the black flames on his body cannot be extinguished, he will directly peel off the tailed beast's outer coat. The newly condensed outer coat will be even larger, and there will be more bones on the body. At this moment, the number of tails has reached 7. Naruto began to struggle violently. Amaterasu was not a pleasant experience, not to mention this kind of penetrating wound. The black flames began to spread from the wound. This was completely beyond his ability, but even so he still wanted to try, even at the cost of his own life, to reseal the 9 tails in Naruto's body. Kai could only express his helplessness regarding the enemy's departure. He himself was very worried about Naruto now, seeing that the momentum was even more exaggerated than the last time in Sunigakure. But in the next second, the bones on Naruto's tailed beast coat began to break. In a contest of strength, Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast, was no match for Sasuke, who had already used his natural energy. His entire body is becoming more and more like 9 tails, and his size is becoming larger than Sasuke Susanoo. Even Scorpion and others who were fighting couldn't help but look in this direction. As he continued to struggle, cracks began to appear on the huge rock behind him, and finally the entire rock collapsed. The necklace on Naruto's neck began to work at this moment. It seemed to realize that Naruto was in bad condition, and emerald green light began to wrap around Naruto's body. When the opponent was dealing with the last Thunder Beast, Susanoo threw the black spear in his hand fiercely. The huge impact force directly knocked the runaway Naruto away. With just a roar, the necklace left by Hashirama was broken at this moment, and bright red muscles began to grow on the bones of Naruto with 8 tails, and new skin began to appear. Susanoo's huge body was not slow at all. He rushed to Naruto on the seawater and chopped him directly in the face with a knife. A feeling of despair emerged in Yamato's heart, and his expression was distorted at this moment. In Naruto's inner space, 9 Tails' voice became more and more urgent, and the seal on Naruto's stomach had completely loosened. The insightful Kakuzu immediately made the decision to retreat. 9 Tails was held back by Sasuke, and now Konoha's focus must have shifted here. There was no need for them to waste time here. When the others got the message, they also stopped and prepared to leave. It wasn't over yet. The trapped katana emitted a black flame that shot up into the sky, and Amaterasu was used again. The spear pinned one of Naruto's arms, and the inertia carried him away from the sea until his entire body was pinned to a huge rock on the shore. Is this your power, Naruto? The runaway Naruto retreated again and again. 9 Tails chakra poured into his body again. The wound closed immediately, and the reappearing tailed beast coat squeezed down the coat with Amaterasu attached. Sasuke and Susanoo also witnessed this moment. 9 Tails' power was almost fully released, and the huge amount of chakra swept across the entire battlefield. Zio Lee felt pain all over his body at the moment. After releasing the six-door state, he just wanted to take a nap. Naruto already had 8 tails, and Sasuke was completely unable to resist him. Just by being hit by the opponent's claw, most of Susanoo's body was destroyed. You have to know that this was Susanoo that was blessed with natural energy. The huge samurai sword was chopped down, but was broken into 2 pieces by the opponent's slap. Amaterasu's ability was activated, but before the black flames could spread, the beast actually dug out the place where Amaterasu had ignited. After throwing it aside, the wound had healed. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke Susanoo was beaten to pieces. Both of his arms were cut off by the opponent, and one of his Susanoo was cut into a human stick. The Susanoo, which was dozens of meters tall, fell heavily to the ground. Naruto, no should I call him 9 Tails now, leaned over to face Susanoo lying on the ground, and a black-tailed beast ball began to condense in its mouth. Don't be so proud, you're the last one. Even at this point, Sasuke did not want to give up. He used up the last bit of Mangekyo's pupil power, and the entire white of his eye was bloodshot. Genjutsu Mangekyo. Come on, break the last seal and you can bring your friend back. In his inner world, Naruto's eyes were confused, and he was unaware of the big hole in his stomach. He walked slowly towards 9 Tails' cage, his hand already on the seal. Don't touch that thing. A gentle voice sounded, and an extremely fast figure appeared and directly patted Naruto's hand. Naruto's eyesight gradually became clear, and he saw the face of the person in front of him clearly. For a moment he stuttered and was unable to speak. You are. Fourth generation. You damned be ****D. Well, Naruto doesn't need to say anything. Nine Tails has already revealed the other party's identity. This person is Minato Namikaze, who is lurking in Naruto's inner world. Why is fourth generation here? Naruto asked in confusion before he could wrap his mind around it. This matter is a bit complicated, but because you are my son. Minato said as he touched Naruto's head. The son? Naruto, who never knew who his parents were, was even more confused. He was the son of the fourth generation. It seems that third generation has not told you everything. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to another place first. Minato's face turned a little gloomy, not wanting to look at the cursing Nine Tails anymore. He waved his hand, and he and Naruto came to a space filled with light and warmth. You are too impulsive. How could you let the power of Nine Tails erode your heart? Now you must repair the seal first, but you only have this one chance. Minato said with some reproach, and moved his hand lightly on Naruto's stomach, repairing the big hole that had originally appeared. What the hell is going on? Why is fourth generation my dad, and why is Nine Tails in my body? After the seal was completed, Naruto's sluggish nerves finally reacted and he began to ask. That's because on the day you were born, an Uchiha attacked Konoha and released the Nine Tails from your mother's body. For the safety of the village and to prevent the Nine Tails from being lost, I had no choice but to seal the Nine Tails into your body. Minato briefly explained everything that happened when Naruto was born, including the abilities of the mysterious man and the process of his fight with him. But do you know how I have been living these years? Minato smiled, but his expression changed the next second and he spoke in a deep voice. Sasuke, why are you here? Hahaha, I didn't expect something like this to happen, and I didn't expect my dad to be the fourth Hokage. Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes and said firmly. Although he knew that this was the Hokage's responsibility and that he needed to understand the other party, the grievances he had suffered made Naruto shed tears. If he remembered correctly, Sasuke was only a few months older than his son, and his strength had reached this level. Mangekyo was not something that everyone could activate. Sasuke didn't want to explain. After he came to Naruto's inner world, he originally wanted to suppress Nine Tails, but he didn't expect to meet the fourth generation. Thinking of Obaido, this guy who no one knows where he is hiding, Sasuke gets furious. This guy wants to hide, and it would be impossible to find him even if you dig 3 feet into the ground. Minato approached Naruto and wanted to hold his son in his arms. Even though it was only a little bit of his consciousness, he still wanted to do it. 2 years ago, the only 2 remaining members of the Uchiha clan announced their separation from Konoha. Dad, I will definitely do it. I will keep moving forward towards the goal of becoming Hokage. Who is Uchiha Obaido? Naruto also stopped smiling at this moment, and Minato's face became serious. It seemed that too many things happened after his death. Bang! Minato paused when he saw that the other person's eyes were not filled with Magatama. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Naruto. Naruto, you still have to work hard and find the right way to use the power of Nine Tails. You have to make this power a helper for you instead of something that hurts others and yourself. That guest, isn't it bad to disturb the reunion of a father and son? The only thing that comforted Minato was that, no matter what, Naruto didn't seem to have any problems with his personality, and he grew up healthily. And the Uchiha were destroyed. What are you now? Are you a ninja from Konoha? Sasuke said calmly, as if this was nothing out of the ordinary. When Minato heard the name Sasuke, he frowned. It took him a while to remember it, and finally his face turned into a rare look of surprise. Sasuke walked out openly, but his tone was a little unfriendly. A man with a sick mind. Minato looked carefully at Sasuke's clothes. Apart from the Akatsuki robe that made him uncomfortable, he had nothing on his body that could indicate he was a ninja. Naruto didn't know that Obaido had held his childhood self in his arms, but he was considerate enough to put a detonating tag on him. Sasuke, you are Fugaku's son. You have already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan at your age. But Naruto refused and punched him. Naruto looked in the direction where Minato was looking, and a man in an Akatsuki robe actually appeared in his inner world. Fourth generation, the person who attacked Konoha more than a decade ago and caused the death of you and your wife was your student Uchiha Obaido, and he was also the indirect cause of the destruction of Uchiha. Minato never imagined that the person who caused his and Kushina's death was his former student, Uchiha Obaido. Naruto, I'm sorry that I was negligent and made you suffer so much. Are you sure? Minato, who was hit in the lower abdomen by a punch, did not expect that his son would do this. After a brief shock, he felt relieved. They were fighting for their lives 1 second, and the next second Naruto started laughing heartlessly. He hadn't figured out the situation yet. Naruto, I really envy you. You can still see your father, even if it's just a remnant of his spirit. Whether it's Konoha or any other village, any ninja who leaves the village without permission can be considered a traitor. Minato explained that no matter how nice it sounded to leave Konoha, according to the rules he was still a traitor. Uchiha is the founder of Konoha. If you don't leave now, won't you wait until everyone is dead? Instead of being comfortable facing this former Hokage, Sasuke was rather aggressive. I don't know what happened, so I can't give you a direct conclusion. But no matter how perfect the reasons are, the rebel ninja is still an enemy of Konoha. This is the difference between Minato and Naruto as Hokage. As Hokage, ensuring the safety of the village is always his top priority, and his personal feelings can only be put aside. What can you do in your current state, fourth generation? Not to mention that Sasuke's current strength is only his spiritual will. Even if he takes action here, it is still questionable how much strength Minato can exert. Dad, I will bring Sasuke back to the village. He just can't figure it out right now, you have to trust me. Seeing his father and Sasuke arguing, Naruto also spoke up. Naruto. Sasuke suddenly raised his voice. You said your dream was to become Hokage, I always remembered that. Naruto froze, not understanding why Sasuke suddenly brought this up. Everyone has his or her own ideals and pursuits. Just like what you said, doing what you say is your ninja way. My current goal is to revive the Uchiha clan and follow Yelan to change this deformed world. I respect your ideals and goals, but when can you respect me? Stop forcing your ideas on others. Sasuke's words were deafening, revealing Naruto's self-righteous character without reservation. But Sasuke, what you did is wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but I must bring you back to the village. Naruto was a little incoherent after what Sasuke said. From childhood to adulthood, any ninja who grew up in Konoha would subconsciously believe that hurting Konoha is wrong, no matter what the reason is. So Naruto thought that Sasuke leaving the village was the biggest mistake, and everything else could be discussed. Minato waved his hand to stop the somewhat excited Naruto. He was very curious why this child who was about the same age as his son would have such an idea. This is a distorted world. Why do you have such an idea? And who is Yelan? Brother Yelan is Sasuke's cousin. I heard that he was the one who took Sasuke away from Konoha. Naruto answered immediately. He had complicated feelings towards Yelan. He couldn't hate him even though he was his enemy. His rational appearance was not someone he could convince. The Uchiha clan, the other Uchiha survivor you mentioned. Minato realized that the key to the matter might be Uchiha Yelan. He had never heard of this person when he was there. Where did he come from? Yelan made me see the truth about the fall of Uchiha, and also made me understand the decay of Konoha and what kind of profession ninja is. Leaving Konoha was also my own choice, and I am very glad for it. Sasuke recalled what had happened, opened his eyes and looked at Minato again. The other party's identity as Hokage could just confirm some things. Fourth Hokage, as the Hokage of Konoha, you should understand what ninjas are for. Putting aside the cool and gorgeous ninjutsu, ninjas are just tools for the rich to do things for them. Sasuke, I get really mad when you say that. Naruto would not allow Sasuke to slander the noble things in his heart, but Minato remained silent, and in a sense Sasuke was right. Shut up, Naruto, didn't you see that your father agreed? Otherwise, where would the village get its funding from? Otherwise, why would the missions be divided into different levels? Originally, ninjas didn't have any ideals. Assassination, sabotage, and espionage all created tragedies. It's just that you people in power gave it some beautiful ideals, so that those students who just graduated from the ninja school would be willing to carry out missions. Naruto opened his mouth, but when Sasuke gradually revealed the true meaning of being a ninja, all his rebuttals became pale. But before we become ninjas, we are first and foremost human beings. We also have things to protect. Minato would not simply change his position because of some of Sasuke's words, but he was very curious about what Sasuke wanted to do. So what is your purpose after leaving Konoha, or what is your purpose? Minato once again looked at what Sasuke was wearing. Now it seemed that the two Uchiha might have joined some organization after leaving the village. It's time to tell it now. Sasuke raised his head slightly and met Minato's gaze. Break the existing order and redistribute all resources, not just to the ninja villages, but to all the daimyo of the countries, to achieve true unification and prevent chaos from arising at the root. But if you do this, it will also lead to tragedy and war. Would you rather the world remain in chaos, or trade one lifetime of tragedy for 100 lifetimes of peace? The two of them were at loggerheads, neither of them could convince the other. And the two different ideas produced fierce sparks at this moment. No, all of it is wrong. As the two were arguing, Naruto, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. He was no longer as innocent as before, and there was a hint of thought and sadness in his eyes. Sasuke, I won't allow this to happen. As long as I become Hokage, I will prevent all tragedies from happening. I will make this world peaceful again. Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise. He found that the other person's eyes had completely changed. Although he still said innocent words, they were completely different from before. If Naruto was just talking about it briefly before, now he knows the difficulty of this matter, and after recognizing some reality, he still made such a decision. These are two completely different meanings. Naruto seemed to have grown up in an instant. After a moment of surprise, Sasuke smiled with some relief and said lightly, Naruto, if you want to achieve that, becoming Hokage alone is not enough. Then I will surpass all the previous Hokages. I will become a Hokage that Konoha know the whole world can recognize. Naruto stopped trying to persuade Sasuke to return to the village. He somewhat understood what Sasuke was pursuing. Even if he defeated the other party, he could not correct the other party's thinking. He could only start with himself. Naruto, I believe in you. You can do it. Minato smiled with satisfaction, having seen his son's growth with his own eyes. He stopped questioning Sasuke and left these matters to Naruto. Let me wait and see, Naruto. Sasuke turned around. Nine Tails had been sealed again, and there was no need for him to stay here. Naruto looked at Sasuke's back as he left and stretched out his hand to grab him, but he didn't say a word in the end. He withdrew his hand and clenched his fist tightly. In the real world, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. His vision was severely damaged, his pupils could hardly focus, and he could only see a dark area in front of him. Wouldn't it be better if you just used genjutsu earlier? Sasuke felt a familiar voice, and upon closer listening, he realized it was Deidara. Deidara looked at Sasuke with a confused look in his eyes and subconsciously waved his hand in front of him. Seeing that the other party had no reaction, his expression became a little exaggerated. No way, your eyes are not good. Shut up, Deidara, the other side's people are here too. We're not out of danger yet. Scorpion had already taken out the puppet of the third-generation Kazekage and was looking at the people of Konoha across from him with a vigilant expression. Sasuke then realized that the shadow he saw was the color of the Akatsuki organization's clothes. He didn't know when all the members of the Akatsuki organization surrounded him. Kasame, Sasori, Hiden, and Kakuzu all got ready to meet the enemy, and on the opposite side were Kakashi and other Konoha ninjas. Deidara, who was also injured, was now helping Sasuke, who had just woken up. Kakashi and the others also looked nervous. Naruto didn't know why he suddenly stopped transforming into a tailed beast. Looking at Sasuke, who was also unconscious on the opposite side, he guessed that it might be related to the Sharingan. Naruto, what's wrong with you? You scared me to death. Yamato had already made up his mind to seal Nine Tails at all costs, but when he arrived here, he found that Nine Tails was sealed again. He was a little confused. Naruto, it's nothing, I'm just too tired. Sakura came behind Naruto at some point, checked him with medical ninjutsu, and then spoke. Thanks, Sakura, I'm fine. Compared to me, Sasuke. Naruto stood up and looked at Sasuke, who was surrounded by Akatsuki and others. It seemed that Sasuke had also found companions after leaving the village, which made his eyes a little dim. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed. She had just had an inexplicable premonition in her heart and had always been curious about who was fighting with Naruto. Only then did she realize that the figure opposite her was the one she had been thinking about day and night. Naruto, you're lucky this time, otherwise we would have gotten 9 tails and 3 tails this time. Sasuke forced himself to stand up again, his eyes almost blinded, and he couldn't even see Naruto's face clearly. Sasuke, you better rest your body, leave this to us. Kasame said in a low voice. He was still more worried about his partner's health. After all, the two of them were now friends who had risked their lives for each other. Unlike Kasame, Hong's expression was a little ashamed. She did not stop Kasame from escaping, but instead made herself a little embarrassed. Even Hinata was seriously injured. After hearing that 3 Tails was captured, Naruto's eyes became a little dim. Although they had only been together for a few days, he had already developed some feelings for the older sister named Ruri, and Gaara's fate as a Jinchuriki was a lesson for him. Sasuke, do we really have to do this? Is there no other solution? The delusion in his heart has not disappeared, and Naruto still wants to fight for it. Losers have no right to make demands. Naruto, you should put away your naive ideas. Sasuke rejected Naruto mercilessly. The plan to capture the tailed beasts cannot be changed. This is the decision of the Akatsuki organization. Nine Tails' almost complete runaway just now not only shocked Akatsuki, but also terrified the ninjas of Konoha. Upon hearing Kakashi's proposal, Hidden was the first to disagree. He seemed to have no idea what fatigue was. Kakashi walked in front of Naruto, and sensing Naruto's desire he spoke slowly. I saw my father in my inner world. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Scorpion, who had seen Naruto's rampage, also spoke up. Even a fool could see that Sasuke was in such a state that it was impossible for him to deal with Nine Tails. Shut up, Hidden. The mission assigned by the leader has been completed. It doesn't matter if Nine Tails didn't succeed. Teacher Kakashi, I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. Somewhat curious about what happened during the fight with Sasuke, Kakashi asked tentatively. Take it one step at a time, Naruto. As your sensei, I will help you as much as I can. Kakashi was helpless in making this decision. It was Akatsuki's first large-scale operation and he felt it was difficult. Looking at his own combat effectiveness, he realized that he could not put up a strong fight, and if he continued fighting, there would definitely be casualties, which he could not accept. For the first time, Naruto felt the gap between him and Sasuke, and he hated his own weakness so much as never before. Kakuzu, who has always been focused on the mission, does not intend to cause any more trouble. No one knows what the result will be if the fighting continues. The most important thing now is to bring Three Tails back. That's right, let's retreat first. If Nine Tails goes berserk again, we won't be able to deal with him. Kakashi, who had been silent all this time, also made a suggestion. Now he knew that he could not get the Three Tails back, and the most important thing now was to ensure Naruto's safety. What happened, Naruto? Kakashi heaved a sigh of relief only after the other party's figure completely disappeared. This mission was a complete failure. Ah, what did you say? I can still fight for another 3 days and 3 nights. We agree to your proposal, so goodbye, Hade Kakashi. It's not enough, I want to fully master the power of Nine Tails. If I can use the power of Nine Tails, Naruto's expression also became calm, but he was still a little anxious. Naruto shook his head, his eyes becoming more determined. Kakashi turned around and looked at Naruto. He didn't notice it just now, but now he felt that Naruto had suddenly changed a lot. Naruto, you are actually not weak now. I have taught you everything I can. If you want to become stronger, practice Sage Jutsu. Everyone on the other side, can we stop here? I think you guys are almost done with it. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Feiduin was mumbling something, but he had no choice but to listen to everyone. Seeing Naruto's performance, Kakashi was a little surprised. Normally, Naruto would have said something like, no, I can't wait any longer, so why did he calm down? Naruto recalled his previous meeting with his father and a smile reappeared on his face. Kakuzu stopped fighting and spoke, then Kisame grabbed Sasuke, Deidara prepared the clay bird and the group evacuated directly. Now Kakashi can no longer guide Naruto, and the only way left for him to go is Jiraiya's previous training on natural energy. It seems that you have almost finished your discussion. How is it? Naruto looked at the exhausted Kai, the disheveled Hong, and the tired Kakashi. He opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to ask them to do anything else. Sakura looked at the large white bird flying away and tried to chase it for a few steps, but in the end she couldn't even say a word and tears welled up in her eyes. Naruto looked at the dejected crowd and said to Kakashi. Kisame and Deidara also agreed to evacuate. Rely on my current self. My dad just managed to seal Nine Tails with great difficulty, but if he goes berserk again, I might really have to rely on Yamato. Naruto's words made everyone focus on him again. He said with a grin, I know you're trying to lighten the mood, but that joke isn't funny. If your dad is the fourth Hokage, then wouldn't I be? But later on his voice became smaller and smaller, because Kakashi's eyes looking at him had become a little cold. Not only that, the expressions of the other Jonin also became complicated, which made the unsuspecting students realize something. Kakashi grabbed Naruto's shoulders with both hands and said seriously, Naruto, what happened? Why did you meet the fourth generation? Naruto put away his smile and began to relax. Just when I tore the seal of Nine Tails, my father appeared and sealed Nine Tails again, saying that this was the first and last time. After listening to Naruto's account from beginning to end, they also understood how the incident unfolded. Amazing, is this the backup plan that the fourth generation left behind? They actually thought of it so thoroughly. At first Yamato thought it was Sasuke's sharing in that worked, but he didn't expect it was the dead fourth generation member. So Naruto, do you want to become stronger as soon as possible? According to Naruto, Sasuke also appeared in his inner space, and if it weren't for the fourth generation, things might have been even worse. Well, whether you want to change Sasuke's mind or achieve your goal, you have to make yourself stronger. Naruto lost his former innocence and began to consider things practically. I believe you can do it. After all, I am also a student of the fourth generation. A smile appeared in the corner of Kakashi's eyes. Naruto has finally grown up. A sense of familiarity came over Naruto, and he hugged Kakashi tightly like a child who had found his home. Sure enough, I like teacher Kakashi the most. Kakashi was caught off guard by Naruto's move and instead felt a little guilty. I just feel a little sad when I think about the current situation, and I have to report it to Lady Tsunade as soon as possible. Tsunade-sama, didn't you say that this matter should be kept secret? Hearing Tsunade directly reveal the matter of Three Tails, Terumi Mei was a little dissatisfied. It was embarrassing enough to rely on Konoha to recapture Three Tails, and now people from other villages knew about it. I'm sorry, Mizukage, it's just that Akatsuki is too fast. If Three Tails is caught, then only Nine Tails will be left. Tsunade apologized to Terumi Mei in a perfunctory manner, no longer caring about Kirigakure's feelings. What do you mean, Tsunade? Could it be that old Murasaki and Han were also killed? Anoki still didn't know what was going on with his Jinchuriki, and thought that the two of them were having a tantrum and leaving the village again. Tsuchikage, based on the information Konoha has, this may indeed be the case. Tsunade frowned. She would not take the blame for this. Besides, she had tried it before. Yes, we have prepared rooms for everyone. Please take a rest first. Once the Reikage made a move, the others did not show any weakness, and the Kage and guards from each village all sprang into action at once. Kazekage, your actions were a sign of weakness in our time. It turns out that children are the most unreliable. Okay, I see everyone is in a bad mood today. How about this? Let's take a day off first, and then discuss again after everyone has recovered from the fatigue of the journey. There were only representatives from their reign country, and there was no movement in the room. Yelan didn't care about this. When he was about to rest, the ring on his hand began to vibrate, which made his expression change slightly. AI hated being compared to his father the most, so Tsuchikage stopped yelling, slapped the table to pieces, and stood up. Hokage, it's all your fault for being so lax. If the Shikaiju had been launched, these rebellious ninjas wouldn't have had such a big accident. Especially, Onoki's ability to be weird is not weak at all. Gaara, who was sitting next to Yelan, also spoke at this moment. He folded his arms across his chest and sat down again first, setting an example for others. Kankuro could not tolerate anyone looking down on Gaara, not even Tsuchikage. Stop it, Mr. Mifune is right, the people of Yugakure are still here. We don't want to make people feel that we don't have the magnanimity of a great country. I have warned you to pay attention to Akatsuki's movements before. It's you who didn't take it seriously. And the Akatsuki organization is not just a Konoha organization. Sanchuin was also taking advantage of the situation to back off. It seemed that there was no way to talk today, so he quickly let these people calm down. Tsunade also started to act as a peacemaker at this time, and she agreed with Gaara's attitude. You really don't have enough strength and you blame others. Someone barged into the village and you didn't stop him and got seriously injured. If the third Reikage was here, this would never have happened. You be *****D. For a moment, the entire conference became chaotic, and all the ninjas' special moves were ready to be used. As long as there was a little more gunpowder, a war would be inevitable. Once Reikage fired this map cannon, the others couldn't sit still. It sounds good to say that the problem can be solved at the beginning, but the key is that she can't solve it. Everyone, this is the territory of the Iron Nation. If anyone takes action here, they are hostile to the Iron Nation. Everyone calm down. We are here to solve the problem, not to fight. At this point, everyone left and ended the first meeting. Seeing this, Mifune could no longer sit still, and he pulled out his katana, looking at the Reikage with a stern expression. As soon as the 5-cage conference was held, he knew that it would not be concluded in a day or two, and he had already made plans for long-term discussions. There are no members of Kirigakure in the Akatsuki organization. Ultimately, it's because you cages are not managing things properly. Faced with Yelan's lazy look, Reikage was the first one who couldn't sit still. He stood up and released the Thunder Attribute Chakra directly on his body. Although it was only some vague evidence, it was enough for him. Now he just wants to catch the other party and get all the information out of him. Boy, tell me everything you know, or I'll let you experience the wrath of the Reikage. Tsunade was also very unhappy when she saw the Reikage having an attack. This would only anger the other party. What if the other party realized that something was wrong and committed suicide? Then they would get nothing. Tsunade couldn't help but speak. Reikage, calm down, this is just a possibility. We don't have any concrete evidence yet, let's hear what he says first. What qualifications do the people of Yuyan have to speak? A small country should have the awareness of a small country. Don't we have a ninja with perception here? Wouldn't it be better if we just capture him and investigate? We will know everything. Unoki's remarks were merciless. Of course, it was also because of Arashi's defeat of Yellow Earth that he was eager to destroy this hidden rain ninja. Tsuchikage, isn't this too inhumane? If you let the sensory ninja investigate, it may cause irreversible damage if you are not careful. I don't agree with this. Gaara's personality would not allow this kind of thing to happen. He would rather let the other party speak for themselves. Looking at these people who were arguing about how to deal with him before he even spoke, Yelan picked his ears before starting to speak. Hey, what are you talking about? I still don't understand what's going on. Can someone explain it to me? Boy, don't play dumbs. The Reikage took a step forward and was about to attack, but Terumi May stopped him first. Wait a minute, Reikage. Even though I feel uncomfortable seeing him, I still have to give him the right to explain. Terumi May looked at Yelan again. According to the Hokage's information, the Akatsuki organization's hideout is in the Rain Country. Do you have any explanation for this? Has Yuyan reached a cooperation with the Akatsuki organization? Wrong. Yelan shook his head without even thinking about it. When others heard Yelan's decisiveness, they couldn't help but wonder if the Hokage's information was wrong. It was only the next sentence that brought them back to their senses. The Akatsuki organization is not cooperating with Aimgakure, but the person in charge of Aimgakure is the Akatsuki organization. A faint smile appeared on Yelan's lips, which was full of sarcasm. Akatsuki thief. Before the others could react to the successive responses, the Reikage took the lead. A bolt of lightning directly split the large table in the conference room, and his heavy fist smashed directly into Yelan's face. Reikage is still so impulsive. If he kills him, wouldn't it be? Before Onoki could finish his words, the scene in front of him made his jaw drop. He dared to say that except Tsunade, no other cage present would dare to take the attack of the Reikage head-on. But what he saw now was that the Rain Ninja casually raised his hand and directly grasped the Reikage's fist without taking a single step back. Didn't I tell you last time? Do you think you're good at fighting just because you're making so much noise? Reikage's face changed and he wanted to increase the strength of his fist, but suddenly he had no strength left. These familiar words made him feel a little scared. By Tian Gongzhang. The arm holding the opponent suddenly blew up a storm, and the fierce wind blade directly tore the Reikage's Leikai apart, and blood was spilled for the first time in the 5-cage conference. This ability is... Tsunade didn't have time to think about it and looked at Yelan again. At this moment, he still looked like the hidden mist ninja as before. A Mangekyo Sharingan was slowly turning in his eyes, and the Akatsuki robe draped over his body also reappeared. Yelan had returned to his original appearance, Uchiha Yelan. The guy who betrayed her was right in front of her. Tsunade couldn't help but rush over, but there was someone who was faster than her. Senju Tabarama, who was standing closely behind Tsunade, threw a kunai with the flying thunder god marked directly at her the moment he saw the Sharingan, like a shark smelling blood. His muscles were tensed, and all the power of lightning style was concentrated in his fist. This punch was definitely the most powerful punch he had ever thrown in his life. At the same time, the shadow binding technique that Lu Jiu cast on Yelan was easily broken. Only the Reikage who had just been rescued did not hesitate. He recognized the man in front of him as the culprit who caused the loss of Kirigakure. Terumi May has already made her seals and is ready, while Onoki is already floating in the air with the dust style in his hand. When they saw Yelan, fear surged in their hearts for the first time. The lightning was like lightning cutting through the sky, rushing towards Yelan at an astonishing speed. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, others were finally able to see the scene clearly again. Uchiha Yelan, just surrender. You have no chance of winning against the 5-cage at the same time. Tabarama drew out his samurai sword and attacked from behind. He had used this trick to deal with Izuna. At this moment, Yelan's right hand tightly grasped a ninja sword that was flashing with cold light, with traces of blood on the blade. And in his left hand, he held a human head. It was the head of Reikage AI with wide eyes. Even though my body is no longer able to use Lei Kai for a long time, I must seize this rare opportunity to fully stimulate the lightning-style cell activation, so that my hair will stand up like steel needles. Tsunade was still a little soft-hearted after all, and spoke loudly when she saw Yelan who had been bound. Yelan slightly moved his body to let the kunai fly past, and at this time Tabarama's figure appeared directly behind Yelan. It seemed like Yelan had eyes on his back. When the samurai sword was about to pierce his body, he twisted his body strangely and directly deflected Tabarama's attack. Just as the opponent was about to approach, a powerful black chakra suddenly burst out from Yelan's body. This force was like a surging torrent, directly breaking through the sand that Gaara had carefully arranged. Tsuna, hurry up and take care of him. This guy is the second Uchiha Madara. Boy, prepare to die. After fighting with Yelan, Tabarama realized that something was wrong with the other party. He had only seen such a calm attitude in Uchiha Madara. Before he could struggle, Gaara's sand wrapped around him, forcing him to release the Raikage's fist. The steel needle-hard hair on Raikage's head remained intact, but his life was gone in an instant. With a roar, Raikage decided not to wait for Tsune to take action. He wanted to personally give a fatal blow to this ignorant guy in front of him. But at this time, a black shadow directly bound Yelan's feet, causing him to pause. When he looked around, it was Lu Jiu who was secretly performing the shadow binding technique. There was a loud boom, and the skeleton actually pierced through the ceiling of the conference room. Countless pieces of gravel and dust fell down, and the whole scene became chaotic, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. Tabarama still maintained the posture of drawing the sword. Yelan raised his foot and kicked the opponent away. His remaining hand was ready to perform sealing techniques. The best way to deal with the impure world reincarnation was to use sealing techniques. Everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless. They couldn't believe that in just the blink of an eye, the powerful Raikage died at Yelan's hands, and in such a tragic way. From today on, the Fourth Ninja World War officially begins. Yelan narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment of silence, an extremely cold voice made people shudder. Senju Tabarama, it's you after all. But facing the fierce attack of Raikage, Yelan's expression did not change at all. Yelan's eyes were cold. He looked at the second Hokage who had attacked him without any surprise. He had already received the information from C. Hearing this name, the other ninjas were a little dazed, and Anoki's hands couldn't help but tremble. How arrogant! Do you think my power is limited to this extent? However, Yelan, who was controlled by sand and shadows, was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at the five shadows with a smile. Die, you evil Uchiha brat. In an instant, a huge skeleton appeared out of nowhere and wrapped Yelan inside. This skeleton exudes a frightening aura and carries with it an unparalleled pressure. Raikage-sama. Samui and I simply couldn't believe that the usually majestic Raikage died like this, without even being able to withstand a single move, and died in an extremely shameful way. The Fourth Ninja World War, what do you want to do, kid? Anoki's face became more serious than ever before. Tabarama was right, this guy was simply the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. The burst of chakra just now reminded him of how he was ravaged by Madara. Yelan pointed at the other group of people without any emotion in his words. The purpose of launching a war is very clear. To hand over the last-tailed beast, 9 tails, all countries will surrender, not only the ninja villages but also all the daimyo. Akatsuki's goal is to unify the entire world. You lunatic! You dare to even set your sights on the daimyo. Mifune, as a traditional samurai, was the first to speak out against it. Samurai were loyal to the daimyo, and no matter how much fighting there was in the ninja world, it had nothing to do with them. But once the daimyo was threatened, they would not sit idly by. I simply cannot understand that you started a war just to satisfy your ambition to unify the world. Do you know how many people will die as a result? Terumi Mei was also surprised that Akatsuki was playing such a big game. Not only did they collect the tailed beasts, they also wanted to unify the world. What kind of dream was this? I cannot agree with this. Everything you have done will only plunge the world into endless war and chaos. I will stop you even if it costs my life. Gaara also couldn't understand it. He knew Yelan before. Although Yelan was cold before, he was still a reliable Konoha ninja. Why did he change so much? Ha 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 ha. Yelan couldn't help but burst out laughing. You guys are the culprits of the war, but you still blame me in the end. Ninjas are like this, they take money from rich people to do dirty tasks. Your masters are always the rich and the nobles, and they turn a blind eye to the harm to the interests of the lower classes. What qualifications do you have to blame me here? Ever since the Sage of Six Paths founded the Ninja Clan, the world has been in chaos. The ninjas' extraordinary powers are not truly restrained, which is why tragedies happen every day. You are the culprits who have plunged the world into war. Everyone was shocked and speechless by Yelan's remarks. He completely denied the profession of ninja. What nonsense! You are a born evil brat of the Uchiha clan. You are just making up an excuse to satisfy your ambitions. Only Senju Tabarama stood up at this moment, his face full of disbelief. He would not believe Yelan's sweet words. Tusk, 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 you see, I can't reason with you guys anymore, and now you start to deny my ideas. Do you want to fight? Second Hawkage, I'm ready to fight you anytime. As he spoke, Yelan began to gather chakra, looking like he could launch an attack at any moment. The others didn't have time to think about why Tabarama appeared here, but were preparing to fight with Yelan. Wait. Tsunade interrupted everyone at this moment and looked at Yelan with a complicated expression. Tsunade, who had experienced many wars, could not deny the facts that Yelan said. The seemingly glamorous ninja was just such a profession after taking off the shell. Uchiha Yelan, since you deny the existence of ninjas, what are your plans after unification? Are you going to kill all the ninjas? Finally, someone asked the right question. Lady Tsunade, let me answer your question. Yelan put away his chakra and threw the head in his hand casually without even looking at Samui and Zai, who were glaring at him. First of all, you need to understand why ninjas make the world a mess. The real reason is because of the profit model of the ninja village. Yelan's words made this group of the most powerful people in the ninja world fall into deep thought. The revenue model of the ninja village is almost always in the form of tasks. The rich pay the money and the ninja completes the task and gets paid. It's that simple. This is something that all students who have just graduated from the ninja school understand. What does what you said have to do with what you did? Is this approach wrong? Onoki couldn't help but ask. This model existed during the Warring States period, but it became more standardized after the establishment of the ninja village, and he didn't see any problem with it. Old man, you are too anxious. This is where the problem comes from. Think about it, only those with money can issue missions, so the people who are destined to issue more missions are the rich and the nobles. If a poor person wants to issue a B-level mission, he may need the whole village to raise money together. You should all understand this. While carrying out your mission, you are actually protecting the interests of the rich, while the interests of the real people cannot be guaranteed. If the interests of the rich are protected, they will earn more and more money, and they will be more capable of issuing missions to protect themselves. However, the interests of the poor are damaged, and they have no choice but to become thieves and robbers. The first rule of the Ninja Code is that you cannot refuse any mission issued, and you must complete it even if it costs you your life. You cages will not forget this, right? If the previous words only surprised them, this explanation described in detail the crimes they had committed, and even the innocent-looking Chijiro could not help but look at his hands. It turns out that I have unknowingly caused the destruction of many families. I admit that ninjas have their shortcomings, but we also need to eat. We can't help others carry out missions for free. Your idea is too naive. As Tsuchikage for so many years, Onoki certainly understands some of the dark sides of the mission, but what can they do with their own identities? That's why I started a war. I want to flatten this chaotic world and re-establish order. Yelan said firmly that he had never given up on this goal. You mean there's a solution? Terumi May also asked at this time. You know, the relationship between the daimyo of Water Country and Kirigakure is not good, and the villages now are basically self-sufficient. That's right. The reason why the world has become like this is because ninjas have always been protecting the interests of a few people. Then I will push all these things away, regardless of whether they are daimyo or nobles, and distribute their property to every ordinary person. Let them have land to farm and food to eat. Abolish the ninja army and let everyone share the cost of the army. Just collect a little tax from merchants and farmers to support the army. In this way, the army will no longer be controlled by the daimyo and nobles, and will become an army that truly fights for the people. They will no longer guarantee those few people, but the real masses. As he spoke, Yelan looked at Tsunade, and he remembered when he left the village. Lady Tsunade, I will call you this for the last time. When I was in Konoha, the Uchiha had already been destroyed. I showed you the evidence and you told me that the greater good was more important. I suffered injustice, so I left the village. Today, I am speaking out for all those who have suffered injustice in this world. The world is unfair, so I will give justice to this world. Although people could oppose Yelan's actions on the grounds of justice before, after listening to Yelan's theory, no one can deny that Yelan's actions are wrong. Taking a look at Kuretsuchi, who was doubting himself as described by Yelan, Onoki couldn't help but sigh. He knew very well the harm that ninjas brought to the world, but he himself was a ninja, a Tsuchikage. They are also the beneficiaries of this huge ninja system. As the saying goes, one's opinion is determined by one's butt. After seeing the darkness of the facts, they may grumble and complain, but they will continue to do what they should do. Abandoning one's status as a beneficiary and then rebelling, there are such people from the perspective of Blue Star's history. But there are no such people in this world for the time being. Onoki no longer thought about those grand ideals and goals. Those had nothing to do with an old guy like him whose half-body was about to be buried in the ground. He stepped forward and looked at Yelan and said, "I admire your idea very much. This is the first time I have seen such a theory in all my life. Even an old man like me can't help but yearn for it." At this point, Onoki's expression became firm again. "But as a Tsuchikage, my duty is to protect the safety of the village. No matter how grandiose what you do is, I also want to protect my family and companions." Onoki's words cheered up Tsunade and others who were a little confused. No matter how much he said, it was not certain that Yelan would be able to achieve this goal. The fact now was that their village was about to fall into war, and as a shadow he had to stop them. "Humph, it seems you have made up your mind, then let me play with you for a while." There was no need for verbal confrontation anymore. The chakra in Yelan's body erupted once again. The black chakra continued to rise. The ground could not bear it and began to shatter. The Zio robe on his body began to blow upwards uncontrollably. The momentum is even stronger than before. Even as one of the five cage, one can still see the obvious difference. And the momentum continued to grow, until finally the floor could no longer hold on, the entire room began to collapse, and the rest of the people had to leave the room. The conference building specially prepared by Mifune was destroyed. Countless warriors did not have time to evacuate and were buried in the ruins. "Kuretsuchi, Akado, you return to the village immediately and pass on my order for Yatsuchi to temporarily serve as the fourth Tsuchikage." Onoki was ready to die in battle, and now he had begun to give his final instructions to future generations. "Grandpa, do you really want to do this?" Kuretsuchi still couldn't believe it. It was the first time she didn't call her grandfather old man. She really never thought that Onoki would leave her one day. "This guy gives me a feeling that he is even scarier than Uchiha Midora. Yelan may seem crazy, but everything he does is carefully planned. In the past, Uchiha Midora had Senju Hashirama to stop him, but now there is no Senju Hashirama." "You can't say that, Onoki." Senju Tabarama ran out with a few people at some point, and now stood beside Tsunade and said, "Mr. Tabarama, I still don't know how you got here. Look at your posture." Terumi may had always been curious about why the second Hokage was here, but she just didn't get the chance to ask. This is the impure world reincarnation, which can resurrect the dead and give them immortality and endless chakra. Orochimaru used it on my second grandfather before, but that guy seems to be gone now. Tsunade explained that she couldn't believe it when Senju Tabarama found her. "Second Hokage, what do you mean? Is there any solution?" "Brother, quickly unleash the impure world reincarnation technique. I will teach you this seal." "Grandpa, you were also attacked by Orochimaru. And the third generation, the fourth generation. Yes, the connection between us and the impure world reincarnation has become very weak. It will probably not be long before we return to the Pure Land. But what do you think, first generation master?" After Minato appeared, he saw the face of his former opponent for the first time. They were the odd combination that had fought on the battlefield. He knew that the opponent also served as Raikage, but he didn't expect to see only the opponent's corpse when he saw it again. Minato's expression was also very serious. This kind of pressure was something he had never experienced from anyone else. Minato waved his hands awkwardly. He recognized Tsunade at a glance. After hearing what Tabarama said, he looked at Hashirama and said, "This powerful chakra is almost strong enough to belong to a tailed beast. Does it look like this is from the Uchiha Clan again?" Tabarama quickly came up with a way to unlock the impure world reincarnation seal. These people were still emitting white light, and it wouldn't be long before they would be able to unlock the impure world reincarnation seal on their own. Looking around, I suddenly realized that the shadows from the 5 major shadow villages were all here. The smoke dissipated, and in the surprised gazes of several people, the figures of the 3 Hokages, Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato, appeared in front of everyone. There was a loud bang, and a huge black arm appeared from the collapsed building. Tabarama's eyes froze, and he had no time to explain. Tabarama had no intention of giving in at all. "You are Onoki's." Tabarama added fuel to the fire. He believed that as long as the lives of these cages were used as a price, Hashirama would definitely take action. "Okay, but only this once. Master Hashirama, you must take action. Only you can save the ninja world. The Raikage has been killed." But after hearing what Tabarama said, Gaara couldn't help but want to say something, but Unoki pulled his sleeve and shook his head at him. He took out a scroll, which was the scroll that had sealed the other 3 Hokages before, and their impure world bodies were inside it. Hashirama thought of the child who was with the first Tsuchikage. Although his appearance had changed a little, he still recognized him. Hashirama looked up at the Susanoo that had already formed. The huge demon reminded him of his former best friend. An aura that was no weaker than Yelan's gushed out of his body. At this time, Samui and Zai ran to Hashirama and showed the Raikage's dead body. Master Hashirama, although I am ashamed, we really cannot solve this matter. We can only rely on you. Here it is. The two remaining guards of Kirigakure had collected the Raikage's body at some point and were preparing to evacuate. There was no need for them to stay here now, and the most important thing was to report the Raikage's death in battle. Brother, open your eyes and see they can't solve this problem anymore. A guy even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara has appeared. This guy will also destroy all the ninja villages, bring down all the daimyo and unify the world. The look on Hashirama's face when he looked at Tobirama was extremely unpleasant, and it seemed like a sign of his anger. Fourth Raikage he also. Hashirama's originally gentle tone became emotionless. Tsunade was so surprised that she was speechless. She didn't expect that all the previous Hokages would be here. Her second grandfather didn't explain to her clearly what Orochimaru had done. Brother, only you can stop him, otherwise everyone here will die. How many times have I told you, Tobirama, that you cannot interfere with the world of the living? At this time, several Hokage looked towards the collapsed ruins. A very terrifying chakra was raging, and a black Susanoo arm had appeared. Senju Hashirama was still a little confused. In his memory, he had just accused Tobirama of unleashing the impure world reincarnation without permission. Anoki also stepped forward. He had also seen what Hashirama looked like when he was alive, so he probably had some impression of him. Senju Hashirama. Yelan stood in Susanoo and looked at the legendary god of the ninja world. When he came here, he was ready to face the opponent, just to see what kind of strength the top of the ninja world was. Wood-style wooden golems technique. Hashirama put his hands together, and a huge wooden golem no smaller than the complete Susanoo appeared directly. Hashirama also stood on the forehead of the wooden golem to confront Yelan. This is simply the power of gods. Is this kind of battle something we can participate in? There was a little sweat on Terumi Mei's forehead. Two behemoths appeared in front of them. Just looking at them made them feel desperate. Don't be discouraged, Mizukage, the real battle has not yet begun. As a cage, how can you back down at this time? Onoki encouraged Terumi Mei to rise up. Now at this time, all their villages have to unite. According to Yelan's philosophy, all their ninja villages are his enemies. Thick eyeshadow appeared in the corners of Senju Hashirama's eyes. He looked at the young Uchiha in front of him and was a little surprised. The other party had such strength at this age, and even he and Madara did not reach it. Thinking of what Orochimaru said before, he had a hint of understanding and asked, "Are you Uchiha Yelan? I heard that you want to destroy the ninja village. Can you tell me why you do this? There must be a reason for doing anything." Zhujian wanted to know what Yelan's motive was for doing this, but Tobirama didn't give Zhujian a chance to ask. Water-style water break waves. An ultra-high-pressure water gun hundreds of meters long was spit out from Tobirama's mouth. The water style, compressed to the extreme, was like a famous sword out of body. The houses in the ruins could not stop it in the slightest. It easily passed through the obstacles and hit Susanna's leg directly. But Yelan Susan's defense was beyond Tobirama's imagination. The water break wave did not leave a single trace on it, and Yelan didn't even make a defensive gesture in the face of Tobirama's attack. Brother, don't talk nonsense with him, take down this guy first. Even though Tobirama's ninjutsu failed, he was not discouraged and continued to launch attacks. Various dazzling water styles emerged one after another. The body of the dirty earth also gave him a huge chakra, allowing him to release ninjutsu at will. The clown. Seeing Tobirama launching the attack, Yelan felt a little bored. The evil-mouthed Uchiha Clan had brought his favor to Tobirama to the lowest point, thanks to which he had read many of Tobirama's works. Slowly pulling out the katana from Susanna's waist, he swung it casually towards Tobirama, who was still attacking. Like a punishment from the gods, the huge katana fell from the sky and blocked the sun's light. The surrounding air seemed to solidify at this moment. Tobirama was already prepared. He raised his finger slightly and used the flying thunder god to teleport himself to the place where the kunai was originally left. But as soon as he stood firm, Yelan's back move was immediately launched. Yelan raised his palms flat and gently grasped them, and fierce flames instantly appeared where Phaegian appeared, like a pillar of fire rising into the sky. Awesome, what is this? Ninjutsu can actually be used like this. Hashirama wasn't worried about his brother at all. Instead, he asked Yelan about it. He didn't even see the principle of such a technique and didn't know how he used it. This isn't ninjutsu, just a simple use of natural energy like your sage mode. Hashirama didn't come up to fight Yelan but instead started talking. Hiruzen looked at Hashirama anxiously. He had no idea what to do about this situation and could only ask for help from Senju Hashirama. Hashirama looked at Hiruzen with a rare look of discomfort. According to Orochimaru, the reason why Yelan left the village was mostly because of Hiruzen's inaction. This guy has been making trouble for so long, let him behave himself for a while. Tabarama, whose body was destroyed by the Sea of Fire, recovered after the flames died down. This is the biggest advantage of the impure world reincarnation technique. The body is completely indestructible. Samui of Kirigakure was furious when they heard this. Their Reikage was already dead, and now they wanted everyone to rush over. Minato's inaction ignited the anger in his heart, but someone finally wanted to interrupt the conversation. Sarutobi Hiruzen split into 4 shadow clones and used 5 different escape techniques at the same time with the original body. After mixing them together, it was like a highly concentrated bomb, and it hit Yelan in the face. Master Hashirama. Lady Tsunade, Naruto's 9-tail seal has been broken. I must be at Naruto's side now. But Hashirama's attitude was beyond Hiruzen's imagination, and he said nonchalantly, "Fourth Hokage. Why haven't you made a move yet? So Sage Jutsu can still be used like this. I thought it was just to increase the power of my ninjutsu, hahaha tilde. 4th generation, are you shirking your responsibilities?" At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also stood on the wooden golem, still holding the Ruyi Jingu Bang in his hand. Facing Unoki's question, Minato was silent for a while before speaking. Yelan pointed at the corner of Hashirama's eyes. At this moment, Hashirama had also used Sage Mode, and he obviously had his own understanding of natural energy. Seeing that Hashirama had made the decision, Hiruzen could not say anything more. You have to know that Hashirama was already dissatisfied with him. If he exposed his past in front of so many Kage, he would really lose face. How could that be? This move is almost as powerful as the tailed beast ball. Before Tabarama's body had recovered completely, the Dark Susanoo waved his hand and directly grasped the opponent tightly in his own hand. Hiruzen looked at Yelan in horror. Only a few years had passed, but the difference between now and before was simply too great. It had reached the point where even his peak state was helpless. Looking at Hashirama's questioning eyes, Hiruzen felt a little panic in his heart, but fortunately Hashirama did not choose to expose his apprentice's past at this time. Yelan happened to understand this as well. He had used the impure world reincarnation technique before and was well aware of its weaknesses. My attack won't cause any effective damage. Let the 1st generation handle this matter. Hahaha, I knew this technique couldn't hurt you at all. Master Hashirama, now is not the time to chat. We should deal with the other party as soon as possible. Minato rubbed his brows. He just received the will he left behind in this world. A large number of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind, and it took him a long time to digest them. Chakras of different attributes appeared on Yelan's 5 fingers. Using sealing techniques is the best way to deal with this kind of filthy body. Through the conduction of Susanoo, sealing techniques was directly performed on Tabarama's body, and the struggling Tabarama gradually became silent. Minato suppressed his dissatisfaction, and his face became a little gloomy. He ignored the other party and walked up to Tsunade and whispered, 5 escapes, the art of Dalian bullets. 5 elements seal. Sealing techniques that use different chakra compositions can prevent the chakra in the opponent's body from functioning smoothly and also have a suppressive effect. Hashirama was not surprised at all. Not to mention a ninjutsu that was comparable to the tailed beast ball, he could even catch it with one hand. The smoke produced by the ninjutsu dissipated, and Hiruzen's most powerful special move did not hurt Yelan at all, and the entire Susanoo was not even damaged at all. No matter what, it still looked like a battle was going on in the distance, but when he saw Minato still standing still, Onoki asked a question. Naruto's seal is broken. How did you know that, Minato? Tsunade didn't expect Minato to tell such news. How could a dead man like him know such information? She knew something about how Naruto's seal was undone. The information uploaded by Kakashi gave a brief description, but there was no detailed description on how to reseal 9 tails. She thought it was Yamato's wood style that helped suppress it. Minato patiently explained to Tsunade the backup plan he had left behind. When the will he left behind dissipated, the memories there would return to his soul. It could only be said to be a coincidence. Minato's account roughly matched the information Tsunade had received, including the failure to capture 3 tails and the appearance of Sasuke. But this guy Yelan hasn't been dealt with yet. Tsunade looked at the Senju Hashirama, who was already fighting with Yelan in the distance. The huge wooden golem and Susanoo had started a battle, and it was no exaggeration to describe it as an earth-shaking battle. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, they could still feel the aftermath of the battle. Tsunade-sama, let me say something discouraging, but there is a high possibility that Hashirama-sama will not be able to stop Uchiha Yelan. Minato did not lower his voice when he said this, so that everyone present could hear it. How is it possible? That's Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja who ended the Warring States period. Onoki said with some disbelief that in his opinion, Senju Hashirama was the representative of strength, an existence that no one could defeat. Nothing is impossible. Besides, this is not his previous power. He is just a body that has been reincarnated. In fact, there is one thing that Minato didn't mention. If Uchiha Madara really appeared, Hashirama would definitely try his best to stop him. But Yelan is not Uchiha Madara after all, and Hashirama doesn't want to get too involved in the affairs of these younger generations. But Minato's words also made others face up to reality. If even Hashirama couldn't resist the Senju who could stop that guy, we have to go back to Kirigakure first. The news of Raikage's death in battle must be passed on. As if frightened by Minato's words, Zai didn't want to stay any longer. Last time, Yelan was able to kill him in an instant with just a glance, and he didn't want to be treated like that again. Zai's words opened some shackles. At this moment, face was not important at all in front of life. The fragile alliance was facing collapse just after it was formed. Not long after Kirigakure and others left, Terumi ignored Mifyune's persuasion and left the Iron Kingdom with his subordinates. With the cage taking the lead, the others also began to leave. Tsunade listened to Minato's explanation and took the initiative to leave with Minato. They also had to rush back to Konoha to check on Naruto's condition. Sir Tsuchikage, you are indeed the most trustworthy person. Looking at Onoki who was left behind, Mifyune was moved beyond words. He should not have accepted the idea of hosting the 5-cage tournament earlier. Now it has become a mess, and seeing that things cannot be solved, all of them ran away. Ninjas are really a group of people who change with the wind. Well, my waist is a little sprained, Haidu, come and help me up. At this time, Onoki was also possessed by the spirit of acting, and he didn't know whether it was true or not, so he covered his old waist and called out to Kuretsuchi. This time, the good granddaughter did not disappoint him and cooperated very well in helping Onoki up. Mifyune-sama, it's not that I don't want to help, I'm just not in a good condition today. Don't worry, nothing will happen with Hashirama-sama here. I'll leave now, no need to see me off, we're not polite. Onoki put his hand on Kuretsuchi's shoulder as he leaned over, and said with a helpless look on his face, as if he regretted not having taken any action. Mifyune also held back his anger and said, Then Lord Onoki, please take good care of your health and don't let any accidents happen again next time. Onoki didn't care about Mifyune's sarcasm at all. He waved his hand to let Akagi come over, climbed onto his back again, and after giving his instructions, he ran away without a trace. With a dull thud, Susanoo and Wooden Golem took a step back after exchanging punches. The original ruins were almost turned into powder in the battle between the two sides. Yelan had already seized the opportunity to seal Saruto by Hiruzen, and now the only one in front of him was Senju Hashirama. First generation, the irrelevant people have left. Is it time for me to see the power of the Genin god? Yelan didn't care about the departure of those shadows at all. Now that they were gone, he would come to them one by one in the end. Sure enough, you haven't used your full strength yet. Hashirama's premonition was correct. In the past, if it was Madara at this time, he would have been suppressed and beaten by him, but Yelan was very calm at this moment. It has been many years since anyone has been able to use my full strength. So Senju Hashirama, do you have the qualifications? Facing the provocation from his junior, Hashirama smiled, and the black eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes became even thicker. Then be careful, I'm going to get serious. Sage Art Wood Style True Number Senju. On the huge wooden golem foundation, a huge Buddha statue emerged from the ground, with circles of hands behind it and countless arms ready to go. Even the complete form of Susanoo, which is hundreds of meters tall, looks like a young child compared to the giant Buddha. For the first time, even Susanoo has become so small. Do they want to raise the Iron Kingdom to the ground? The scope of the battle further expanded, and Mifyune fled with the remaining samurai. In the past, I thought the legend of the god of ninja was an exaggerated description, but after seeing it in person, I felt that those descriptions were still a bit conservative. Sure enough, you used this move to defeat Uchiha Madara. The title of the god of ninja realm is indeed not exaggerated at all. Yelan was not afraid at all when facing the huge Buddha statue. Instead, he became excited. This was what he wanted. If he wanted to be the best, he had to defeat everyone. Yelan threw off the Zio robe he was wearing as it was getting in the way. He began to frantically mobilize his pupil power and the natural energy of all things. Hashirama, who was in sage mode, noticed something. He felt the natural energy in the air begin to gather towards Yelan. Yelan himself didn't even notice that the shape of the eternal Mangekyo began to change slightly, and starlight appeared on the red part. Natural energy mixed with chakra and the power of Mangekyo actually began to materialize, and soldiers wearing heavy armor began to appear one by one. Their faces cannot be seen clearly. Some look like thunder, some look like flames, and all kinds of attributes of nature are included. They held different weapons in their hands, including spears, bows, and arrows, and some even rode on horses. Each one was tens of meters tall. A serious and orderly army formed behind Susanoo, while Susanoo in the front was like the commander of the charge. Sage art, the military of all realms. Faced with the vast army of strange phenomena, even Hashirama showed a look of surprise. This has completely transcended the scope of ninjutsu. The rich natural energy has overshadowed chakra. Hashirama can see that the soldiers composed of thunder and fire are not formed by chakra, but the natural power of nature. You are an army all by yourself. If it were Madara, she would definitely not think of such a trick. Hashirama knew Madara too well. Madara's ninjutsu was completely developed towards personal strength and was mostly used for herself. A technique like this would never be created. Yelan, standing in the Susanoo, remained silent, controlling the Susanoo and waving the samurai sword in his hand, like a horn for an attack. The soldiers behind him began to move, one after another, rushing past Susanoo's position. Without any shouting, a silent but extremely heroic charge was launched. The whole earth began to tremble. Wherever the soldiers went, all the houses and trees were destroyed. There had never been a charge of this scale in the world. It's over. Mifune and his warriors in the distance watched this magnificent scene and felt extremely distressed. In order to convene the five-cage conference, he had already evacuated the residents of the town. But the city would definitely not survive this confrontation, and it was unknown how much money it would cost to rebuild it. Facing the surging soldiers, Hashirama put his hands together again, and the densely packed arms behind the Buddha began to move. The Buddha on the top of the head. Through the infusion of natural energy and chakra, each hand clenched into a fist and fired out as fast as a cannonball. The Buddha waved his fist behind his back and launched ruthless punishment on the soldiers who challenged him. Each punch could almost shatter a soldier, but the energy generated by the death of each soldier could damage the Buddha's arm. If it didn't work once, the remaining soldiers continued to move forward with no fear in their minds. Dozens of fists locked onto Yelan's Susanoo. Yelan did not let these soldiers stand in front of him, but instead acted like a fierce general charging into battle. A strong flame ignited on the samurai sword, slashing at each huge fist. The huge impact force made Yelan pause for a moment, and then other fists attacked from all directions. In front of the giant Buddha with exaggerated proportions, Susanoo's body unexpectedly became flexible, constantly shuttling back and forth to destroy the attacks of countless fists. A large amount of sawdust fell from the sky, and the fists around Yelan were gradually cleared. But the samurai sword in Susanoo's hand had been broken, and the armor on his body was also torn. Looking at the soldiers still fighting in front of him, Yelan roared angrily. Susanoo threw away the half of his katana, opened his palm, and a pillar of fire appeared in Susanoo's hand. With a tight grip, the pillar of fire became a solid entity. Unlike the samurai sword just now, the weapon formed by flames was more like a giant sword with wide opening and closing. Once again, he rushed to the most fiercest place on the battlefield, which was in front of the big Buddha, in the direction where Hashirama was. Those soldiers seemed to have been inspired by Yelan and concentrated their forces to launch an all-out charge. Susanoo held a blazing sword in front of him. All the giant fists of the Buddha statues could not stop him. Hashirama wanted to mobilize more fists but was stopped by the soldiers. A gap was torn in the entire direction of the attack. Facing the increasingly approaching Susanoo, Hashirama's face did not show any panic but instead revealed a relieved expression. Hashirama looked thoughtful. He asked, "But your actions don't seem to be motivated by these things. I heard that you want to unify the entire world." A drop of sweat slid down Yelan's chin. Having been to the Thunder Falcon clan's sacrificial site, he couldn't be wrong. This feeling was that of the Otsutsuki clan. My ideal no, that should be considered the goal of our organization. Our goal is to overthrow all the old order and create a new order, so that the distribution of resources is more equitable. so that everyone has food to eat, a house to live in, and a place to seek help when they are bullied. Blood began to flow from Yelan's eyes. Even though his current moves were mainly based on natural energy, the chakra in his body had already run out. The Sharingan in his eyes had disappeared, turning into ordinary black pupils. Yelan took 2 steps forward and closed the distance between him and Hashirama. Have we become the remnants of the old times? Now no one could stop this conversation. Tabarama and Hiruzen had been sealed, and the people from other villages had left. Now only Yelan and Hashirama were left. Hashirama looked at Yelan's determined expression, and the bitter smile on his face gradually disappeared, turning into a look of relief. At this moment, a white light began to emit from his body. At the same moment, on the other side of the distant deep space, a calm gaze suddenly locked onto Yelan's position. Yelan waved his arm gently, and the strange soldiers began to disperse on their own after receiving the order. Yelan also untied the Susanoo and returned to the ground. It seems to be just my own illusion. First generation, didn't you also fight a war when you founded Konoha? I am doing the same thing now as you did then. After the giant Buddha collapsed, Hashirama returned to the ground. He did not show any frustration. He looked up at Yelan in Susanoo and asked this question. Why at this time? You have to know that in the past few years Yelan has tried to find any traces of Otsutsuki on this planet, but apart from the dead sage of 6 paths, he has not found anything about Otsutsuki. The world is not just made up of ninjas. I can only do this for a better life for everyone. But this feeling only lasts for a moment, less than 1,000th of a second. Only then did Hashirama see the other person's face clearly. Unlike the usual Uchiha, Yelan's equally handsome face was not as cold as the usual Uchiha. His facial lines made people feel softer, and it happened at this time. Susanoo held the greatsword tightly in both hands, golden pupils appeared on the black mask, and the mouth under the mask began to open. At this moment Susanoo, the inanimate substance composed of chakra, seemed to come to life. Almost unable to control the violence of natural energy, Yelan could only pour all his strength into the flaming sword. Julima suddenly understood something and said with a wry smile, "Young man, what is your ideals?" Facing this former god of the ninja world, Yelan answered truthfully. The slight joy that he had felt for defeating Hashirama disappeared in an instant. For the first time, Yelan showed a look of horror and looked up at the endless space. There was not a trace of nervousness on his face, and Hashirama still looked at Yelan with a smile on his face. It seems that the world has changed so much. I don't know if what you are doing is right, but if it is really such an ideal world, I wish you success. As for Zio Gang and the others, sigh. The blessed flaming sword became even more brilliant, and the crimson flame turned into white light, like a ray of light piercing directly through the center of the Buddha's eyebrows. However, it was just this one nail that began to exert unimaginable power. Hashirama's soul had already left his impure world reincarnation body, and he disappeared with only a sigh. The hole pierced through the Buddha's forehead and extended to its back. The fist that was originally waving stopped at this moment, and the entire Buddha statue began to collapse uncontrollably. Yelan's eyes narrowed. This was a sign that the impure world reincarnation was about to be unlocked. Just when Yelan's thoughts were drifting further and further away, a warm greeting brought him back to reality. The remaining alien soldiers around subconsciously surrounded him, and now Hashirama became the smallest one. As Hashirama's thoughts flowed out, the great sword made of flames pierced the center of the Buddha's eyebrows. Compared with the entire Buddha statue, the great sword looked like a nail. This time I have reported to Zio Gang and the others. Just as Naruto and Tsunade's groups were rushing towards Konoha at the same time, a loud bang erupted in the night. Shikamaru, who was living in his office instead of going home, suddenly woke up and looked out the window without even putting on his coat. I saw the original factory was full of flames and explosions, and I didn't know what was going on. The door to the room suddenly opened, revealing a somewhat anxious Asuma, Ino, and Choji. Shikamaru, there was an explosion at the factory and now there's panic. Shikamaru didn't expect something to happen at this time, and his intuition told him that this might be a premeditated explosion. He put on his coat and spoke quickly. "Thank you for leading the patrol team to put out the fire, Asuma. Ino, help evacuate the people. Choji, please call your father from the village. I'm worried that there may be other problems." "Shikamaru, what do you mean?" Asuma seemed to remember something, and a bad premonition came over him. "Where are the people from Rain Country now? Where are the technicians?" "I didn't notice it." "The explosion was too sudden. I don't know if they are still in the factory or somewhere else. Could it be them who did it?" Although the entry and exit of the factory is not strict, not everyone can bring in some flammable items. Only the technicians of the Rain Country are not subject to too many inspections and can do this easily. Don't think too much about it now, the most important thing is to stop the fire first. Shikamaru was becoming more and more like a general, and he was not too panicked even at this time. I'll contact the water-style ninja right away. Asuma was about to leave, Shikamaru grabbed him and spoke quickly. Don't use water-style ninjutsu to put out the fire, let a ninja who knows earth-style do it. There are a lot of flammable liquids in the factory. Water-style ninjutsu will only intensify the fire. Ismaya, who is only responsible for patrolling and seldom came into contact with the factory, forgot about this matter for a moment, and no water was needed to put out the fire this time. Understood, I will organize people to go to the scene right away. Isma left immediately after he finished speaking. Now no one knew how many people were waiting for rescue at the fire scene. Shikamaru, I'll ask the medical team to come and help too. Ino also said that she could use some medical ninjutsu and had a good relationship with the medical team. It was too late to consult the Konoha high-level officials at this time and they had to hurry. After Asuma and Ino left, only Choji remained. Didn't Choji tell you to go find Uncle Dingzuo? Why are you still standing here? Choji looked at Shikamaru with his small eyes. I know about this, but what are you going to do, Shikamaru? Yes, up to now Shikamaru has arranged things, but he has not explained what he is going to do. Looking at his companions who understood each other, Shikamaru thought quickly and decided to speak out. I'm going to go to the village and look in the direction of the Rain Country. Those people from the Rain Country may have left. I want to try to stop them. Now it is unknown how the 5-cage conference is going. For Shikamaru, who knows some of the internal conditions of the Rain Country, the biggest beneficiary of the factory explosion is the Rain Country, so he has to doubt their movements. Choji was silent. He didn't like to talk, but that didn't mean he was a fool. If it was really done by the other party, how could he not have left a backup plan? It was too dangerous for Shikamaru to go alone. Sneaky. I should be the one asking you this. Where are you planning to go in the middle of the night? He had never had the chance because of his leg problems. When Karin and Tayuya asked him if he was willing to go back to the Rain Country with them, he agreed without hesitation. Tayuya looked at this boy who was more handsome than herself and rarely swore. After spending these days together, she also got to know his personality. The chief engineer Takuma's face changed, and the quarrel between Karin and Tayuya came to an abrupt end. As medical ninjas, their perception abilities were not weak. Shikamaru stepped out from the shadows, his chest still rising and falling. It took him a lot of effort to get there in time. What? Master Shikamaru, what do you want from us? Who is this sneaky guy? He had no friends in Konoha to begin with, so he had no attachment to this place. It no longer made sense for him to be here. There's nothing I can do. I can't spare any manpower right now, I have to go out on my own. When Takumi saw the person coming, his nervous expression actually relaxed. He pulled Karin back and walked forward to speak. Karin looked towards a shadow and spoke loudly. Karin's face also changed. It was this man who brought them to Konoha in the first place. She didn't understand him at first, but after staying in Konoha for a long time, she realized how important this man was in Konoha. He was a very difficult guy to deal with. Are you embarrassed, Tayuya? How about I carry you on my back? Shikamaru's face looked grim, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had told Tsune the information about the Rain Country earlier, would this result have happened? I'm sorry, I have some difficulty with my legs and feet and I'm sorry to bother you. When we walked to the street outside, all the people who were awakened began to flee in a hurry. The black smoke in the distance began to reap like a Shinigami sickle. For a while there was an endless stream of crying, shouting, and cursing. Shikamaru said with a wry smile, but then turned to comfort Choji. Are you alone? Choji nodded after hearing this. Apart from anything else, Shikamaru was very self-aware. He felt no psychological pressure at all to run away if he couldn't win. He was particularly fond of books on precision mechanical structures. He wanted more than once to see with his own eyes how those huge machines worked with each small part. Nara Shikamaru. Karin adjusted her glasses and said jokingly. Karin was going crazy. Even after being together for so long, she still couldn't stand Tayuya's mouth. The technicians of the Rain Country looked at all this with a smile. They were all old, and they felt endeared to the fights between the younger generations. After finishing his preparations, Shikamaru packed up his ninja tools, put on his coat, and left his office. You be ****D, I'm going to tear your mouth apart today. Shut up, you little brat, why are you being polite to me? Ranmaru said timidly while lying on Tayuya's back. During the years in Konoha, the only pleasure he had in lying in bed for a long time was the books brought by Tayuya and Karin. There was no mercy in his words towards Karen Teuya. Choji, now is not the time to hesitate. You must ask your father to come and take charge personally. Don't worry that even if you can't keep the other party, I will run away. Don't worry, those technicians are all older guys. I will be fine, after all I am a Jonin of Konoha. Choji's eyes widened slightly. If things were really as Shikamaru thought, it would be too dangerous. What are you talking about, you old B***ch? I'm still strong enough. On the trail leading to the Rain Country, just as Shikamaru guessed, a group of technicians from the Rain Country were quietly advancing. In order to conceal their whereabouts, they did not even use the vehicles and moved forward on foot. You guys set that fire, didn't you? Are you trying to get away with it now after causing chaos? Shikamaru's eyes were scrutinizing, and considering the other party's actions, this guess was very likely. Don't accuse anyone so casually. Karin wanted to step forward to explain, but just as she made a move, she found that she couldn't control her body at all. Looking down at her feet, her shadow was connected with the other person. I don't know when Shikamaru quietly formed a seal and the shadow binding technique was activated. It's unfair. Who else would do such a thing besides you? Shikamaru frowned, and seeing that the other person's expression didn't seem fake, he had more doubts. Xiumu raised his head and thought about it, then said after thinking for a while. I remember the man's name, Honda, Ryasuke. Yes, he did it. Nonsense, how could an ordinary person like him do such a thing? Shikamaru didn't expect to hear Ryasuke's name here. How did this matter have anything to do with him again? Shikamaru, you don't know how crazy people can get when they are in desperate situations. Even ordinary people can explode with unimaginable destructive power. We are just going with the flow. Xiumo is old now and has become accustomed to many things. There were too many tragedies when the Rain Country was in chaos. Let me tell you how Ryasuke gradually came to this desperate situation. The flames emitting black smoke continued to spread, and the houses that had just been built began to collapse one after another. The fierce fire made it impossible to see what was happening inside the factory. Captain, the fire is too strong, my chakra is almost exhausted. A ninja who was using earth-style ninjutsu said to Asuma. The outer shell of a car is made of alloys, and the alloys themselves require high temperatures to be quenched. The factory has these high-concentration fuels, and some cars also need fuel to run. It was very difficult for these ninjas to just stop the fire from spreading. Looking at the flames that were licking the house, Asuma felt his face burning. When the chakras of these ninjas were exhausted, they would not be able to protect themselves. After struggling for a while, Asuma asked, what are the casualties? Have all the ordinary residents evacuated? Ino, who was not far from Asuma, was bandaging the wound of an injured worker, and she spoke calmly. It's hard to count casualties right now. The nearby residents have already evacuated. Fortunately, it was night and there weren't many people in the factory. No, I saw Ryasuke and his family enter the factory, and I haven't seen them since. The injured worker struggled to speak, and his words made Ino pause in her movements. You know, Ino played with Ryasuke's kids many times, some of them she even knew by name, and now she was told that the whole family was in the factory. Are you sure? Asuma said seriously that he also knew something about Ryasuke's family, and that it was not just one or two people. The worker was startled by Asuma's expression, but he nodded with a pale face. What are you guys doing? You're just causing trouble for us. With such a big fire, he can only wish for the best. One ninja couldn't help but saying that he was asking for good luck. But everyone knew that in this sea of fire, he would definitely have a narrow escape. The injured worker was hesitant and speechless, and he didn't know what Ryasuke was going to do. There is no other way, we have to save people, there are still children inside anyway. Asuma didn't think too much, and took out his exclusive weapon from his ninja bag. Because Asuma's chakra attributes are fire and wind, she didn't consume any chakra just now, and her current physical energy reserve is still sufficient. Captain, this is simply going to die. One team member couldn't believe Asuma's decision to go directly into the sea of fire, just for a few civilians. He couldn't do this kind of thing. I understand that I will not force you to do this kind of thing. If anyone is willing, just follow my footsteps. Asuma couldn't give the order to let his men die, but walked to the front of the fire. His actions showed everything. Regarding this act of committing suicide, most people remained silent until a girl's voice rang out. Teacher, I'm with you. Not only am I a sensing ninjutsu, but I can also use medical ninjutsu. If it's me, it will be most effective. Ino raised her slender arms high, the girl's eyes were equally firm. Asuma was about to refuse, but looking at the student's expression, he swallowed the words on his lips. I'm going too, I'm afraid of a ghost. The captain has said so, there's no reason for us team members to still be here. Another ninja from the patrol raised his hand. Everyone's emotions were infected at this moment, and they all raised their palms. Thank you everyone, but there are too many people, so I will choose a few people to join me. Asuma was not dazzled by everyone's support. Reason told him that he was not suitable to lead so many people. Finally, including Ino, he selected a total of 4 ninjas, and 5 of him plus him formed a rescue team. Asuma and several ninjas stood in a place where the fire was weak. Ino followed closely behind Asuma. As a sensing ninja, she was protected in the center. Asuma lit a cigarette and asked the people behind her. Ready? Several people nodded vigorously, but the sweat on their foreheads betrayed their nervous expressions at the moment. After receiving the response, Asma took a deep breath, and her huge lung capacity burned the cigarette completely. Throw it on the ground and stamp it out. Holding the chakra knife tightly in his hand, a huge chakra burst out from it. Wind escape shattering Sky Gangfeng. Carrying a powerful wind escape, Asuma punched hard, and a fierce hurricane was swung from the chakra knife. The Feng Dun, which was compressed to the extreme, exploded with extremely powerful force at this moment. The entire fire seemed to be penetrated at this moment, and a large hole appeared in the wall of fire in front of the naked eye. This move against the force of nature surprised several people behind Asma. What are you still doing? Get moving. Asuma looked at the stunned people and couldn't help but say that this move was developed after he was injured by Albedo for a long time after thinking about it. The powerful wind escape was compressed onto the chakra knife, and he was confident that he could penetrate all the moves. Just after punching out, his palm began to tremble. The power was so powerful that it also caused damage to his palm. The others started to take action while admiring. Only Asma, who was walking at the front, showed a wry smile. This trick was originally intended to be used against Zio's people, but I didn't expect to use it at this time. Sure enough, I still can't catch up with you, Yelan. However, wind escape cannot directly extinguish the flames. It can only create a short gap, and the fire will spread again in a short time. The member walking at the back constantly performed earth-style ninjutsu to consolidate the passage, and Ino also used medical ninjutsu from time to time to restore his strength. Another wall of earth flow rose up, and judging from the terrain, it had entered the factory workshop. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Asma, Captain, judging by the intensity of the fire, the earth wall can only hold out for 10 minutes. If it's too late, there's no way to stop it. We don't have much time. Asma nodded. Since these people were willing to trust him, he would not let them lose their lives in vain. As long as most of the time had passed and he hadn't found anyone, he would evacuate. Did Ino sense anyone? Asuma asked Ino, who was sensing with his eyes closed. Ino shook her head. They are all ordinary people. The chakra in their bodies is too weak to be easily sensed. There is no trace of them here at all. It's really troublesome. Let's go to the factory cafeteria. The fire is the smallest there. They might be theirs. As he spoke, Asuma threw another punch, and the same storm surged out, opening up a passage once again. Teacher, how did you come up with such a powerful technique? You didn't even tell us. Ino couldn't help but exclaim in curiosity. Asuma paused. Fortunately, Shikamaru was not there. Otherwise, the other party would be able to see the side effects of this technique at a glance and would never let him use it easily. He laughed and hid his still shaking hands. It was only recently perfected. When I taught Naruto how to use wind jutsu last time, he was not yet fully able to use it, so I didn't have time to tell you. I see. Ino didn't think much and continued to follow Asuma. But when they arrived at the cafeteria, several people searched around but found no trace of anyone, which made Asuma very troubled. After seeing that there was no one around, Ino used her perception ninjutsu once again, and thanks to the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, she finally found the trail. Opening her eyes again, Ino pointed in a direction and spoke directly. In that direction, not far from us, I can feel someone breathing. Okay, come with me. As Asuma was about to use his moves again to rush in that direction, but one of his men stopped him. He showed a puzzled look and pulled Asuma's arm. Captain, if I remember correctly, that direction is the fuel room of the factory. There is a lot of fuel stored in it. Your punch will make the fire bigger. Asuma could never have imagined that this group of people would hide in this place, and he stopped moving his hands. If he punched the fuel tank to pieces, none of them would be able to get out alive. Damn it, use earth style to clear a path, it's troublesome. The ninja using the earth style did not hesitate and nodded. Walls of earth rose up directly, and another ninja used the water style to clear the flames in the passage. This way, time would slow down a lot, and the group of people could only move forward slowly. Asma opened the door of the storage room with a bang, and as soon as he entered the room, he saw all the children unconscious. Why are you guys here? A weak voice sounded, Ryasuke's eyes turned black, and he looked like he was going to die soon, and he sat up tremblingly. I was also wondering why you are here. Aren't you no longer working at the factory? Asuma grabbed the other person's clothes. He didn't like this person because of Shikamaru's incident last time. Now this kind of thing happened again at this time. If it wasn't for the child, he would not come here at all. Ino ran to the two old men first, bent down and shook her head at Asuma. The old man, who was already in a fragile body, had lost his voice at this moment. A *** hole. Seeing this, Asuma threw Ryasuke down and hurried to check the condition of the unconscious children. A *** hole, I was the one who caused the fire. As if it was a last burst of energy, Ryasuke's expression suddenly became excited. It's all your fault, this factory is to blame. If it weren't for this factory, none of this would have happened. Several ninjas stopped their movements, not expecting the culprit to be right in front of them. Are you crazy? Do you know how many people you have killed? Do you want to drag these children down with you? Isma thought of every possibility, but he never thought that an ordinary person caused this disaster. Crazy? Hahaha, I've been crazy for a long time. My son is dead, my wife committed suicide. Even Aquan and his wife are gone. What's the point of me living now? It's all because of you. Ryasuke was venting madly, his eyes red as if he was a wild beast that had lost its mind. What happened? Isma was unable to figure out the whole story for a while. Ryasuke's chest kept rising and falling, and I was really worried that he would cough out his lungs. He casually wiped the saliva he coughed out to the side, his eyes regained some rationality, and he spoke slowly. I know it has nothing to do with you, but in my opinion all ninjas are the same. A few days ago, several workers came to my house to collect debts. My wife gave them all her remaining savings, but they were still not satisfied. Aquan, despite his disabled body, started arguing with them. These guys beat Aquan to death. That's not enough, they killed Aquan's wife right in front of me. There was no need for Ryasuke to explain what happened next. Everyone understood how things were going to develop. Tears appeared in the corners of Ryasuke's eyes, and he sniffed the snot that was flowing out and continued talking without paying any attention to his already bruised face. Aquan is F***G crazy. My wife couldn't bear it and committed suicide. I have nothing left now. I will destroy this factory even if I die. It's all because of it. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Ino hugged an unconscious child tightly. She recognized the child and played with him before. She said with sympathy, "But don't you have so many children? Why do you want to bring them along? I no longer have the ability to support them. Rather than suffering in this world, it is better for them to die with me. Otherwise, they will be nothing more than slaves of Konoha when they grow up." Everyone's heart felt like it was hit hard by a sledgehammer, and everyone was silent. What Ryasuke said was a reality. No, I don't care what your reason is, I must take the child away. Isma cheered himself up again. No matter what injustice the man in front of him had suffered, the children were innocent and he must take these children out. If you can do that. Ryasuke slumped on the ground, groping for something with his hands, and finally took out a lighter from his pocket. In front of everyone's horrified faces, he lit the lighter and then threw it at the fuel tank. Boom! An even more fierce explosion sounded in the factory. The thick fuel was no different from flames and explosives when it met flames. Thicker black smoke floated in the air, and for a moment even the starry sky was obscured. Even the ninja who was blocking the fire in the front line was blown away by the shock wave. The unstoppable fire spread once again, and the raging flames seemed to be mocking the ninjas' overestimation of their own abilities. For a moment, the entire periphery of Konoha had turned into a purgatory, and no one dared to step forward to stop it. Do you understand what I mean, Nara Shikamaru? As a former factory worker, Ryasuke can easily find where the factory stores fuel. Takuma slowly tells what happened in Ryasuke's house, which was the fuse of this tragedy. This kind of thing actually happened and you just watched it happen. I regret it so much. I have clearly warned those guys, so why did they become even more aggressive? If I think about it carefully, there may be someone behind it. The 5-cage conference should have been concluded. We don't know what the result is now, but the information we received is to evacuate Konoha as soon as possible. We outsiders cannot interfere in Konoha's affairs. The people of the Rain country have no obligation to tell Shikamaru these things. If he gets too involved in the internal struggles of his village, he will not only gain nothing but will get himself into trouble in the end. Takumi seemed to remember something and continued. According to the investigation, those debt collectors were instructed by a Konoha Jonin named Tekuno. I don't need to introduce this person, right? After pondering the hint, Shikamaru figured it all out at once. Tekuno was a man of the two consultants, and the two consultants had spent a lot of money on the workers' wage increase. It was difficult for them to take action themselves, so they targeted Ryasuke, who had no backing and had been causing trouble from the beginning. First, he made Ryasuke, who had lost his son, addicted to gambling and even lost his son's pension. In the end, he sent people to collect the debt. The poor Akan family suffered an unexpected disaster, and the death of Ryasuke's wife became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Nara Shikamaru, how much more time do you want to waste here? Time waits for no one. Takumi couldn't help but say as he looked at the thoughtful Shikamaru. Suddenly, a huge explosion came from the direction of Konoha. Even though they were far enough away, the violent roar made Shikamaru's face change. Asuma and his companions were at the forefront of the fire, and they didn't care about the people from the Rain country leaving. Shikamaru released the shadow binding technique and ran back to the village. No one expected Ryasuke to do this. The moment the other party threw the lighter, Asuma knew it was too late. He threw away the chakra knife in his hand and quickly formed seals with his fingers. Chakra with wind attributes appeared on his body, which was exactly the same as Yelan's fighting method. The fuel tank was already on fire and was about to hit everyone. Asuma desperately stood in front, roaring and opening his arms. "Don't come over here." The entire protective circle was getting smaller and smaller. Blood had begun to seep from Asuma's facial features. While using this move, he would also be attacked by wind escape. The sharp wind blades made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. The forehead protector had already fallen off, and death was only delayed for a little while. But he now understood that even if a god came, it would be difficult to save him, and he still had the last thing to do. "I can only accompany you so far. Let Shikamaru remember that children are the real future." Finally, the fire began to die down, and Asuma showed a trace of reluctance. He knew the condition of his own body best. The forced use of this mode just now had completely destroyed his internal organs. He didn't know how he had persisted. A gust of wind that was no less fierce than the flames formed, and finally became a huge barrier that blocked everyone behind it. The barrier formed by the wind escape began to shrink rapidly without anyone to support it. The other ninjas who still had some sense held back their grief and began to pull Ino. The last chakra is injected, and there is no need to worry about the side effects of this technique. The knife that is injected with chakra makes a buzzing sound. The two chakra swords carrying the wind escape function began to rotate on their own, like a high-speed drill that continuously broke through the sea of fire and opened up a way out. But in this way, she couldn't even take her teacher's body away. Ino felt sad again, and her golden hair became dull. The other ninjas also noticed Asuma's condition and held Ino tightly, not letting her get close to Asuma. Asuma raised his fingers slightly, and the chakra knife that was originally on the ground seemed to have heard the call of its master and returned to Asuma's hand. The ninja who used the earth style had already used it to stabilize the passage on his own, and the others also began to carry the unconscious children on their backs. Asuma looked back at his students. What made him most regretful was that he did not see his own child. He really didn't know what this little guy would look like when he grew up. Thinking of the teacher's last words, Ino suppressed the grief in her heart and pulled up several children. Several people were covered in children's clothes, and there was no spare space, so they were tied directly to the chest with ropes. He put his hands together again and controlled the wind to form a closed semicircle, completely blocking all the fire. Teacher Asuma. "Let's go. If we delay any longer, we will all die." His body was already deeply scratched by the wind jutsu. His original Jonin uniform was torn, blood was flowing from his entire body, and his originally dark blue trousers had turned black. Even at this moment, Asuma did not give up. No one will ever have such an experience in their lifetime. The merciless flames were completely blocked by a layer of wind escape. Flames were rushing in front, behind, left, right, and even above their heads. Yet such a shelter was born in the center of the explosion. Asuma shouted directly. His body was full of wind chakra. If Ino got close, she would be torn into pieces. No one could help him. Ino finally reacted and stood up, wanting to run to Asuma to help, even if it was just to use medical ninjutsu to restore some strength. Ino. Ino could no longer suppress her emotions. All the things that happened to them in the past flashed through her mind. She didn't understand why such a thing happened on this day. She wasn't even prepared for it. "Calm down. We still need to rescue these children. We can't let the captain's sacrifice go to waste." Asuma's arm holding the chakra knife was covered in blood, and his sleeves were completely destroyed by the wind escape technique. Go, Zenino. Asuma successfully blocked the fire outside and could even feel the heat. However, the range of the explosion was too large. While blocking it, the flames behind him also surged over. More violent wind blades appeared on his arms, and he used his last bit of strength to throw out the two chakra knives. A ninja grabbed Ino, who had not yet recovered, and quickly ran towards the passage that Asuma had left with his life. Teacher. But it is beyond human power to fight against such a fire. The last sentence he said was still about his concern for the safety of his students, and then he knelt heavily on the ground. Ino realized that these were the teacher's last words. Tears began to well up uncontrollably, and she covered her mouth, unable to speak. Where are Asuma and the others? Shikamaru asked breathlessly, holding his knees with both hands. In order to arrive in time, he even used the instant body movement technique. After hearing that there were still children in the factory who had not evacuated, the captain led his men into the fire scene. One member of the patrol team had an expression that was uglier than crying. As the fire in front of him grew bigger and bigger, Shikamaru thought to himself that something was wrong and became more and more panicked. Suddenly, a distortion appeared in the sea of fire, and the flames began to rotate uncontrollably, and the range of rotation became larger and larger, and soon it was about to reach the front. While others were still curious about what was going on, Shikamaru's eyes fixed and he pushed away the ninja beside him and fell to the ground. Finally, something broke through the sea of fire. A high-speed rotating air current passed by Shikamaru, turning all the debris into powder wherever it passed. This airflow seemed to have completed its final mission. After breaking through the sea of fire, the sound of a weapon hitting a rock was heard. Shikamaru turned around and saw that the two chakra knives nailed to the rock looked so familiar. Shikamaru's originally worried expression gradually became relaxed, and he murmured, "Asuma, you are amazing and you have a hidden trick up your sleeve." Figures gradually appeared in the passage in the sea of fire. Shikamaru walked forward to greet them, but his expression turned serious again. "Where's Asuma?" Shikamaru was the first to find the distraught Ino and held her shoulders and shook her. "Shikamaru, don't be like this, the captain has already sacrificed himself." The ninja who had also walked through the life and death stage said this. His words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Shikamaru speechless. Teacher, he. Ino, who had lost her strength, supported herself on the ground with her hands. Her voice was hoarse and her tear glands seemed to be burned by flames. She could not shed a single tear and sobbed helplessly. No way. Shikamaru seemed to have not yet accepted the fact. He touched his face helplessly, trying to tell himself that it was just a dream. The explosions in the factory continued, telling of the cruelty of reality, bringing Shikamaru's thoughts back to reality. Shikamaru's expression changed. He stood up, pulled out the chakra knife that was still nailed to the rock and turned to leave. "Shikamaru, what are you doing?" A ninja couldn't help but ask, knowing that the fire hasn't been put out yet. Ino also raised her head and looked at her childhood friend again, and suddenly realized that she had never seen Shikamaru's face like that before. Gloomy, the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt, and murderous intent appeared in Shikamaru's eyes for the first time. "Everyone evacuate the factory area and let the newcomers rebuild the firewall. The fire here cannot be extinguished." Shikamaru left only one last instruction without even turning his head. He had already learned the whole story. Even Ryasuke, who started the fire, was just a pawn in the hands of others. Maru. No one dared to stop Shikamaru, whose eyes were full of murderous intent. Ino wanted to stop him, but she was so exhausted that she almost fainted. She lay heavily on the ground and could only watch Shikamaru leave. There was no trace of a single person in the originally bustling market. Everyone left immediately upon seeing the fire break out. However, there were always some fearless people who took this opportunity to steal and rob, leaving a mess behind. Seeing the area he had built up bit by bit become like this, Shikamaru felt an indescribable complex emotion in his heart. When he arrived at Ryasuke's new residence, the person he was looking for was indeed there. Tekuno was sorting out the body. It was an old man. Shikamaru could see that it was Akan's mother who had gone crazy and their child. "Shikamaru, why are you here? Come and give me a hand. This family didn't have time to escape and died like this. It's so pitiful, tusk. Tekuno looked at Shikamaru with some surprise, and after a moment of hesitation, he waved to Shikamaru and said, Shikamaru simply agreed, walked forward and began to observe the corpses. If it were the same as before, he would definitely believe what Tekuno said. These are obviously wounds left by some ninja tools and traps. It must have taken a lot of effort for you to kill them by accident. Shikamaru's voice had completely changed and there was no emotion in it. Tekuno's hand paused briefly and said lightly, "What are you talking about, Shikamaru? If you don't want to help, I can do it alone. You better go check if the fire is spreading. Can you tell me why? They are just ordinary people. Why do they do this?" It was like talking to an old friend. At least Shikamaru didn't seem angry at all. Seeing Shikamaru like this, Tekuno looked at Shikamaru again and sneered. Why else? To avoid frequent requests for processing fees, the consultants had to make an example of him. The old man had no choice. It had nothing to do with them in the first place, but they knew too much. Where are those debt collectors? Shikamaru continued to ask. When talking about these people, Kuno's face showed anger, which was rare. I would have killed these daring guys a long time ago. If it weren't for them, this situation wouldn't have happened. I got scolded a lot, and now I'm still cleaning up their mess. I see. It seems that this is all the consultant's plan. Under Tekuno's vigilant gaze, Shikamaru took something out of his arms. Tekuno thought it was a weapon, but he saw the other party actually took out a pack of cigarettes. Shikamaru skillfully pulled out two and then handed one to Tekuno. Tekuno was confused by Shikamaru's behavior. After taking the cigarette, Shikamaru took out a lighter and lit it for him. At this moment, Tekuno's guard was mostly let down. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, Tusk Tusk, I haven't smoked this thing for a long time. Asuma really knows how to enjoy it. Haha, you have learned all his bad habits. If Shikaku knew about this, he would definitely scold you. Asuma's name was mentioned again, and Shikamaru, who had a blank face, showed a rare wave of emotion, but he quickly suppressed it. The distance between the two seemed to be shortened, and Tekuno also began to speak. Those two old men wouldn't say such things directly, they are just hinting at things. Do you understand? It's up to you whether to do it or not. If you do it, you will get benefits. If you don't do it, you will be doing nothing. Otherwise, how can a commoner like me climb to Chūnin? It seems you already know it well. Shikamaru suppressed his killing intent and continued to ask. Tekuno showed a smug look and his eyebrows were flying. That's right. Otherwise, how can commoners like us climb up? We have to run around for a long time at the leader's command. All the benefits go to them, and we can only drink some soup. Shikamaru, even though you are a ninja of the family, you really don't know these tricks. You are still young and have a lot to learn. After finally finding someone to vent his anger to, Tekuno began to pour out his grievances. In his opinion, Shikamaru already understood him completely, with a puff. Something cold pierced into his body, and Tekuno looked at Shikamaru in disbelief, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. Shikamaru finally stopped hiding his disgusted expression and said while holding Asuma's chakra knife, You may have your own difficulties, but you cannot plunder other people's interests to satisfy your own selfish desires, and Asuma is already dead. Tekuno opened his eyes wide. He had never seen such a person who was chatting with him about life 1 second and stabbed him with a knife the next second. He was not too shocked to hear about Asuma's death, but he was still a Chūnin after all. Tekuno endured the pain and pulled out the knife. Looking at the familiar chakra knife, he knew it was Asuma's weapon for sure. He jumped up and put some distance between himself and Shikamaru. Fortunately, the injury was not fatal. Tekuno threw away the chakra knife in his hand and explained to Shikamaru in a negotiating tone. Shikamaru, you are a smart man. Let's just forget about this matter. I didn't expect Asuma's death. I will talk to the consultant about the factory. I will definitely not let you bear this responsibility. Such a big thing happened in the factory, and the third generation's son was sacrificed. This is a huge scandal in Konoha. As the factory manager, Shikamaru must be held responsible for it, but Shikamaru didn't care about these things at this time. He really didn't expect that Tekuno was still thinking about these things at this time. The disgust in my heart is even stronger because of this kind of decadent thought. Tekuno, do you know why I didn't hit you where you are? Seeing Shikamaru's disgusted expression slowly fade away and turn into indifference, Tekuno felt something was wrong. Because I don't want you to die so easily. Compared with those who died because of you, dying like this is too easy for you. As he finished speaking, Shikamaru had already completed the seal, and a shadow extended directly from under his feet. I've given you enough respect, kid. If you weren't born in the Nara clan, you wouldn't even be a Chūnin now. Seeing that he could not negotiate, Tekuno started to curse and ran quickly regardless of the pain of his wounds. He pulled lightly with his hidden fingers, and an invisible thin rope was moved. Shikamaru noticed that the corpse beside him was moving, so he gave up the idea of continuing to perform ninjutsu and left quickly. Suddenly, the body of Akan's mother exploded, and countless swords emerged from a narrow mechanism and stabbed Shikamaru. This type of ninjutsu is more powerful than what an ordinary person could throw. Its only drawback is that it is too rigid and cannot be changed. The directions of throwing are all set. Shikamaru rolled to avoid the attack. Although there was no danger when he looked again, Tekuno's figure was only a small black dot. Looking at the blown-up body, Shikamaru's heart could not calm down for a long time. He picked up the chakra knife and chased after the other party. Although they were both Chūnin, Tekuno, who was born in a commoner family, was better at setting traps and using ninja tools. Physical skills were not really his strong point. In addition, he was already injured and could not run fast at all. I'm almost there. As long as I get back to the village, that kid won't be able to do anything to me. Tekuno's hair was already wet with sweat, and he had no intention of fighting with Shikamaru. It was completely meaningless to him. There was a sound of breaking air, and out of the corner of his eye he saw that it was the chakra knife again. In his opinion, the knife could not hit him at all and was completely useless. He didn't even need to dodge. As he expected, the chakra knife didn't hit him at all but got stuck in the tree trunk next to him. The smug look had not yet appeared on his face. When he wanted to move forward, he found that his body could not move at all. Looking back again, the chakra knife was now nailed on his shadow. Tekuno couldn't believe that he had been tricked like this. When did the Nara clan have such a ninjutsu? Shikamaru finally came in front of the other party, and first connected his shadow to the other party's shadow before speaking. Bayan Yesin couldn't believe that someone dared to kill Konoha's Chūnin at Konoha's doorstep. No matter who the person was, there was no need to hold back at this moment. Shikamaru held the dead Tekuno in front of him, using her plump body as a shield. Countless wind blades fell on Tekuno's body, making him look even more embarrassed. Wait, I know I was wrong. I still have something to say. It's about the consultant. Shikamaru didn't believe the other party's attitude of admitting his mistake at all. But when he heard about the consultant, the strength of the arm controlling the shadow loosened a little. The other ninjas also looked at Shikamaru in shock. They didn't expect that the murderer was a big family in their own village. No one would dare to believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. That's right. The two of them distanced themselves again, and Yishan was able to see the other person's face clearly. What he could never have imagined was that the one who killed Tekuno was Nara Shikamaru. Thinking of this, Shikamaru also put down his arms and said lightly. The oxygen-deprived brain's eyes went dark, and it could no longer see this bright and beautiful world. He drew out the ninja sword from behind and used the deadly move of the vacuum sword. Shikamaru pointed at Tekuno's body. This guy is the culprit of the fire. Tekuno. The controlled shadow turned into a pitch-black arm and slowly stretched out towards Tekuno's neck. This was the Nara clan's shadow strangulation technique. Help, someone is going to kill someone. The survivor, Kuno, was breathing heavily, and Shikamaru asked as he looked at him. He swung the ninja sword to attack again, but the sword was noticeably slower because of the Konoha vest on the opponent's body. Shikamaru glared at the two-faced Tekuno. At this moment, he realized that he was tricked by Tekuno, and he did not hold back and started the shadow head strangling technique again. How could Tekuno know the secret about the consultant? This was just a means of delaying. They were less than 500 meters away from the main gate of Konoha. Maybe if they held on a little longer, other ninjas would appear. Hearing the other party directly put a big hat on him, Shikamaru couldn't help laughing. Looking around, there were 7 or 8 people coming, at least above the level of Chūnin, plus an elite like Yishan. It was almost impossible to break through by force. Shurigyun Jonin, it's not good to jump to conclusions like that. As expected, Konoha's elite Jonin are different from the inferior ones like Tekuno. When the opponent came behind him, Shikamaru obviously did not react. Thanks to Hayama's delay, Shikamaru seized the opportunity to use Asuma's chakra knife to block the attack. The team of ninjas obviously heard the shouts and quickly ran towards the two people. The leader of the team was Shirigane's former partner, Bayan Yesin. At this time, Tekuno saw a group of ninjas advancing quickly out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but shout. Tekuno's tears were already flowing. A dignified Jonin of Konoha actually looked so embarrassed in the face of death. What is the consultant's business? But Yishan reacted quickly. He understood that although his companion had many shortcomings, it was impossible for him to betray Konoha. Tekuno had already seen Yesin's anxious look and wanted to shout again, but found that he could not make any sound. Following Yishan's question, the others did not dare to ask any more questions and just surrounded Shikamaru. Rebel ninja, Nara Shikamaru, you killed your fellow villagers. Do you want to be a traitor? This is a technique that I created on my own. No one else in the Nara clan has ever used it. So do you have any last words? I noticed that my breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. I wanted to struggle but was completely unable to move. I could only watch myself walk towards death step by step. With a clang, the two weapons collided and sparks flew. When Yishan saw Asuma's exclusive weapon, his pupils shrank again. Seeing his companion's body being used by the other party in this way, Yishan was even more furious, and directly used the instant body technique to get behind Shikamaru. Tekuno stuttered and Shikamaru's last bit of patience was exhausted. Nonsense. Bayon Yesin looked unkind. He didn't believe what Shikamaru said at all. The cause of the fire in the factory has been clearly investigated. It was a dissatisfied worker named Honda Ryasuke who deliberately set the fire. It has nothing to do with Tekuno. Shikamaru didn't expect that the news in the village was so well informed, and the cause of the incident had already been investigated just now. But then I thought about it, when the fire first broke out, Tekuno probably knew who did it. Unable to take responsibility, he might have reported it to the consultant immediately. Otherwise, he would not have returned to Ryasuke's house to kill everyone. The fact of the crime is indeed that Ryasuke did it, but this person has been pushing it to happen behind the scenes. Shikamaru was not afraid at all, pointing at Tekuno's body and said. Hearing the other party insulting his companions again and again, Hayama couldn't help but raise his ninja sword. What qualifications does he, a commoner, have for Konoha's Chūnin to plot against? Nara Shikamaru, don't run away from the fact that you killed your comrades. The eyes of the surrounding ninjas changed. Obviously, they believed what Hayama said, and Shikamaru's reasons were untenable. So you think he is innocent? Shikamaru looked alert, and it looked like he had to fight. If he had to surrender, it wouldn't be these guys' turn to catch him. You still dare to resist. Nara Shikamaru, you are guilty of an extra crime. Hayama saw Shikamaru's alert posture and began to issue a warning. I will report the truth of the matter to Master Hokage. If it is my responsibility, I will bear it, but... Shikamaru thought of Yelan in the past, and how he faced Danzo's persecution at that time. There's no need to blame someone if you want to. Get him! Bayon Yesen's face darkened, and he waved his hand to direct his men to come forward. He was no longer interested in listening to Shikamaru's sophistry. Faced with the heavy siege of this group of ninjas, Shikamaru chose to jump directly. When he jumped, Shikamaru had already completed the seal. The black shadow under his feet split directly into countless small pieces and connected with the shadows surrounding the ninja. All of Shikamaru's men were controlled in place by Shikamaru, and their pursuit stopped. Shikamaru didn't dare to take it lightly. The troublesome person was Yi Yamamoto. He controlled the shadow and went straight to the opponent. Thanks to the fact that it was night, his strength was greatly enhanced. But how could Hayama hit such a move that was slower than a shuriken? A fallen leaf floated by, and Hayama's figure had already gone to nowhere. So fast. Although Shikamaru had seen faster teleportation techniques, just having a ninja of Hayama's level doubled his pressure. A submerged subconsciously waved towards himself. With a loud noise, the sound of metal collision came, and this group of people still liked behind the attack. Can I block my first knife? Can I block my second knife? Yishan's dull voice sounded behind. Shikamaru turned his head to capture the other person, but couldn't capture it at all. Landing on the thick tree trunk again, Shikamaru leaned against the tree while maintaining the shadow binding technique. Unlike the imitation technique, this technique has greater control and he can still move, but it also consumes more chakra. After controlling too many ninjas for a while, these people have already begun to make some struggling small moves. And if they continue to drag on, they will definitely lose. Just when Shikamaru was still thinking that the other party would attack from that direction, a rattle made him sweat and the big tree behind him was split directly. He quickly climbed down and the big tree was cut in half. If he had been a step later, he might really die. Looking up again, Shikamaru knew that this guy was serious. Facing his resistance to arrest, he was indeed qualified to kill him directly. This was the rule of Konoha. Thinking of this, Shikamaru gritted his teeth and stood up again. He could not keep up with the opponent's speed by just running. The alarm bells in my heart rang loudly, and I felt a chill on my head and a sense of being locked in. He took back the control of the shadows of those ninjas, wrapped all the shadows around himself to form a layer of defense, and crossed Asuma's chakra swords on his head. This was the last step he could take. A huge force came from above his head, and the tree trunk under his feet broke directly, and Shikamaru fell heavily to the ground. The chakra knife flew out of his hand, and his entire wrist was swollen and it was obviously broken. Shikamaru almost lost his ability to fight. But Yishan obviously had no intention of letting Shikamaru go. He jumped down from midair, with the ninja sword in his hand pointing directly at Shikamaru's head. Facing the opponent's murderous intent, Shikamaru looked at the other party without saying a word of begging for mercy. What are you doing? A huge fist suddenly appeared with a roar and knocked Hayama, who was about to launch the final blow at Shikamaru, to the side. Yishan struggled to adjust his movements in the air. He rolled on the ground a few times after being knocked flying. He did not suffer any substantial damage, but he looked at the figure of the fist with some anger. Shikamaru, what happened? You're badly injured. Ino quickly ran over and asked when she saw the swelling on Shikamaru's wrist. It looked like she had recovered a little from Asuma's death. Without further questioning, Ino grabbed Shikamaru's hand and began to treat him silently. Shikamaru looked at the person who came, and now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Shikamaru, I brought my dad here." Appearing with Choji is Akamichi Choza, the current head of the Akamichi clan. The huge arm just now is his ninjutsu. Dingzuo was holding an iron rod in his hand at this moment, looking at Bai Yunai-shan and questioning him. "Why did you attack Shikamaru?" Yishan stood up again and his men came to his side one after another. One of them even brought Tekuno's body over. Yishan said, pointing at the body of his companion. "Nara Shikamaru killed Tekuno, who is also a Jonin of the village. We saw it with our own eyes. We have the right to arrest him, but he resisted arrest." After hearing what Shikamaru did, even Choji and Ino looked at their companions in surprise, not understanding why they would do such a shocking thing. Shikamaru struggled to stand up again. Tekuno killed Konoha's civilians and indirectly caused the fire. As the person in charge of the factory area, I also have the right to arrest Tekuno when I learned of the incident. He also resisted arrest. You're talking nonsense, do you have any evidence? Yishan's chest heaved violently. He couldn't bear to hear Shikamaru insulting his companion again and again. The crime scene of Tekuno is still left in Ryusuke's house. Several civilians died there, all of them were caused by Tekuno's ninja tools. It is difficult to find direct evidence that Tekuno indirectly caused the fire, but Tekuno cannot escape the charge of killing civilians, so Shikamaru made this clear at the beginning. "Okay, I'll go with you to visit Ryusuke's house." The reason why Yishan was able to become a Jonin was because of his excellent ability. Unlike people like Tekuno who took crooked paths, he really didn't understand the twists and turns of this matter. "Choji, help me, we'll go over and take a look." Shikamaru never thought that he had done anything wrong. For the sake of Ryusuke's family and all the victims of the fire, Tekuno must die. Choji carried Shikamaru and moved forward slowly, looking at him with an expression of disbelief. "Shikamaru, is Asuma-sensei really dead?" Shikamaru looked at Choji's red eyes and realized that he already knew the news. Silence was his answer. Choji, who understood Shikamaru's character, also realized that the truth was so cruel that his teacher had left them forever. Dingzuo patted his son's shoulder gently. No amount of comfort would be of any use at this moment. Asuma is dead. Yishan only learned the news now. Although they are both Jonin, Tekuno and Asuma have different identities. The impact of Asuma's death is much greater than that of Tekuno. Asuma died trying to save the children from the fire. If the fire was really caused by Tekuno, I will never let anyone kill Shikamaru. Dingzuo knocked the iron rod in his hand down hard, and a slit appeared in his narrowed eyes. He looked at Yishan and others seriously. Yishan's heart sank. If Choza really insisted on protecting Shikamaru, there would be nothing he could do. If a fight broke out again, it would not only be Shikamaru's personal problem. In serious cases, Konoha might even end up in a civil war. But Baiyun Yesin did not admit defeat. "It's too early to say anything, Dingza Jonin, you should go to Ryusuke's house first." A group of people came to Ryusuke's house cautiously. On the way, Shikamaru asked Ino whether the fire was under control. At present, the fire was no longer expanding, but there was really no way to put it out. They could only build an isolation wall and wait for it to go out on its own. Fortunately, there were no further casualties, and Konoha dispatched a large number of ninjas to guard the isolation wall. Hearing this, Shikamaru also sighed. The damage caused by the fire was already great enough, and now it could not withstand any more damage. Not long after, a group of people came to Ryusuke's house. As soon as Shikamaru arrived at the place, he threw away Choji's support and walked quickly forward. It turned out to be Akan's mother. The child's body had disappeared, leaving only a mess on the ground. "Nara Shikamaru, what else do you have to say? Where are the bodies of the civilians?" Bai Yunai-shan was a little confused along the way, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he arrived at the scene. Apart from the signs of the house overturned, there was not even a drop of blood left, let alone the bodies of civilians. No, it was clearly there just now. Shikamaru bit his finger, his brain working rapidly. It seemed that after he and Tekuno had fought and left, someone must have covered up the traces. Shikamaru didn't give up so easily. They had not been away for long, and covering it up in such a hurry would definitely leave traces. Sure enough, after a careful search, a blood-stained senbon was turned out from the corner. Shikamaru held the senbon and said, "The body must have been disposed of by someone unknown, but there is still a senbon here, which proves that a fight took place here. Who knows where you got it from? Maybe you just put it there yourself." One of Hayama's hand genin couldn't help but say. At this time, Dingzuo blocked Shikamaru. "That's just your imagination, not the truth. I am also very sad about Asuma's death, but you can't doubt your fellow villagers. Finally, he turned his back, hesitated for a long time, made a difficult decision, and slowly opened his mouth. Dingzuo was silent for a long time, then turned around to look at Shikamaru's unwilling expression. As far as he knew, Shikamaru would never lie about such a thing. Even if the truth was too shocking, it might be true. But who knew that Shikamaru said, "If you just arrest him, you will never be able to kill him." Uncle, you know that there is no death penalty in Konoha. If the Hokage knew that they tortured the other family like this just because of something like this, he would never forgive them. Shikamaru, please leave Konoha. I'm sorry, Shirogane Jonin, but you can't take this child with you. The 5-cage tournament has already been concluded. I will personally take him to the Hokage when he returns. Yishan laughed in anger, facing Zuo Ding. Yishan had no way to deal with it. As a temporary consultant, he also had some understanding of the various factions in the village. He absolutely could not take action against Zuo Ding and could only rely on the consultants to put enough pressure on him. Choji also felt very sympathetic towards Ryusuke's family, and his initial dissatisfaction with them setting up a stall and stealing their business disappeared completely. You can compare it with this stick from the Senbin District Medical Department. The blood on it is definitely not from me and Tekuno. Dingzuo didn't expect Shikamaru to have such a plan. It turned out that he had already made the decision when he took action. What kind of companion is that kind of scum? Ino said angrily that if it wasn't for the fire, Asuma wouldn't have died. Jonin, please move aside and don't hinder me from performing my duties. What the two said became more and more outrageous, and a strong murderous intent was released from Yishan. As a ninja who had been on the border for many years, Yishan's hands were stained with the blood of countless ninjas from other countries. Shikamaru was definitely not able to resist. Shikamaru retorted. Yishan was puzzled as to why these ninja guys were still covering up for each other at this time. He drew out his ninja sword and said in a deep voice. Yishan put away his ninja sword and left with his men without looking back. They were originally here to control the fire, but now it seems they are no longer needed. So it's absolutely true that Tekuno was the one who caused the fire. Tekuno died not long ago. We can ask the interrogation department to explore his memory. This way we can know the whole story. Isn't the truth about the fire less important than whether his body was destroyed? Okay, I'll remember this and report it to the Hokage and all the advisors. After the other party had left, Choza turned around to look at Shikamaru and asked what was going on. To be honest, he was still confused. He really didn't understand how a Konoha Jonin was involved with civilians. Choji clenched the iron rod in his hand. His action already showed his determination. Katabuki aside and looked at Shikamaru and said, Shikamaru, you are too impulsive. You shouldn't have killed Tekuno. If you catch him, everything will be easier to solve. Yishan shook his head at this time. Nara, Shikamaru, you should come with me. Even if this is the case, it can only prove that a fight took place here, but it cannot prove that it was done by Tekuno. Your reason is too far-fetched. Yishan could no longer hold back his anger. He could not bring himself to desecrate his companion's body. How could he explain this to Tekuno's family? Nara, Shikamaru, you are going too far. This is the body of my comrade. He is dead and you won't let him go. Maybe Asuma's death has made Shikamaru lose his mind, he said through gritted teeth. Therefore, Shikamaru had no intention of letting the other party leave alive from the beginning, otherwise who would the dead people go to for justice? That's right, whether it's Bayon Yesin attacking Shikamaru or Shikamaru attacking Kuno, the principle is the same, that is, if the opponent resists arrest, they can kill him directly. But for those who admit their mistakes and are willing to go to jail, Konoha does not have the death penalty, and the best result is to spend the rest of their lives in jail. Little devil, if your last name wasn't Nara, I would kill you right now. Shikamaru then fully explained his inferences and the information he had obtained. He was unable to blame the other party for a moment, and saw that Shikamaru did not look regretful at all. Shikamaru opened his mouth wide. He could never imagine that Choza would say such a thing. Why would he have such an idea of letting him leave Konoha? What are you talking about, Dad? If Shikamaru leaves Konoha, doesn't that mean he's a traitor? Choji opened his little eyes and walked towards his father, whom he had thought he had misheard. Ino, who is usually quite noisy, surprisingly did not make any comments. After a brief moment of surprise, she was silent. Dingzuo did not look at his son but turned and walked in front of Shikamaru. Shikamaru, if you continue to stay in Konoha, there will be only two results. One is to become a victim of Konoha's internal strife, and the other is to spend your life in a muddle like your father. If you still insist on your ideas, you should not stay in Konoha. But where are we going after we leave Konoha? Dad, if you say that, Uncle Shikaku will give you trouble. Choji kept scratching his hair with both hands, wondering how things turned out like this. Ding Zhuo said directly, "This is the decision Lu Jiu told me before he left." He already had a premonition of what would happen in the village, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Dad. For the first time, Shikamaru felt his father's attention. He originally thought that his father had been assimilated by the people in the village, but he didn't expect that he had already seen through his inner unrest. And you should know better than me where to go after leaving Konoha. Some people have already made plans. Ding Zhuo said as he looked towards an inconspicuous place. Shikamaru and the others followed his gaze and saw a black cat with smooth fur coming out silently. "Ah, I thought I hid it well enough, meow." Naraku showed up, and it had been following Shikamaru since some time ago. Ding Zhuo said in a deep voice, "Most of the Ninja Cat clan are Uchiha's summoned beasts. You are from Uchiha Yelan, right? I always thought that the Akamichi clan was just fat people who knew nothing. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, meow." Naraku licked his paws nonchalantly. He had already given Choza the answer unknowingly, but he still felt a little reluctant to leave Konoha. "It's hard not to notice the thieves who steal my barbecue every day." Naraku suddenly stopped moving, then wagged his tail and said, "Haha, it's because your barbecue is so delicious. Ding Zhuo, even if I didn't do anything just now, you should have been able to save Shikamaru. It seems that Yelan has been eyeing him for a long time, right?" That's not the case. According to Yelan, he just wanted Shikamaru to understand the rules of Konoha. Asuma's death was indeed an accident. So you are also responsible for Asuma's death. Shikamaru looked at Naraku with some annoyance. In the end, he was the one who was fooled. "Nayo, I'm really sorry about this. After all, my moves couldn't save him. Who could have thought that he would rush into the fire? And I didn't expect that Ryasuke could be so cruel." Naraku straightened up and solemnly apologized to Shikamaru. To be honest, he had a good impression of the bearded man who sometimes even offered him food. It was like a punch in the air. Looking at the other party's sincere attitude, Shikamaru didn't know what to say. In comparison, the responsibility actually lies more on Konoha itself. "Okay, I'll leave Shikamaru and the others in your care. If you leave now, there won't be any pursuers. I'll go talk to your father." After confirming Naraku's identity, Ding Zhuo made a decision without waiting for them to think. "Dad, what do you mean we go with Shikamaru?" Choji didn't think for a moment. Whether Shikamaru left or not was another matter, but why did he have to leave Konoha too? "I want to leave Konoha with Shikamaru too." Before Choza could say anything, Ino pulled out the Konoha forehead protector she always carried with her. After holding it tightly, he let go of the forehead protector and threw it on the ground. "The teacher said that children are the future. I cannot forgive these children for living in such an insecure village. I want to leave Konoha." Before Shikamaru made a decision, Ino took the lead, and after escaping from the fire, Ino seemed to mature all of a sudden. "Ino, Uncle Heiyi will be sad if you do this." Whole Shikaku, how did you make this decision? Shikamaru nodded slightly, no longer saying any words, and Ino and Choji left the village where they lived. At the end, Shikamaru looked back at Ding Zhao's lonely figure, hesitated for a moment and said, "Uncle Ding Zhuo, Teacher Hong is asking you to help take care of her. She is already pregnant." After being silent for a long time, it said, "It should be possible. Midora has actually completely surpassed Hashirama's power after possessing the Samsara-I. With Yelan's strength, there is no way she can be stronger than Midora with the Samsara-I." Shikamaru nodded, and he and his companions followed Naraku's petite figure without hesitation and started preparing to set off. "There is really no other way. It seems that we have no choice but to do this." Haiju was sweating profusely. Why did he start vomiting all of a sudden? What should he do? Think of some way to fool this idiot again. Including Black Zetsu beside him, they all remained silent. Shikamaru looked at Ino as if meeting this childhood playmate for the first time. Immediately his face became serious again. "Let's go, let's leave Konoha." Hai never wanted to stay any longer, so he quickly left after finding an excuse. "Shikamaru, can you deal with Uchiha Yelan?" after seeing his strength. It stuttered and said, "You also said that I am just his will body. I have no reservations in terms of strength. I can only use some vague memories for comparison." After a long time, Abido still asked Haizetsu. Before Midora died, he told him that Haizetsu was his will body. In a certain way, it could be Midora. "Ah, don't worry about it. I'm going to check what other ninja villages are doing now." As expected, the war is about to start. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. A smile appeared. He put away the chakra knife left by Asma and said in a helpless tone. Abido felt relieved, but he still felt that something was wrong. He looked at Black Zetsu and said, When there was no sound, Ding Zhuo began to complain. This time he didn't know when he would be able to see his child. He knew better than anyone how difficult this road would be. Shikamaru, you make your decision. Although I don't understand this, I will support you in whatever decision you make. Shikamaru looked at the determined expressions of his companions, Ding Zhao's encouraging eyes and Naraku's quiet waiting. Choji and Ino are left to you. Aren't you Madara's will? Why don't you still know Madara's strength? The two of them observed the battle between Yelan and Hashirama from a very distance. Hashirama almost showed his strength in front of him, and Uchiha Yelan even shocked their jaws. In a cave not far from the land of iron, the mask couldn't hide Albedo's frightened eyes. Albedo mused. Ding Zhuo turned his back to Shikamaru, not wanting the children to see his reluctance. Don't worry, we will help with this matter. Black Jew was stunned for a moment, and then he thought for a while and then asked Madara if he could deal with it. There was no need to go back home, so they set off on the spot. Everyone knew where they were going when they left Konoha, and no one said anything about it. Choji suddenly woke up. What else could he advise now? Just believe in Shikamaru. At this time, Ding Zhuo's voice rang again. When several people looked back, it was still the back of each other, but this time Ding Zhuo raised his head and looked at the sky. Is that so? The weather in the rain country is still as bad as ever, with a drizzle falling from the gloomy sky. As soon as Yelan returned to the village entrance, he saw a large group of rain ninjas ready to go, and various types of chariots speeding back and forth on the muddy road. A rain ninja, no, it should be said that he is from the rain country military. When he noticed Yelan, he was alert at first, but when he saw the Xiao robe on Yelan, he became very respectful. It must be Lord Yelan. Lord Angel has been waiting for a long time. The military man obviously recognized Yelan and walked up to him and spoke respectfully. Are we going to the front line? Have the others come back? Yelan said as he walked that originally only the high-ranking military officials of the Rain country knew some members of Akatsuki, but now it seems that pain may have revealed them all. Yes, we are the troops heading to the border for patrol. Other countries have already deployed heavy troops on the border of the Rain country, and we must go to support them. As for the other adults, they have already returned. Following the soldiers' lead, Yelan arrived at the high tower of the hidden Rain village, where Konan had been waiting for him for a long time. Yelan observed Konan's expression. At the moment, she did not look happy at all, but instead had a hint of sadness. The soldier retreated tactfully, and Yelan asked, Jirya is dead. There is only one possible reason for the sadness on Konan's face. It is impossible for Tendo to lose in a home battle, and the relationship between them and Jirya has been accurately described in the information left by Danzo. Konan nodded slightly, and she turned around and said, That's right, but he passed on some information before he died. I'm not sure what it was. Yelan was silent. In fact, he still wanted to learn something about natural energy from Jirya, but now that he was dead, he gave up this plan. Konan paused. Nagato wants to see you, come with me. It's not Tendo Pain, nor is it the title of leader, but his real name. Yelan understood that this time he was going to see Nagato's true form, which also meant that Nagato had completely trusted him. Coming to a secret room in the tower, Konan opened the door himself. There was no light in the dark room. Yelan walked in slowly, and when he saw the other person's appearance, his brows couldn't help but frown. Nagato's skinny body was curled up in a huge wheelchair, which was densely packed with various instruments. His naked upper body was completely exposed, but there was not a single healthy muscle line to be seen. His skin was tightly attached to the protruding bones on his body, like a layer of thin paper covering the skeleton, making people worry that this fragile barrier would break at any time. The red hair of the Uzumaki clan also became dull and lifeless at this moment, hanging down on his shoulders. No matter how you look at him, he looks like a dying man. It is impossible to imagine that Nagato is the same age as Konan. Yelan, you're back. According to Xiu and the others, we should have officially declared war. Nagato's voice completely matched his appearance at the moment, like a dying old man. Yelan nodded. He finally understood why the leader was so anxious. He didn't know how long he could last like this. I originally wanted to kill more people, but I didn't expect to encounter the reincarnated Senju Hashirama. I only killed the Raikage and let the others run away. I heard that your battle almost flattened a city in the Iron Country. It seems that you have already surpassed me. As for the others, there is no need to worry. Nagato coughed violently twice, and Konan became even more worried about Nagato's health. Yelan did not give a direct answer to Nagato's statement. To be honest, the pressure from Senju Hashirama on him was indeed greater than that from Nagato. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if the legendary Rinnegan would be so weak. Nagato obviously didn't want to continue asking questions on this topic, so he changed his topic. You should have discovered long ago that Tiandao is not my real body. Tiandao's original identity was my best friend. He was also the one who founded the Akatsuki organization. At this moment, Nagato seemed to be explaining his last wishes, and he talked a lot about Akatsuki. This is not a good sign. Yelan interrupted the other party and said, Chief, you should know that we still have to capture Nine Tails. We have not yet achieved our goal. You have not yet seen that ideal world. Nagato was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yelan's determined expression again and said self-deprecatingly, It seems that after killing my teacher I still have some effects. Yes, things have just begun. Yelan could understand a little bit of Nagato's feelings at the moment. Compared to his confrontation with Georgia, it was not only in the fighting but the verbal confrontation was no weaker at all. The Reikage is dead. The only one who can take on the role of Reikage in Kirigakure is Killer B, who lost his 8 tails. However, because of his identity as a Jinchuriki, Kirigakure may be in chaos for a while. According to intelligence, Konoha is not in a good situation right now. Gaara of Sunigakure is not someone who likes to take the initiative. Our current goal is to conquer the land of Earth with all our strength. Isn't the goal now to capture Nine Tails first? Conan asked out loud. Yelan shook his head. Naruto will definitely be well protected now. We have already put a lot of cards on the table. As long as other villages are not stupid, they will help protect Nine Tails. And if we want to take over other countries' territories, this is the only time. Once other countries have recovered, the Rain country will no longer have a chance. We must mobilize the military to the utmost. Not only that, we must also have members of the Akatsuki organization participate in the war against the land of Earth. We must also harass and spread propaganda on other fronts. Yelan thought about his next move on the way back. Publicity. Nagato whispered that he could understand the harassment of other countries, but what was the point of propaganda? Chief, you must understand that our ideal is to create a world without war, tragedy, peace, and justice. This should not only be understood by our own people, but also by everyone in the world. We do not wage war for our own personal interests, but for ordinary people who are oppressed and exploited. We need to make them understand that if we win, they will have land to farm, jobs to do, and they won't starve. This way, it won't be a war between the Rain country and other villages, but a battle between ordinary people like us and the aristocracy. Those ninjas from the big countries will not only be dealing with us, but also the oppressed people. Nagato's dead eyes seemed to brighten up a lot. He stopped Conan from asking more questions and opened his dry lips again. Everything from now on will be handled by Yelan. As for Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I will take care of it later. Nagato himself has already realized that he is not good at this aspect. Or rather, the only one who is good at handling this aspect is Yelan. Saying this also means that Nagato has completely handed over power to Yelan. Yelan did not show any overly surprised expression and continued speaking. Then send a large force to attack Iwagakure. We have already declared war, so gather a large force and take it down in one fell swoop. Then the two discuss some details. When Yelan was about to leave after talking about almost everything, Conan called Yelan again. Something happened in Konoha. Asuma Sarutobi has died. Some people have come to Aimgakure. You'd better go meet them. As for how to arrange for them, you can decide for yourself. Asuma is dead. Yelan knew that there would be some unrest in Konoha, but he never expected that Asuma would be sacrificed. I heard it was to rescue children trapped in the fire. Conan's expression fluctuated a little. Although he was an enemy, Asuma's willingness to sacrifice himself could not help but make people admire him. Yelan held his forehead with his hand, feeling a little headache. He knew who came to Yuyan. Leave it to me, I'll take care of it. Conan nodded after giving the instructions. She had a lot of things to do, so she left immediately. It didn't take Yelan long to reach the residence arranged by Conan. As soon as he reached the door, a black cat jumped out, ran quickly to Yelan's shoulder and rubbed his face affectionately. Yelan, I have completed the task you assigned to me. It's a pity that I can't eat Konoha's barbecue, meow. Naraku sniffed Yelan's body carefully, and this time there was no strange smell. Yelan asked, you actually made up your mind to come here this time. What happened exactly? Naraku briefly told Yelan everything that happened in Konoha. Yelan pondered for a while and then gently put Naraku down. I didn't expect all three of them to come. It was Shikaku's decision. You go and play by yourself for a while, I'll go in and take a look. The three people in the room seemed to be distracted, and they only looked towards the door when the rusty door creaked. It was drizzling outside and there was still some rain on the visitors' shoulders. When he saw the other person's face, his originally dead eyes became a little brighter. I heard about Asuma's situation. We had our reasons for this, and I'm really sorry for that. The first thing Yelan said when he saw the three people was to apologize. He also felt a little sad for Asma, his former colleague. The three of them seemed to have found a backbone, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time poured out at this moment. Ino began to sob continuously, and tears appeared in the corners of Choji's eyes. Only Shikamaru was able to restrain himself. He looked at Yelan seriously. "Senior Yelan, what exactly do you want to do?" Yelan thought for a while and said, "Saying too much now will only make you more entangled. I can only tell you that the war has already begun. You have seen during the past few days in Yuyan that troops are constantly being transferred to the front line." Shikamaru's expression changed. What happened at the 5-cage tournament? Yelan looked at Shikamaru with some admiration. This is how a smart person can tell which link has a problem with just one glance. Akatsuki's identity has been fully exposed. The conflict between us and the 5 major cage villages is irreconcilable. At the 5-cage conference, I have announced the start of the 4th Ninja World War. The tears in Ino and Choji's eyes had not yet dried. They had not known what had happened at the 5-cage conference along the way, and hearing the news now was like a bombshell dropped into the water. Shikamaru asked in confusion, "Have you done it?" Yelan was not surprised at Shikamaru's behavior at this moment. Of course he did it. "I killed the Reikage directly at that time." "What about Tsunade-sama?" Ino hadn't accepted her identity as a traitor to Konoha for a while, not to mention that her father was with Tsunade. Yelan saw Ino's worry and didn't say anything more, just explained. "Everyone else left. At that time Senju Hashirama took action and I had no choice but to fight him." Yelan said to Choji with a smile. Although Choji didn't understand what was going on, the task of opening a barbecue restaurant was quite easy. Ino shook her head a little lonely. "No, thank you for taking care of brother Yelan." "That?" Shikamaru nodded. Orochimaru had used this technique before when he launched the Konoha collapse plan. He didn't expect it to appear again at the 5 Shadows conference, but this time it seemed that the person who used this technique was Konoha. "Oh, of course there is no problem in covering it for me. I have experience now, haha." If Shikamaru and the others were directly allowed to go to the battlefield, Yelan felt a little sorry for Asma. They were his juniors after all, so let them take their time. "Anything else, Ino?" Shikamaru finally regained his composure, cleared his mind, and said, "You don't have to be polite to me. It's a pity that Yuyan's weather makes it impossible to plant flowers. Otherwise, I would have asked you to open a flower shop. It's still hard work for you. Anyone who is a ninja knows this name." As the god of ninja, why did the first Hokage of Konoha appear in the 5 Shadows conference? Logically, he should have died long ago. Yelan didn't expect that Shikamaru would have a storm in his mind at this time, so he asked immediately. Yelan scratched his head, then walked forward and saw that the girl in front of him had grown a lot taller, but he still touched her head and said, "Well, don't think too much. After all, you have lived in Konoha for many years. Come to Aimgakure and get familiar with the environment first. Opening a barbecue restaurant is a good choice." Yelan can understand Shikamaru's thoughts, just as he clearly said when he joined Akatsuki that he would not deal with Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yelan looked back at Ino, who was hesitant but didn't know what to say, and asked in confusion. Shikamaru swallowed after hearing this. Even if he was not there, he could feel how chaotic it was at that time, especially when Yelan said that killing Reikage was as casual as killing a dog. So what level of strength had he reached, and what was the scene of his confrontation with First Hokage? After giving the instructions, Yelan was about to leave, but Ino stopped him again. "What about you? Have you decided what to do next?" Yelan stretched out his hand and shook it and said. Shikamaru's head didn't turn around for a while. He thought about Yelan asking him about some confidential information or some difficult tasks in Konoha, but he didn't expect that Yelan actually asked them to open a barbecue restaurant. Shikamaru almost thought his ears were wrong. He was not stupid enough to ask about the result of this fight. Yelan standing in front of him meant that he had won. In other words, Yelan had reached Senju Hashirama's level of strength. Thinking of this, Shikamaru thought of his father's decision to let him leave. Could it be that he had already thought of this step? Yelan didn't react for a while. When he saw the crying girl in his arms, he was embarrassed to push her away. In the end, he just let out a long sigh. Senju Hashirama. Ino's face turned red, and she suddenly remembered that Yelan had done a similar action before when she was still in Konoha. She didn't know where she got the courage to throw herself into Yelan's arms under the astonished eyes of a group of people. Shikamaru was a little unsure as he spoke, but if he faced Konoha's former companions, he really couldn't do anything. Barbecue and barbecue restaurants. Well, don't do this now. You can open a barbecue restaurant in Yuyan first. That's right, you don't have to worry about funding. Aimgakure is actually a little richer now, but there are too few entertainment facilities. If Konoha's famous barbecue restaurant is opened here, the business will be very good. Choji, is it okay? But this Earth reincarnation technique is almost perfect. Senju Hashirama can display most of his strength, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stop me. Since the war has been launched, there will definitely be a need for a lot of manpower on the battlefield. As long as it is not a battle with Konoha, we can participate. It sounds a bit complicated, but it's actually the reincarnation of dirty soil. You already know this technique. Well, actually the war will not be over in a short time, especially this kind of war to destroy the country. I heard the new barbecue restaurant is delicious. That's right. I heard it came from Konoha, it's just a little expensive. One meal is almost as much as a day's wages. Hahaha, you think this is too expensive? I heard you're getting a promotion soon. Why do you still care about such a small amount of money? Who told you that? This is all hearsay, don't spread it. Okay, just treat me to a barbecue next time. A few days after Yelan said this, the barbecue restaurant was opened. Unlike the barbecue stall that was first opened in Konoha, the barbecue restaurant became more popular than Shikamaru and others had imagined. The three of them were unable to handle it all at once. Fortunately, Yelan found two more people to help. Hey, even though we're familiar with each other, isn't it a bit bad for you to come here every day and eat for free? When he was almost done with his work, Choji finally had some free time, staring at a black cat with a stern look on his face. What do you mean by free food? I am a member of the village's intelligence department after all. I have money, right? Meow. Naraku said as he took out a handful of banknotes from somewhere, which made Choji's eyes widen. You ate so much for free in Konoha, but I never saw you pay for anything. Choji said unhappily, isn't that to hide your identity? If you take the money, you'll be exposed. Naraku glanced at Ino inadvertently and saw that the other person had an inexplicable silly smile on his face, as if he had come over the death of his teacher. From then on, it could smell the scent of this girl on Yelan from time to time, and an unhappy look appeared on its cat face. Hey Naraku, you're here too, is it enough to eat? If not, I'll get you some more. Ino noticed the gazes being paid and brought over a plate of freshly grilled meat with a smile. This is Yelan's spiritual beast, you need to take good care of it. But Naraku didn't appreciate it at all. His hair suddenly stood up and he stared at the other person fiercely. Damn Sao, don't think you can succeed just because you are Yelan's descendant. What are you talking about? Ino said word by word. His originally good mood turned into a bad mood after being scolded by Naraku for no reason. Naraku snorted coldly, ignored his beloved barbecue and disappeared. Okay, don't bother with it. Another guest is coming. Shikamaru also came over at this time. He looked at the figure approaching the door and gestured to get back to the work in his hands. Hello, welcome. The busyness of the barbecue restaurant made Shikamaru temporarily forget the troubles of staying in Konoha, and he was also stunned when he saw the customers coming in. Sasuke. Sasuke subconsciously narrowed his eyes, like a nearsighted person trying to see the person in front of him clearly. He smiled and said after Ino and Choji came up to him. I knew you'd come sooner or later, Shikamaru. Shikamaru scratched his head. He never expected Sasuke to come to them on his own initiative. Sasuke, long time no see. Ino hadn't seen Sasuke for many years. At this moment, Sasuke had lost some of his childishness and looked more mature. Well, I just didn't expect you to open a barbecue restaurant here. Sasuke sat at a random seat. It was afternoon and the store was not very busy. Choji was very happy to meet his former friend again. Sasuke, wait a moment, I'll prepare something delicious for you. Sasuke, thank you for your help, Choji. Shikamaru and Ino also sat down with Sasuke. He had a lot of questions to ask Sasuke. Are you okay now? I heard from Senior Yelan that you went on a mission to capture 3 tails. Did you run into Naruto? Yelan would come here from time to time in recent days, and Shikamaru also found out a lot. He's still the same. I guess he'll be better after the 3 tails incident. I know him. Sasuke also had a conversation with Minato at that time. Sure enough, I knew Naruto's identity was not simple. Sasuke put away his chopsticks. I didn't expect you to figure it out. Yes, it's the aftereffects of fighting with Naruto. I didn't go to the front line because I'm going to have some surgery recently. I should be fine after the surgery is successful. But Shikamaru caught a detail, that is, every time Sasuke picked up his chopsticks, his eyes would subconsciously narrow, he asked casually. Ino asked confused. By the way, you also know the person who performed the surgery on me. Shikamaru could tell something was wrong, but he didn't ask any more questions since Sasuke said there was no risk. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Is it a side effect of using the Sharingan? Sasuke said calmly. Sasuke politely said thank you, and Ino's surprised expression gradually subsided. Shikamaru said as he looked at Sasuke, who thanked him. Sasuke subconsciously wanted to explain, but after thinking it over he stopped talking. Sasuke, why are you running around instead of just lying down in bed? Didn't I tell you to observe more before the surgery? After that, both sides had a tacit understanding. Sasuke did not ask them about their experiences in Konoha, and Shikamaru and the others did not ask Sasuke about his next plans. Both sides had a long-awaited dinner together like old friends. Shikamaru was not too surprised. When he was a child, his father told him to treat Naruto as an ordinary person. It seems that Naruto's affairs are no secret to these senior Jonin. It seems that you have changed a lot over the years. You were not like this before. That guy is the son of the fourth Hokage, and Nine Tails was sealed by the fourth generation himself. It shouldn't be a big problem, Yelan. There's no risk, don't worry. Shikamaru asked casually if he could know any ninjas from the Rain country. After meeting Naruto and hearing about Yelan's rampage at the 5-cage tournament, Sasuke's resistance to eye replacement was not as strong. When Yelan brought up the matter again, he thought about it and decided to agree. Before Sasuke finished speaking, a somewhat irritable girl pushed open the door of the barbecue restaurant. Shikamaru looked back and saw that it was Karin who had left Konoha. Isn't Naruto an orphan? What is his background? Sasuke realized that he had just said the wrong thing and subconsciously changed the subject. Are there any risks with the surgery? Well, but this guy already knows his own life experience. Shikamaru didn't expect that he would need surgery. It seems that this is not a small problem. Shikamaru could imagine that the two would fight when they met. They had been like this since they graduated from school. It looked like Sasuke won again this time. This was the first time Ino knew about this and she was surprised, but then she thought about the situation in Konoha and realized that she didn't know anything about her own village even after growing up. Choji was thoughtful enough to bring the grilled meat over so they could eat it directly. That is. Sasuke paused for a moment, then smiled and said, maybe I was too one-sided in the past. Sasuke already knew about this from Yelan's deduction, so he was not surprised. Ino and Choji looked at Sasuke with some concern when they heard this, and carefully observed that Sasuke's pupils seemed to have lost focus. It seems like a lot of things happened. Karin ran up to Sasuke aggressively, looking at the greasy barbecue with a bad expression. I've told you so many times, try to eat light food during surgery and eat less of these things. Being caught in the act, even the somewhat aloof Sasuke felt ashamed. I remember that there weren't so many things when Yelan performed surgery before. Are you questioning my medical ninjutsu? Karin said with a gloomy face that at present, there is no better medical ninja than her in the entire Rain Village. In a sense, she is the authority of medical ninjutsu in Rain Village. Aren't you the girl who trained in medical ninjutsu in Konoha? You also returned to Kirigakure. Ino looked at the conversation between Sasuke and Karin, wondering why she didn't feel unhappy, and asked with some confusion. Hey, why are you guys here? I was wondering why there's a barbecue restaurant here. It turns out you guys are stray dogs who can't find your own home and ran here. Accompanying Karin was Tayuya, who had her hair cut short. They both currently work in the medical department of Kirigakure. After hearing what Tayuya said, Choji wanted to refute, but Shikamaru stopped him. After all, they were living under someone else's roof now and were not in Konoha. There were some things they could only endure. Sasuke frowned when he heard Tayuya's words and said in a deep voice, Tayuya and the others are my friends. You are so rude. Apologize to me immediately. Tayuya was shocked. She didn't expect Sasuke to be so angry. Although they didn't get along much in these years, they knew each other. Sasuke and even the Kirigakure people didn't ask about her background, and they took her in, but she had no friends except Karin because of her foul mouth. However, Tayuya subconsciously wanted to resist because of her personality, but Karin, who usually didn't get along with her, pulled her sleeve. Seeing Karin's worried look, Tayuya's heart softened, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. Okay, got it, sorry for saying the wrong thing. Although his attitude was rather perfunctory, Shikamaru did not hold on to it and instead spoke. It's okay, you're Sasuke's companions too, we're pretty familiar with each other now. There's a lot of barbecue here, if you don't mind, let's eat together. Hearing the word companion, Tayuya couldn't help but look at Sasuke and Karin. Sasuke didn't say anything, while Karin was still talking about the dangers of eating too much greasy food. At this time, Tayuya felt a little embarrassed, but Ino helped her and after some hesitation she finally sat down. You don't look like a violent woman, so why is your mouth so dirty? Here, this is a freshly made dish, try it first. As the number of people increased, Choji brought another plate of grilled meat. He still had some complaints about Teuya, but he didn't get angry for the sake of Shikamaru and Sasuke. Duyu also looked at Choji, and at the other's signal she picked up a piece of grilled meat with chopsticks. She had rarely eaten this when she was in Konoha, so this was her first time. The aroma of grilled meat mixed with cumin burst in my mouth, and even Duyu couldn't help but say, "It's delicious." At this moment, Choji smiled again. Customer satisfaction is the greatest compliment to a chef. In addition to eating barbecue, he found that making barbecue was also very satisfying. Teuya put down her chopsticks and looked back at Choji, who was eating grilled meat, and said, "You look a bit like someone I once knew." He also loves to eat. Choji didn't expect that Teuya would talk to him. Is she your companion? It was this word again. Teuya's originally simple thoughts became a little melancholy. She thought that among the original four-sound ninjas, only Jirobo cared about the people around him, and now she was the only one left. Seeing the other person's doubtful eyes, Dudu also smiled from the bottom of her heart for the first time. Yes, a companion. Hidden Rain Village R&D Department. As soon as Scorpion came back, he went into his own laboratory. The leader had promised him that as long as the task of Three Tails was completed, he would not need to go out on missions anymore. He would have the right to refuse any future missions and could concentrate on researching various weapons in the laboratory. I said you don't need to waste your strength. I will never accept an apprentice in this life. Zai said while tinkering with the mechanical parts in his hands. Brother Scorpion, you just let your craftsmanship be lost like this. What if you are no longer here? Yelan said helplessly. Looking at Zai's current face, he really couldn't say what the elders called him. He had been staying in the village these days just to do this. Mr. Yelan, couldn't I have done it somewhere? Ranmaru said with some disappointment. He had heard that Zia was the most powerful person in the village in developing machinery. If he could become a disciple of such a person, he might be able to find the direction of his life. It's none of your business, it's just that this guy has such a weird personality. He has deceived so many people with his baby face. Yelan was also angry and had almost spoken out in the past few days. You have the nerve to say that to me, but you are so majestic that you killed Raikage. You just say one word and don't think about other people's difficulties. When Zai heard this, he was also furious. He put down his hands and all the mechanical parts fell to the ground. It was rare for him to get angry. Ranwan, who had difficulty moving, lay timidly behind Yelan. He hated the trouble he brought to others. Yelan also saw that something was wrong and said comfortingly, "Hey, don't get angry, I just feel sorry for this child. He has difficulty moving, why don't you just make him a pair of prosthetic legs? You know nothing, I don't even know where you got this child. Inconvenient legs means that he has weak hands-on ability. Do you know what the poor ability to do these small things means? This thing cannot be solved by a pair of prosthetics." Zai is right, whether it is a puppet or a machine, it is composed of thousands of parts. If there is any mistake, it will fail. Originally, Zai thought that even if he had average talent, he could reluctantly accept him as his apprentice for the sake of Yelan, who knew that the other party directly found him a disabled person, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. Seeing that the other party was not getting enough, Yelan scratched his head and had no choice but to comfort Lan Wan in the end. Don't worry, since you followed them to Yuyan, I will definitely find a master for you. You can't do it here with Zai. Remember Master Zhuo, I'll ask him to accept you as his apprentice. With your ability to see through the boundaries of blood inheritance, you will definitely achieve something. Lan Wan also saw Yelan's difficulties and nodded. Yelan sighed and planned to leave with Lan Wan on his back. Just Zai's ears twitched and he turned around and asked again. Wait a minute, repeat that sentence again. Seeing Zai's look, Yelan said angrily, I said let Zhuo be his master. No, the next sentence is about the blood-stain boundary. His blood-stain boundary has the ability to see through, like the white eye. Zia said with some doubts, the only person with clairvoyance ability is Byakugan. This kid doesn't look like the Hyuga family. His blood stains are much worse than Byakugan. Ranmaru wants him to see what the nasty guy opposite is wearing under his black robe. When Lan Wan heard this, he stuck his head out from Yelan's back. A red light appeared on his eyes. He looked at it and said, well, Mr. Scorpion has no clothes underneath his black robe. The air fell into silence for a while. Yelan didn't expect Zai to be so playful and had no intention of showing off. He said awkwardly behind Lan Wan's back, then you go ahead and I'll leave. But Zai didn't care at all at this moment. He simply changed his face and looked at Ranwan with some fanaticism. If you stay here, you can get out. Yelan, Yuyan's large-scale mobilization of troops could not be concealed from other villages, but they were really powerless in the face of Yuyan's actions. Tsunade got angry as soon as she returned to the village. She never expected that such a thing would happen in the village. Before Naruto could ask Shikamaru and the others why they left, the news of Jiraiya's death came. The successive attacks plunged the entire Konoha into chaos for a time. The situation in Kirigakure was not much better. It was a shame for the fourth Raikage to be killed, and there were endless arguments in the village about who would inherit the fifth Raikage. Seeing that Aimgakure was moving to the land of Earth, there was even less need to pay attention to it. As for Sand Village and Kirigakure, it was impossible for them to provide much help in order to protect themselves. Damn it, they are all a bunch of bastards who only care about themselves. Onoki tore the letter in his hand into pieces. These were replies from other villages, all of which were powerless to respond to Onoki's request for help. Onoki looked at his son Hyuntu and said with a grim expression, "What's the situation at the border now?" Yuyan has mobilized hundreds of combat vehicles. Some of the models are different from before. It looks like they are really going to launch an attack. Huangtu was under great pressure and he had no confidence at all to resist the opponent's attack. Konoha and Kirigakure are in chaos, so we can't rely on them. Sand Village said they can only harass the border, and Kirigakure can't help at all. We can only rely on ourselves in this war. Onoki had experienced 3 ninja world wars, but this one was the most stressful for him. Not to mention facing men like Uchiha Madara, there was also the steel torrent of Aimgakure. Even he didn't have full confidence that he could win. Tsuchikage-sama, something bad has happened. An Iwagakure ninja hurriedly ran to the Tsuchikage's office with an unknown paper in his hand. "Look at you, the war hasn't even started yet." Onoki was already angry, and he scolded the ninja for his misbehavior. However, this ninja didn't care about Onoki's scolding at all and pointed at a piece of paper in his hand. "Tsuchikage-sama, Deidara and some giant falcons are dropping these flyers all over the land of Earth." Onoki's gaze then shifted to the other person's hand, and the beautifully printed content on it was some kind of promotional leaflet. "Just do these little tricks." Onoki took the flyer nonchalantly and read the contents. The more I looked at his expression, the uglier it became. The leaflet actually said that Aimgakure fought this war to liberate all the poor people. As long as they surrendered, ordinary people would get farmland and ninjas would get jobs. There will be no need to pay high taxes, and ninjas will no longer need to perform dangerous missions. Life will become better and better. In order to add more strength, the income of ordinary people and ninjas in Yuyan is also announced, as well as some photos. The rule of Yuyan was portrayed as a paradise and the power of bewitching was very strong. What nonsense. Those bastards from Aimgakure and Deidara actually helped them do this. Onogi's body began to tremble with anger. The morale had dropped significantly before the war even started. Is there a lot of this stuff spread out? Tell someone to quickly recycle all of it. Huangtu also saw the contents of the flyer. Even he was tempted by the life described there, let alone those ordinary people and low-level ninjas. There are too many of them scattered around, not only in the village, but also in small towns and big cities in the land of Earth. Our people are all at the border, and there is no way we can recover all of them. The ninja also knew that the situation was not good, and he even spoke with a hint of tears in his voice. While Onoki was still thinking about how to deal with this matter, a ninja came to his office again. When Onoki saw that this ninja was from the intelligence department, he wondered what was going on. "Tsuchikage-sama." When the ninja saw that there were other people present, he trotted over to Onoki and whispered something in his ear. "Are you sure?" Onoki's originally ugly expression became somewhat doubtful, and he was somewhat hesitant to confirm what the other party said. The ninja from the intelligence department stood aside respectfully. "Yes, Master Tsuchikage, they are waiting over there." "Okay, I'll be there right away. Hyuntu, wait for me here for a while." Onoki didn't say what he was going to do and quickly followed the ninja out of the office. This caused Huangtu and the other ninja to look at each other in surprise. Onoki turned left and right in the Tsuchikage building and finally came to a room. As soon as he entered the room, he could hear the crackling sound of electricity. The entire room was huge. Dozens of sensory ninjas were wearing some unknown instrument on their heads. The instrument was connected to a huge battery, and the battery was connected to a screen that was about the same size as an ordinary TV. Looking at these ninjas sweating profusely, it must be very difficult for them to maintain this state. Onoki looked at the person on the screen with a serious face. The other person was about the same age as Onoki. He wore a fan-shaped decoration on his head with rock patterns painted on it. This person was the daimyo of the land of Earth. Onoki, we must win this war. How dare the other side do this? How dare those people replace us? I will give you as much military funds as you want. I have already contacted the daimyo of other countries and asked them to do their best to destroy the Rain country. As soon as the daimyo of the land of Earth saw Onoki, he began to speak excitedly, still holding the identical leaflet in his hand. Onoki was also an old and experienced man. He immediately understood why the other party behaved so inappropriately. These guys from Yuyan not only wanted to rule the world, but also wanted to bring down the daimyo. No matter how brutal the previous wars were, they had nothing to do with these noble lords, but this time it directly affects them and they will definitely be furious. Destroy the Rain country. You should inform the daimyo of the Rain country about this matter. Onoki himself cannot make such a decision directly. Even though Yelan declared war at the Five-Cage Conference, in fact, such a declaration is not effective at all. The real declaration of war should be made by the daimyo, and then the villages of both sides will start fighting. However, Yelan's strength made them unable to ignore the other party's words, and they acquiesced to the fact that the Rain country had launched a war. It would have been fine if Onoki hadn't said anything, but as soon as he did, the daimyo of the land of Earth became angry again. There is no daimyo in the Rain country anymore. I don't know what he was thinking, but he abdicated and announced that there will be no daimyo in the Rain country anymore, and that the hidden Rain village will lead it directly. What are they doing? They are committing treason and breaking the ancestral rules. They should be struck by lightning. Onoki was shocked. He didn't expect Aimgakure to be so ruthless. Even though the daimyo of Rain country stepped down on his own, he was just an ordinary person and could be controlled by any genjutsu. This resignation was definitely controlled by the people of Aimgakure themselves. I don't care, we can only win this battle, not lose. Onoki, I'm putting all my trust in you. The daimyo of the land of Earth looked at Onoki very seriously. He would never tolerate anyone infringing upon the interests of their nobles. The actions of Yugakure were to cut off their roots. Then please convince the Fire Country daimyo as soon as possible. To be honest with you, Iwagakure may not be able to withstand the opponent's attack. At this point, Onoki had to tell the truth. Now was not the time to pretend to be strong. How could that be? Isn't the other party just a ninja village of a small country? Wouldn't it be easy for us, the land country, to destroy them? The daimyo of the land of Earth knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world, nor did he care. If the leaflets had not landed in his capital, he would have had no idea that the war had begun. Daimyo, Yugakure is not scary, but they have too many masters. One of them has reached, no, I should say has surpassed the original Uchiha Madara. Although they had left the scene of the confrontation between Yelan and Hashirama, they were still very frightened when they watched from afar. The power of the god of ninja has reappeared in the ninja world, and the exaggerated wood style is worthy of this title. But Yelan defeated the opponent in a head-on confrontation, which means that he has surpassed his ancestor. This was something that even Madara himself had never done, and Onoki had no way to deal with such a person. Uchiha Madara, it's a bad memory, I understand. I will contact the daimyo of other countries and ask them to put pressure on the village. The daimyo of the Land Kingdom was about the same age as Onoki, and he had also heard the legend of Uchiha Madara, which made him take the matter more seriously. At the border of the land of Earth, Yuyan's base. Originally, there was not much intersection between the Rain Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom, but after the Rain Kingdom annexed the Grass Kingdom, the area expanded a lot. At this moment, the entire battle line was stretched more than twice as long, and soldiers from both countries were on guard, always on guard against attacks from the opposite side. The attack route chosen by Yelan was the Great Plains, where the advantages of the chariots could be fully utilized. In the entire operations room, besides Yelan, there are Zhu and others who have already joined the military. They have completely become part of Yuyan. Another person came into the war room tent. He was wearing an Akatsuki robe and had his golden hair tied in a ponytail. It was Deidara, who had just returned from a mission. Deidara glanced at Yelan, who was making arrangements without saying a word, and stood aside waiting obediently. Wait until everyone else leaves before stepping forward. Yelan had already noticed Deidara, and seeing that he had stayed for so long was a bit inconsistent with his usual erratic personality, he asked directly, "What's up?" Deidara hummed, but Yelan waited for a long time, but he didn't say a word. "It's not like you to be so shy." Yelan glanced at Deidara, who was not much older than him, and said, Deidara said after a moment's hesitation, "Are we going to occupy the Land Kingdom this time, just like we did with the Grass Kingdom before?" "Yes, you should understand the purpose of our organization. This is what the leader has been waiting for. Deidara, so there will be no Iwagakure village in the future. Yelan no longer looked at the battle drawings. He realized that Deidara might have some subtle psychological problems. After all, he was from Iwagakure, that's for sure. I've already said that the system of the ninja village is not in the interests of most people. They are just mercenaries protecting the nobles. Deidara was silent for a while and then said, I don't particularly understand the kind of world the leader is talking about. To be honest, the lives of others have nothing to do with me, and I don't care about them. Seeing that Yi Lan's expression was becoming more and more serious, Deidara quickly shook his hand and said, Of course, the life and death of Iwagakure has nothing to do with me. Yi Lan's facial expression relaxed when he heard this, but he was a little curious about what the other party was going to do. Seeing that Yi Lan had no hostility, Deidara continued, Brother Scorpion is now tinkering with things in the research department every day. He has also accepted an apprentice and no longer argues with me about art. I just feel a little bored now. It feels like nothing is meaningful, huh? So what do you want to say? Yi Lan raised his eyebrows. Why did he feel that the other person was like a child seeking attention? Deidara seemed to muster up the courage and looked at Yi Lan. I want to leave the organization after the war in Iwagakure is over and pursue my art again. I want to prove to Brother Scorpion that the real art is still explosion. Yi Lan showed a look of surprise, but then he thought it was normal. Deidara joined Akatsuki for several reasons, but the main one was to avoid Iwagakure's search for the art of proving himself. If Iwagakure no longer existed, then Deidara would have no worries and could pursue his art more purely. As for leaving Akatsuki, given Deidara's contributions to the organization, Nagato would not stop him even if he left. After saying this, Deidara looked at Yi Lan with some trepidation. Before, he had wanted to catch up with this annoying Uchiha, but now after knowing the other party's record, he had long given up this idea. The gap between the two sides has made him lose the confidence to catch up. Now he was afraid that Yi Lan would kill him if he got angry. It didn't matter if he died, but what about the art of explosion? This was the only thing he could do in his life. Yi Lan walked back and forth a few steps and stretched out a finger. Okay, I agree to your request to quit the organization, but you have to agree to one condition. Haha, no problems. As long as you let me pursue art, I can agree to not just one but 3 conditions. Okay. Deidara smiled. He didn't expect Yi Lan to be so easy to talk to. The area of the Rain Country will definitely expand in the future. You can't release bombs at will on the territory of the Rain Country. If I find out, you should know what will happen. Yi Lan gave him an unfriendly look. I remember the organization's goal was to unify the world. Deidara's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect Yi Lan to propose this condition. If they really unified, how could he prove his art? That's right, the land of Earth is just the first step. You can take advantage of the fact that we haven't fully achieved our goal and go to other countries to drop bombs. Yi Lan shrugged and said nonchalantly, if Deidara was really allowed to release the bomb at will, the complaints department of the Rain Country would be overwhelmed the next day. Yes, Yi Lan has set up a complaints department specifically for civilians to complain about their dissatisfaction with the behavior of ninjas. If verified, corresponding punishments will be imposed. Forget it, just pretend I never mentioned it. Deidara sighed like an eggplant hit by frost and turned around to leave. Actually, there are ways to prove your art. Just as Deidara was about to step out of the tent, Yi Lan added another sentence. Originally, neither the Rain Country nor the Grass Country had a large number of mineral veins, but the Earth Country did have some. The explosive force of Iwagakure at that time was also able to be formed by relying on various mineral veins, such as sulfur and saltpeter. Deidara's ears moved slightly, and he stopped consciously when he heard the word explosion. Although our artillery ammunition is powered by chakra, other substances also play a role. At present, if we want to increase the power, we need a large amount of minerals for experiments. I originally wanted you to be in charge of this area. Since you want to leave, I will let Scorpion do these things reluctantly. Rub. Deidara's legs left afterimages, and he quickly ran to Yi Lan and grabbed Yi Lan's hand, which was rare. It was the first time he realized that Yi Lan was so handsome. Please leave this job to me. Brother Scorpion can just take care of his apprentices. He doesn't know anything about explosions. The professional matters should be left to me, okay. Yi Lan shook off Deidara's hand with a bit of disgust and said with a smile, not leaving. Deidara shook his head like a wave drum, and his bangs in front of his eyes kept shaking. Well, you have to work harder on the battlefield of the land of Earth. The sooner it ends, the sooner your explosion experiment can begin. In the end, Deidara left the operations room happily, and his expression was completely different from what it was just now. Yelan couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Deidara. Even though the people of Akatsuki are all S-rank rebels on the wanted list, they are also often the most difficult to understand. Their values and mental states are different from those of ordinary people. Is there any doctor in this world who can deal with mental illness? Unlike ordinary people, they would just leave the crowd and live in their own world. Now, as the actual helmsman of Yuyin, he has to deal with these people's psychological problems one by one. It seems that the artistic duo has been dealt with now, and Kasame and Sasuke are also fine. Kakuzu, a guy who is about the same age as Senju Hashirama and is difficult to convince, now seems to be very responsible and the person who worries him the least. The only thing that gave Yelan a headache was Feiduin. This guy was probably just a will-o'-the-wisp boy on Blue Star. He really had no way to deal with such a guy. Fortunately, he still listened to Kakuzu and could only take it one step at a time. Without any warning, Yelan ordered the attack in the early morning of a certain day. The ninjas of Iwagakure were well prepared. They dug deep trenches and used earth-style to change the terrain in order to stop the tank from advancing. It's just that the gap in range cannot be made up by manpower. Everyone was bombarded by artillery fire and dared not show their heads. Under the cover of artillery, Yuyin's soldiers only needed to throw some explosives to solve the problem. Iwagakure's resistance had no effect at all, and he retreated step by step, and a large area of territory was occupied by the Kingdom of Rain. Yelan did not rush for quick success and steadily pushed forward the troops. Everywhere he went, he sent people to appease the local residents. When these local residents saw that the people from the Land of Rain did not do anything excessive, they distributed food to help them rebuild their houses. It was the same as the description on the original leaflet, giving them land and assigning them work. As long as they were not close to the military camp, they were easier to talk to than those ninjas. Gradually, these residents no longer reject these invaders, but hope that the Kingdom of Rain can win this war. In Yu Yin's war room, Yelan took one report after another and kept reviewing it. In the end, he still had to do this kind of thing. Fortunately, the cultivators around me are pretty good. Both their vision and consciousness have been trained, which can alleviate a lot of burdens on themselves. Sunagakure has been very active recently. Their troops have crossed the border and attacked us many times. Ziu was helping with official duties. He picked up a report and said, "It doesn't matter, Sasuke's operation has been completed. I have asked him and Kasame to go to the battlefield over there. Don't worry about them." Yelan had already planned to give Sasuke a chance to adapt to the eternal Mangekyo. Seeing that Yelan had plans, Ziu didn't ask any more questions and started talking about another thing. According to the intelligence department, Onoki wants to unite with Konoha to form a team to destroy our combat vehicles and artillery. Hawkage strongly opposed it at first, but could not withstand the demands of the daimyo and others, and will launch an offensive in 3 days. In fact, Ziu was more curious about how Yelan received this kind of information. It seemed that the members of the Kingdom of Rain in other villages had returned long ago, so how could he get this kind of information? Yelan showed a sarcastic smile. It seems Onoki is really desperate. He can also send out this kind of suicide squad. After fighting for so long, everyone knows that I am sitting here. I really think I will let him happen. The main reason is that our policy is still too good. After several battles, more and more ninjas defected from Iwagakure. Some civilians even took the initiative to lead the way when they saw the life in the occupied area, hoping that we would hurry up and occupy it. Said Ziu was a bit dumbfounded. What was even more outrageous was that yesterday, Iwagakure's supply team did not go to Iwagakure's station, but ran directly to Aimgakure's position. They wanted to surrender with these supplies, which stunned Aimgakure's soldiers. Don't be too complacent yet. How much storage capacity do we have for artillery shells? The situation in Kumagakure is very unstable now, and he can only send his most trusted Kakashi to investigate the situation. It is already a great honor for the daimyo to agree to this mission of sending himself to death. When Onoki looked at the candidates brought by Tsunade, his waist almost collapsed again. Except for Baiyun Yesin, whom he knew, the others were all trash. Tsunade bit her lip. How could she not understand the principle of the lips and the teeth are interdependent? As soon as she returned to the village, she was busy with Shikamaru's affairs for a long time. Shikaku and Heiyi voluntarily resigned from their positions, and she tried her best to retain them despite the opposition of the consultants. Takegakure village. Onoki really had no way to deal with Tsunade, so he could only patiently reason with her. Ziu's words made Yelan a little confused. He could wait, even if the current battle line remained like this, but Nagato might not be able to wait much longer, which made him feel a little anxious. The woman's beautiful face and smiling face are irresistible. At this time, a young and beautiful woman came over. Her dress was completely different from that of a ninja, and there was no chakra fluctuation on her body. What about the famous Hate Kakashi? If not, the blue beast will do. This is what happened. He put everything on the line. All the prominent ninjas in Iwagakure were summoned by him, including his son and granddaughter, but Tsunade still had this attitude. It is already less than 20%. It is estimated that another large-scale bombing will bottom out, and those combat vehicles can only be used as troop carriers. Should we ask for some from the village? When Sunagakure was in trouble, Konoha sent out all its elite troops, and when Kirigakure captured Three Tails, it also formed a luxurious lineup. It turns out that if they are not allies, they are still unreliable. Okay, Tsuchikage, calm down and have a cup of tea. Hawkage, is this your attitude towards this operation? What kind of people are you sending out? After learning about the policies of the Rain country, these daimyos were so active for the first time and participated in the whole process. This woman was a representative among them. Unoki looked at the visitor, curled his lips slightly but did not refuse, took the tea and placed it in front of himself. Yelan put away her smile and asked another key question. Unoki has blisters on his mouth. He's been feeling a little irritated lately. After thinking for a long time, Yelan decided to start from the other party's plan. No, the village's storage capacity must not be touched. If Konoha is determined to enter the battlefield, those artillery can also be used as a deterrent. How is the detection of the mineral veins in the place we occupied? But Tsunade remained unmoved, but when she looked at Onoki's angry expression, she sighed. Tsunade-sama, we are somewhat related. How about Konoha sending a few more people? What's your attitude? These are the elite Jonin of our village. I didn't agree with this operation in the first place. It's too risky with Uchiha Yelan in charge. Tsunade, you have to understand that Guy will never be satisfied with just the land of Earth. If Iwagakure is gone, Konoha won't be far behind. He couldn't afford to offend either of the two people who were arguing in front of him. I'm not being disrespectful to you, Kitagawa Kagura, but I've done my best on this mission. Let me assign a few more people from the root of Konoha to you. As the leader of Takagakure village, he just sat there with a bitter smile and unable to speak. It seems we have to find another way. The Iwagakure is still holding its breath, so we have to disperse their anger. The Hokage and Konoha were able to discuss matters here because of the cooperation between the daimyo. Tsunade herself was also very angry after being accused. The village was already in chaos. Minato personally took Naruto to practice Sage Jutsu. Kakashi and others went to visit Kumigakure hoping to get the method to become a perfect Jinchuriki. It was already a great honor for her to give it to others. The number of artillery Yelan brought with him was countless, including how many were left for the village. The first step to attack the Kingdom of Earth was because the size of the Kingdom of Rain could not support the conquest of the whole world, and they had to find new mineral sources. After hearing this, Xiu also began to calculate that the reason why Yuyan's current situation was so smooth was because Yelan was willing to use artillery shells to wash the ground. No matter how much money was spent, the effect was indeed achieved, and it also made other countries understand the terror of artillery for the first time. But no one ignored her. Instead, they looked at each other with awe. The detection is almost complete and the mine has been established. The captured Iwagakure ninjas have all served as labor force, but according to the R&D department, it will take at least half a year for mass production. Tsunade felt a little unhappy looking at the woman named Kagura in front of her. She didn't know why she always felt that this girl had some bad intentions, but since she was a daimyo, neither she nor Onoki had the right to question her. After settling the people from Konoha and Iwagakure, Kitagawa Kagura returned to her room. After dismissing the servants and closing the door, Kagura laughed inexplicably and said in a low voice, "Have you been waiting for a long time?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the room. He had slightly curly hair and a signature round nose, and at this moment he was touching his nose and looking at the other person a little embarrassedly. Shisui didn't want to dwell on gate of opening any further, so he said, "Have you got the list of people who will be participating in the project?" Kagura sat casually in front of the dressing table and took off the hair accessories on her head one by one. "Why don't you use genjutsu on me? Aren't you afraid that I'm giving you false information?" Shisui showed a bitter look on his face and began to blame Yelan in his heart, asking why he made him do such a task. He laughed and continued, "Miss Kagura, you are being too polite. How could I be so rude to you?" Kagura curled her lips and said, "They say women's words can't be trusted. I think you're the same." As he said this, he pulled out a list and handed it to Shisui reluctantly. Shisui saw this and said nothing more. He put away the list and began to look at it carefully. After confirming that it was correct, a ninja cat appeared in the room. Shisui touched Ninja Cat's chin, folded the list, and put it into the letter box on Ninja Cat's back. Please pass this information to Yelan as soon as possible. This Ninja Cat couldn't speak. It just called out twice and then disappeared. After finishing the work, Kagura spoke again. Her eyes became a little empty, as if she was thinking about something. Shisui, will the world you're talking about really come true? Shisui's stiff face relaxed a little, and he looked at Kagura with some sympathy. I don't know whether this will succeed, but at least I see that we are all working towards this goal. Even if we fail, it will point the way forward for future generations. It points the way. Kagura repeated Shisui's words. It was a coincidence that Shisui originally wanted to use genjutsu to extract information as usual after receiving the news. He had done the same to the daimyo of Rain Country before. What surprised him was that the other party showed no sign of resistance and offered to help them after the genjutsu was lifted. This scared Shisui so much that he thought he had used distinguished heavenly gods. After careful investigation, he learned some of Kagura's life experience. Originally, Kagura was born into a noble family, but she was the only daughter in the family. After her parents died early, the family property was divided up by other nobles. Fortunately, she was smart and used the remaining money to support many ninjas and accumulate a good reputation, thus preserving the remaining family property. But now she only has the title of a noble without any rights. It is precisely because of this that the daimyo pushed her to participate in the reconciliation between Iwagakure and Konoha. These fearful daimyo would rather stay in their own capitals and not go out. They do not have the courage to go so close to the front lines. Are you leaving now? Seeing Shisui was about to leave, Kagura tried to persuade him to stay. Miss Kagura, we will meet if we have the chance. Shisui didn't want to get too involved with this woman since he was a dead man anyway. Take these things with you, consider it my contribution. Kagura took out a stack of silver bills from her jewelry box. These were regular silver bills that could be exchanged at major banks. How can this be? You have helped us enough. Shisui couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Take it, it's not much, it's good to add a little hope. Let's create a fair and just world without oppression and tragedy, as you say in your propaganda. Kagura's gaze was firm and unwavering. No one knew what she had gone through to get to where she is now after her parents' death. I understand. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. None of those who attacked will be able to escape. During these days of getting along with Minato, Naruto gradually got over the sadness of Jiraiya's death and Shikamaru's departure. Now he has another goal, to bring Shikamaru back to the village. At the same time, Konoha village. After receiving the information, Ziu was surprised by the detailed information on the list, and was once again surprised by Yuyan's intelligence department. Ikaraku's movement slowed down by 2 seconds. Everyone knew that Naruto was an orphan, but how come a father appeared out of nowhere? His one squinted eye widened a little. He's my dad. Here is the list of those who will attack in a few days. They have already found our ammunition depot. It is probably reported by the residents who left it in the occupied area. You transfer the ammunition a day in advance, and the rest will be left to you. They gave us such a big gift. If we don't return the favor, we will seem too stingy. I have to go out for something that day. Now that you have the list, this should not be difficult for you. Yelan stroked the ninja cat that delivered the message and took out some dried fish as a reward. He smiled as he watched the information that Shisui delivered. Rain hid in front operations room. According to Tsunade, Shikamaru not only failed to supervise the factory properly, but also killed a Jonin from the same village. The reason is still under investigation. But Naruto believes that Shikamaru has his own reasons. Even Asuma is dead, and Naruto still doesn't dare to visit teacher Kurenai. From the information he got from Hinata, Kurenai seems to have retired from the ranks of ninjas. Your father. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Shisui finally accepted the banknote and nodded. Lord Yelan, leave everything to me. What are you going to do? Yelan nodded, try to capture him alive. If this is done well, it will speed up our progress on the battlefield of the land of Earth. With Tsunade around, Minato couldn't say much, and could only fulfill his responsibilities as a father from now on. This can be considered as a test for Ziu from Yelan. He has looked at the list and found that there are not many masters who are really difficult to deal with. The fact that he cannot deal with them after knowing the information in advance only proves that he is indeed not cut out for it. Minato was having dinner with Naruto at Ikaraku Ramen. They practiced natural energy at Mount Mayaboku, and he couldn't bear to let his son eat insects there. Uncle Ikaraku, who didn't know the truth, was even more upset with Minato. He knew what kind of life Naruto had lived since he was a child. Why did you show up just now?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.